The story begins with the main character standing in front of a mirror and looking into it. A satisfied expression was frozen on his face after which he left, and thought to himself that from now on, he was destined to take on the job of the court blacksmith. He left the house and, smiling broadly, thought that he had put a lot of effort into fulfilling his dream of becoming the best blacksmith master in the world. He came to the castle, lifted his head, and thought that the flowers in full bloom seemed to greet him gladly. He would give all his strength to prove that he was worthy. He noticed a girl nearby. She was standing and watching as football petals fell. She approached him and asked if by any chance he was a blacksmith. He was beautiful. It seemed she was a true aristocrat. He agreed and asked how she found out about it. That a license was sticking out of his pocket. He said in surprise that if it were a little more, it would have fallen out. He felt that he could not work without it. He was very lucky. He thanked her and she said with a smile that it was nothing special. He was very young for a blacksmith, hadn't he arrived recently? He agreed and said that from today he would take up his duties. His name turned out to be fake. He was terribly nervous and said that he did not mean it that way at all. He rehearsed and asked not to judge him harshly. She said with a kind smile that everything was fine. He was very kind. Her name was Alicia Barnasto. He called her Lady. When asked if she was an aristocrat, she agreed and said that, however, nothing was known. No formalities are needed. He should not worry about it. They stood close and She told how she ended up there. She said she was supposed to be at the ball, but many suitors wanted to attract her attention. So she rushed away. Would she manage to find out something from him? Did he know what he wanted to become? This question constantly left him stunned. He got lost every time and couldn't find an answer. And she admitted that she was simply not confident in herself. She didn't know what she really wanted, but she very much wanted to find out. He pondered her question, agreed with an inspired look, and decisively said that he wanted to become the best blacksmith in the world. She was incredibly surprised by what she heard and loudly asked, "The best in the world?" He agreed and said that he knew achieving this would not be easy. But he would do everything he could, she said in surprise. She hoped that everything would be just like that. She hoped so much that he would become the best blacksmith in the world, and then he bowed and thought that he did not expect such openness. She supported him earlier. Because of this, they only laughed at him. And she was also very sweet. He entered the castle with a satisfied expression on his face and thought, now that he serves at the court, does this mean he will often meet charming ladies? Maybe one day. He will even get married. He reached the forge and took a deep breath. He gathered courage and began to open up. He stood by the door and thought that hello, the first impression is very important. He entered and wished him good morning. But the man immediately punched him in the face. With a serious expression, he pushed him to the floor and he was told that he must get to work immediately. He has to restore the sword and could not leave until everything was finished. The main character looked at him with surprise flashed on his face, and a thought about a colorful life at court sparkled in his mind, which he imagined would soon be destroyed. Thus began his personal hell. Later, he started leaving the house with an empty gaze, and felt as if 3 years had passed since he took on the duties of the court blacksmith. His main responsibility was weapon restoration. Previously he was a blacksmith from a village, but soon his talent was noticed, and so he ended up at the court full of hopes to improve his craft in the place of his dreams. Reality turned out to be quite different. Forger Morgan, the head of the forge shop, loudly called him by name and said he told him not to be late, and he apologized with a worried expression and said he was sorry. He, frowning, said that there was no point in this. He was unskilled at it. For that mistake, part of his monthly salary would be deducted. He wanted to say something, but instead angrily asked, "Do you have a problem?" He refused and thought he could not argue. Usually with such an amount of ammunition, the entire Ford workshop would handle it, but only he was blamed. It seemed he was really being punished for that scuffle with that boy. Morgan sharply slapped him on the face and indignantly asked again, "Is he mocking? I was trying to teach him." Fake fell to the floor and thought that he had been here for about 3 years. They were always angry at him. He was already used to the pain. They were not wrong. He was not yet ready to join the workshop. He still didn't know how, so they were dissatisfied and beat him, and he thought that. That's why he has a lower salary, no days off, all because of him. All because of him, he is without talent. He got up after all those blows, and Morgan asked if he had thought about his behavior and ordered him to stand up and have all the weapons ready by the end of the holidays. He agreed, said he understood, and added that they were invited to the ball. So he must not slack off, he must do his job properly, and he, along with the others, began to leave. And they sadly admitted that they hadn't visited Alicia's road for a long time, and guests from the neighboring region would come to their festive meal. After they left, the lady must be properly greeted. The protagonist went to the smithy and saw a pile of swords. He thought that if he didn't make it by the end of the week, there would be a lot of work. He would have to work night shifts. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, he is supposed to have days off. It would be great to convey that spirit a little, but first he needs to finish the weapons to distribute them. Now a new work week is just around the corner. He needs at least one day of rest. He won't endure like this if he doesn't. If he were not so clumsy, everything would have ended much earlier. He summoned a magical instruction and thought that there are two main tasks in blacksmithing. The first is to forge weapons. The second is to enchant the sword. Enchantment makes it sharper and stronger, so the sword does not require additional care and does not rust. This is also a magical effect. However, the enchantment lasts about a week, so every week a pile of weapons floods the forge. Enchanting is a simple matter. First you need to figure out what the magical code of the weapon hides. For this, open a special window that holds all the information. Corrections are made by the power of magic. Enchantment occurs through changing or adding magical symbols, if the weapon is handled carelessly. If they are neglected for too long, the symbols will begin to disappear. If the sword's magic still holds, they just need to be renewed, but when they have completely disappeared. So it needs to be redone. He worked on this for a very long time, and fainted when only the sword remained on the table. After some time he began to regain consciousness and thought that he felt very good. It smelled pleasant, there was something soft and warm under him, and he could not believe he had fallen asleep. He suddenly got up, hit his head on Alicia, and shouted loudly that he would not have time to finish the work. They both grabbed their heads and she said that she was in pain. MC was very surprised when he saw her. He bowed to her and said that he was very sorry. She said not to bow. He said that he had been rude to the Duchess. She denied it, and he thought that she seemed to be interested in blacksmithing, because every time she received an invitation to the ball, she came here. Yesterday Mr. Morgan talked with others and said that she was invited. He didn't even change clothes, stayed in work clothes and didn't wash at all. She asked with a worried look what had happened to him. Here, if he falls asleep here, he will catch a cold. Is he okay? He agreed and said everything was fine. There was something more important. He looked out the window, realized it was already morning, and thought the ball was already over. She probably spent the night here and decided to stop by before leaving. Yesterday he was supposed to finish work, and it seems that was the end of it. He remembers vaguely, but it seems he did everything necessary. She looked at him with concern and said he was very pale, he was unwell. How does he feel? She gently touched the wound on his face. He felt pain but said everything was fine. He thought Morgan had beaten him badly yesterday. Although bruises are usually invisible, yesterday his behavior should have really angered you, and nothing good awaits him. She knows they are laughing at him here. He didn't want her to find out because he liked her, though he understood. He was not her equal, and even if he gave all his strength, he could not win her. Still, he wanted at least to look decent in her eyes. He didn't want her to consider him pathetic. He wanted to impress her as a real man. Alicia said with concern that he was in pain. Unfortunately, she had no healing ointment. He said there was no need to worry. He apologized. He still had a lot of work and didn't even have time to offer her tea. She said with a slight smile that he shouldn't worry about that, but could she watch him work? He agreed. He said that he had no objections. After that, he laid the sword on the work desk. Begin. He began to use magic and thought that a symbol was missing here. The marks from this sword were disappearing. She said with a joyful smile that she thought so too. He was extremely skilled and diligent in his work. This embarrassed him, and he asked if she really thought so. She looked around and said that there was so much weaponry here, asked if he had enchanted it all himself. He agreed, and she sighed. It must be hard, all blacksmiths work like that. They agreed and said directly that he was at the lowest level. If he couldn't even handle this, the dream of becoming the best master could have long been forgotten. She smiled and said that she did not know the blacksmith's path was so thorny, but his work deserved respect like the products of a court armorer. He lowered his gaze and said that there was nothing special about it, rather, he still lacked experience. He wanted to say something more, but she took his hand and whispered, just think how much he could have done on his own. He was an amazing person, but he himself, with a sad look, thought it was not true, and to others he was just mediocre. He had to pretend that everything was fine while she was near. Alicia watched him cry and with a worried look asked what was wrong with him. Fake did not immediately notice that he had started crying, recoiled from her, and was about to say something. Unexpectedly for him, she suddenly hugged him and firmly said that he had to share with her. If he did not tell, she would not let go. He was very confused and said that these were not tears of sorrow, he was just washing his eyes like that. She loudly said that most people do not cry at all. He insisted that blacksmiths are masters of water magic, but she did not believe him, and because of this he did not manage to finish. In the end, he said it was his fault, he has no talent, they are just trying to teach him. She stroked his head and asked for forgiveness. and said that she should have asked earlier. He said he had to apologize because he got carried away. Again, he could not hold back and started crying, feeling tears rolling down because he did not want her to see him so pitiful. At that very moment, Knight Argus burst into the room, loudly called him a good-for-nothing, and demanded that he urgently enchant a sword for him. They both turned to him and she called him by name. The main character said he hopes his work will be blessed. Seeing Alicia, he was surprised and asked. So she was here. They started talking and he stood aside and watched, thinking that usually they would have already attacked him with fists, but this time everything was different, probably because of her. He handed him the sword, called him by name, and asked him to enchant the sword for him. He agreed and immediately went to his workplace. He opened the system window and thought that the sword seemed to have been used too carelessly. The spell was cast only a few days ago, and it was already almost destroyed. He politely called him and said that from now on he should be more careful. The spell is severely damaged. He got angry, called him a good-for-nothing, and said it was because he cast it. He was confused because she was in the room and said he didn't mean it that way. Can this be enchanted stronger? He seriously looked at the system window and replied that he had cast a fairly powerful enchantment, but the material was the one used to make simple knight swords. Not of the best quality. In this sense, the possibilities of enchantment are also limited. If you lose yourself in battle, the magical structure will be disrupted. He has completed the restoration. He handed him the sword and said that it was serviceable and ready for use. He was already about to leave, but stopped. He stopped, called Lady Alicia, and suggested a walk along the promenade, promising to show her the palace grounds. She thanked him but had to decline and wished him all the best. He bowed, said this, and immediately asked for permission to leave. As soon as he left, she turned around and asked if he often encountered such treatment. MC was confused and thought that he couldn't even maintain his dignity in the presence of the girl he liked. She asked him not to exhaust himself so much, because otherwise he might undermine his health. He said that if he could not cope with the work at the court, Morgan could no longer endure. He asked to be released and threatened that if he left, he would revoke everything. His blacksmith certificate. Without it, he would not have been able to practice his craft, even if he had continued further. He worked secretly. If he were exposed, he would be arrested for illegal actions. She took his hands and with a bewildered look seemed to say that she really came. Because she wanted to offer him something, suddenly she jumped up. He decided and asked, why don't they get married? He looked at her with a confused expression, and there was genuine surprise in his eyes. Did he just miss her? It seems not, or is it you? And she put a completely different meaning into the word marriage. She repeated it with a serious look. This made him sharply retreat and, looking stunned, exclaim, is this what he thinks? Is it when a man and a woman live together? She blushed awkwardly and nodded in agreement. He also blushed and thought that, it turns out, they still put the same meaning into it. But he does not understand at all what is happening. She, with a confused expression, said that she did not mean anything like that at all. Many suitors asked to become her husband, but she does not want to marry any of them at all. So she needs him as a cover. He is a blacksmith like her father. It seems she manages to convince him. He was so confused that he asked what she meant, and Alicia replied that she comes from a family of blacksmiths. Our ancestors presented the king with a sword, now a national treasure, and for that earned a title, and her father worked hard for years to advance in his career and become an aristocrat. He asked embarrassedly, what does he have to do with it? She said that in her family there must always be a blacksmith. Surely someone in the family has blacksmithing talent in their blood, but he insisted that it was not about blood. If a natural gift is really inherited, she can marry whoever she wants. Until then, she asks him to pretend to be her fiancé, a necessary move to repel others. And if he went with her to her homeland, she would make sure he got new rights, and then no one could bother him anymore. So the proposal was beneficial to both. Why not agree? With a fake smile, Mary, a talented blacksmith, right? He was the one who lacked talent, so he was afraid he could not help. She said with a serious expression that it was not true. She had seen him at work and always thought that among all the blacksmiths here, he was the most talented. It was not just about talent, it was his diligence and relentless work. That was what she liked about him. She cared about him. She took his hands, looked him in the face, and asked, "So will he become her fiancé?" He looked at her and thought that she, always so kind to him, sweet and responsive. He tried his best not to look at her like that. Why was she smiling at him just like that? He was only a step away from misunderstanding everything. He asked, so he had to pretend to be the groom. How did she imagine it? She, smiling a little confusedly, said that instead of marrying a stranger, she felt it would be better for her to become his fiancé. He thought she couldn't just say such things. She was confusing him. So it was all just pretending. In reality, maybe she didn't seek such a relationship with him, but she felt sorry for the man who had nowhere to go, so the choice fell on him even if they were not destined to marry. Next to her, like a blacksmith, he had a chance for happiness, and when he said that if she was really sure he would become her groom, he became one. Glad about it, she grabbed his hand and loudly asked, "Is he sure about this?" He agreed, and Alicia said that in that case there would be another ball today, and after it they would go to her home. He agreed, right? He agreed and said he understood everything. Departure was planned for Monday morning, right? He would have to get a leave. But he didn't know if he could leave so easily. It seemed he was told that when quitting, one must give 2 weeks' notice, and last time he brought up this topic, he was badly beaten. But this time she is with him and they will come up with something. She said that he should no longer call her madam. He asked in surprise why that was. She asked this with a happy look. Now he is her fiancé and his status does not matter, right? So from now on he can do without the title. He said with a puzzled look that maybe it really is so. After some time, the main character entered the office and, in other words, honestly said directly that he could no longer continue like this. He wants to resign voluntarily. Morgan was practically boiling with rage and loudly asked again what he was even talking about. That he'd forgotten how much effort and years had been invested in him. Another blacksmith supported him and asked who else, in his opinion, would agree to tolerate someone as mediocre as him. He taught him politeness, but before that he did not even know how to behave at Cortha's. He really forgotten that. Where will he go if he leaves this place, and who will need him there? A mediocre person like him will not be able to support himself anywhere. He listened to everything that was said with an anxious expression, and thought that earlier he would not even have thought to object, would simply have remained silent, but he promised her, and now he cannot back down. Pushing away the guys who surrounded him, he asked to be allowed to leave. He can no longer cope with the work. Morgan became worried and asked what he would do if he left. Did he have another job in mind? He did. He agreed and in response said that he had to show his identification. He agreed, took out the ID, and handed it over. He handed it to him. He took it immediately. And he began tearing the document into pieces. He shouted loudly. It turned out that he was no longer a blacksmith and could not work in this country. Where should a guy go who is no longer fit for anything? The blacksmiths approached him and said not to even hope to restore the certificate. Issuing licenses here was their business. If he wanted it back, he had to stay and work for them. He tried to hide his irritation and thought that he was already tired of this country. What was the point of the certificate if it was worthless here? Morgan said that if he worked for another year, he would get a promotion and hire a new person. He said with a serious expression on his face that he no longer worked for him and asked for forgiveness. This outraged him and he shouted loudly. They should have looked at him. After all, he could do nothing else. Had he really forgotten that if he continued doing this illegally, he would be arrested? He paid no attention to. The blacksmith said that if he left them, he would be completely alone. No one but them would tolerate such a freeloader as him. When he realized this, he crawled back and still continued working for them. He began to leave the office, and they said it was some oversight and almost accepted him into the union, who could understand what was on the minds of people like him. He left with a calm expression on his face and thought that no matter the cost he would never return here again. Alicia, who was standing, caught his eye. Next to him, surprised, he called her by name. She turned around and asked if he was already finished. He agreed and wondered if she had heard that conversation, if there was no soundproofing here. Now she had heard everything they said to him, although he would not have wanted that. Morgan left the office and was about to say something. But he noticed her. He bowed to her and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. With each day, she was becoming more and more charming. She thanked him with a gentle smile and asked if he had received the dismissal notice. He agreed confusedly and said that he was useless anyway. They created the most favorable conditions for him, but he neglected them. It seemed that he had learned nothing. She, shining with joy, said that, by the way, he had gotten a job at her place. What they heard surprised them greatly, and he loudly asked again, what did she say? What could that mean? He can't even forge a sword properly, let alone do magic. She didn't listen to him and said that she considered him a very gifted craftsman. They don't mind if she takes him right. She, frowning, said that she wasn't interested in that. Then she turned to MC with shining eyes and happily said that it was time for them to go. After that, they set off. They held hands, and he thought that to her he was just a fake fiancé. One could say with each day he fell more deeply in love with her. After that, they left behind the one risen from the dead, and the Empire together in the carriage headed south to the capital. The kingdom of Narsht. Upon arrival, her father will be waiting for. They arrived at the Barnasto family estate after a day on the road by fiacre, and finally reached the place they so longed for. They got out of the carriage. Fake began to stretch his back, and Alicia looked at him and with a smile asked if he was tired. The day had been long. He smiled and said he was not tired at all. And tiredness, that was nothing. After all, he had worked with the forge from morning till evening without rest. She said that she had already informed her father. He, probably already. He was waiting for them, looking anxious and feeling uneasy for some reason. He took her by the hand. She blushed and screamed. Loudly, he was surprised by this, apologized, and he said that it just seemed logical to him to act that way. She calmed down a bit and took his hand. He said that everything was fine, she just did not expect it. He apologized again. Smiling embarrassedly, he said he was very sorry, he should not have crossed the line. After all, the engagement was fake, he overdid it. She assured him that it was not true. Although he caught her off guard, there was nothing wrong with it, so he should not worry. He asked what she was talking about. Did that mean everything would look natural if they improvised? She nodded energetically in agreement and said that it would be so. He laughed and said he understood. So they had to improvise, and in a moment they entered the mansion together, where he began to get terribly nervous before meeting her father. He looked at him seriously and asked, "So this is the blacksmith that Alicia talked about?" She nodded in agreement and quietly said that. "Such talent happens once in a million," she asked. She asked him to look at how he casts the spell. He listened to her, then grabbed one of the swords hanging on the wall. He threw it to him and said to show him how he enchanted the sword, the magic. The spell on it needs to be renewed. The protagonist agreed and instantly drew the sword from its sheath. Glancing over, he saw a long system window and thought there were a lot of magical symbols there. These spells were not comparable to those he restored at the court. The sword must belong to a person of high rank. For example, the knight captain, what skillful inlay and inscription. He had never seen such exquisite work before, and her father said he had a week, and if he didn't manage in that time, there was no place for him here. He looked at him with a calm expression and said the work would not take long, and that surprised him greatly. He laid the sword on the table and said that not all the symbols were covered by rust, so the task would not be difficult. He began checking the system windows and thought that only a few runes were damaged. It was only necessary to put the correct signs. In those gaps, considering the signs at the beginning and the end, he began to understand the general essence of this enchantment. Alicia, with a calm expression on her face, called him and asked what he thought about it. MC, with a barely noticeable smile, replied that exactly reproducing the enchantment was not easy, but creating a very similar one was quite possible. He knew about the magic that gave the same effect. It seemed as if everything was already done. Her father, stunned by what he heard, loudly asked, "Has he really finished already?" He politely handed him the sword in its sheath and said that he had asked him to check it. He grabbed it in his hands, drew the sword, and made a few quick swings. He looked at the blade from the side and thought that it seemed to have turned out well. He put the sword back into the sheath and said that it was incredible, he could not have imagined it himself. Learning that he was so gifted, he rejoiced upon hearing praise from him and thanked loudly. With a serious, even stern expression, he said that he was still not ready to recognize him as his daughter's future husband. He looked at him and thought that at first he seemed quite strict, but it turned out he was mistaken. He bowed and said that he would work tirelessly, adding that he expected nothing less. The workshop in the estate was entirely at his disposal. He freely used the necessary materials and would take care of the supplies himself. Moreover, he had applied for a license, and under no circumstances could he afford to lose it again. Fake froze in surprise when he handed him the license and asked if he could work freely. He agreed and inquired, "He is a blacksmith, isn't he? He has the right to decide for himself where to apply his skills." He glanced at the license and thought that earlier he was only allowed to cast spells and was always forced to do so, but now he would be able to work with metal. It was simply incredible. He raised his head, joy shining on his face, and said he was grateful for it. With a thoughtful look, her father said that some knights here might need his services. He had already informed the servants. He could inquire about it with them. He would also have to leave briefly on business. She looked at him and said in a serious voice that he must not even touch his daughter with a finger. While he was absent, he was surprised and immediately agreed. Then they went out into the corridor, where he, sighing with relief, said that it seemed he had managed to convince her father. Alicia said that he had not yet fully come to terms with what had happened, but she would try to change that. At least it was the first time he had praised someone like that, and it seemed to be a good sign. Agreed, and he felt that he owed her a great deal. It would be wonderful if he could repay her kindness even a little. He looked up when a maid approached them. She smiled sweetly and said she was glad to see her. Her name was Lefty, and she would show him the estate. The main character introduced himself and said he was glad to meet her. She looked at her with a smile and asked her to be kind. She showed him around the entire estate, leaving no corner unnoticed. And then in the smithy, she said that there was a blacksmith's workshop here. Everything was prepared especially for the lady's fiancé. Looking around, he thought that smithies were mostly arranged the same way. They asked in surprise whether they even had a smithy, such a rarity. He himself could not remember the last time he had seen anything like it. He thought that their work was usually limited to magic, and such tools were used very rarely, but sometimes being able to use them was a real pleasure. She said, "If you need anything else, let me know. I will take care of everything." He looked around and said that all the materials were there. He was grateful nothing else was needed. She smiled and said, "In that case." She asked to be shown to his room. They reached the required room, and she said that he would stay here. She repeated once more that if he needed anything, he could be able to contact her. He agreed and said that he was grateful that she showed him everything here, and if he needed anything, he would definitely say so. He entered the room, plopped down on the sofa, and thought, it seems. He worked in conditions that could undermine his health at any moment, however. But now next to him was such an amazing and curly-haired his fiancée. Even if the engagement was not real, he could not imagine anything better. He lay down on the bed with a joyful expression on his face. He said that the most important thing now, he was truly free, no longer needed to worry about work that had to be ready by morning. He would have time to sleep properly and could take a day off at least every day. Although it was too much, it would not only complicate the engagement, but also seriously spoil his reputation. He could simply do nothing, and that is true free time. In any case, starting from tomorrow, he began to perform his duties. Now he decided for himself how and how much to work. Earlier he could not. He walks on unbroken and hopes that now every day will be just as happy, but at the same time a leak occurred. She met Leffy and reported that the gentleman had safely settled in the room assigned to him. Then she thanked her and said she had done a good job. She looked at her and smiling asked, "By the way, what about her plan?" She said that everything turned out even better than expected, and that she was pleased to hear that. "In that case, when should we expect news?" She turned away with an embarrassed look and did not know what to answer. She looked at her and said she did not understand anything. Leaving the residence, she said she would ask him to become her husband. She blushed even more and awkwardly admitted that she was mistaken. It was insanely embarrassing. She asked with a confused expression, "But she asked him to marry her, didn't she?" She confirmed and whispered that she had tried. With a confused expression, she thought that although these were not real relationships, they talked about marriage, so supposedly it was not a problem, but such a sudden wedding. It was strange that she was so calm at the very thought of it. After everything that happened, she felt a little embarrassed. When he was leaving, he called her and said that she was worried and did not fully understand. Had the wedding date already been set? She tried to say something embarrassedly, and as soon as she heard the story, she turned away. She said thoughtfully that now she understood she had proposed to her fiancé, and that was also a cover. Alicia got angry about this and asked what kind of reaction that was. She had tried very hard and done everything she could. She said that she herself did not know. It seemed that if he had even a little interest, he would have understood everything from her behavior. Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "Is it really that noticeable?" and agreed, "Yes, very noticeable." She was sure that he knew everything more precisely. It was not just noticeable, it was obvious. She asked her not to joke with her and with a confused expression on her face, she thought that she was hiding it quite well. Now she felt even more. Father had not yet given them his blessing. She said that was understandable. In that case, the master must first prove that he is a real blacksmith. They would wait until Master Gorel assessed his abilities. Alicia said that she was probably right. Her family was famous for blacksmithing, so she could only marry a very talented man. She felt that being the daughter of a noble family meant losing the freedom of choice and love, and she had always known that. But what if it was him, she asked. They hoped that she could marry the one she loved, right? Leffy agreed, but said that, in her opinion, it was still too early to rejoice. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths were sitting in Morgan's office. And ask what they would do, find a new person, idiots. He still hasn't returned. He demands too much from the apprentice. In that case, he will have to take half of his salary and monthly bonuses away from him. Do they need an apprentice? He agrees no, they don't need one. He thinks so too, and what does he think about it? He called Cito and asked Dom Barnasto to whom Lady Alicia belongs. What could he say about them? Unfortunately, he said exactly that. He knows little, they are known only by their title, but rumors say that sometimes they choose the most talented blacksmiths to pass off as their daughters. He claimed that the Barnastos were originally simple blacksmiths. One look at the fake and everything becomes clear. He is just mediocre. Of course, no one wants to hire him. He tried to assign him a couple of orders, but he couldn't even hold a hammer properly. He kept stumbling and falling. They probably think he will eventually be fired. The blacksmiths agreed. They say he has lost his way, but sooner or later he will crawl back anyway. It remained only to find out how much longer Barnesta would tolerate him before firing him, Morgan said. A week at most, no more, and those who have nowhere to go will sooner or later return here. The blacksmith said that in that case he would have to make up for the week of work he missed. He would be assigned everything again. A great idea, he thought, quietly sitting in the chair. Everything was already decided for the next 2 weeks. He didn't need to start now. They would have enough time until his return. He deserved this punishment. He said that first he had to explain to the knight, but due to urgent matters they could not start work immediately, so for now he would take the sword. The blacksmith smiled and agreed. He said he would soon realize how incapable he was. It's only a matter of time. Then he would torment him again like a servant. Morgan laughed and said he would work even harder than before. He decided that he would just have to clear the work that piled up during his absence, and this very bungler returned, so he prepared a fitting punishment for him in case he was fired. After some time, the main character woke up and thought that he had gotten up before dawn again, because it had already become a habit. During his service at the court, he got up every morning with the first rays of the sun to manage to do all the work by himself, sometimes finishing what was left from the previous day. This was also part of the daily routine, enchanting, new orders, and much more responsibility than an ordinary blacksmith. Every day from dawn until midnight again and again. But now, when he woke up so early, there was even more work. He came to the forge and thought that quite some time had passed since he was here. He began to warm up and said that it was time to start. He opened the chest with ore and thought that the witcher ore looked wonderful. This is a special metal, incredibly sensitive to enchantments. Without it, blacksmiths would not survive, because only it can be enchanted, and enchanting makes the steel several times stronger. But most importantly, it is easy to get from demons. To extract iron, you have to constantly sit in the mines when one is empty. Just go look for the next one, and to get witcher ore, it is enough to kill a demon. He put on gloves and said that they were made from demon skin and quite durable. They withstand high temperatures well. At first he needed fire. He thought, do blacksmiths use fire? Magic of water and earth. There are several types of witcher ore. The rarest and highest quality are designated as Class S, then come the classes down to F most often. Classes F and E occur, which the quality is not the highest. Today he will try something simple to warm up. He is not going to create the most powerful weapon in the world, so this will be enough to make a knife. He heated the aura to red heat with magic. He thought it was time to send it to the casting mold. After that, it was necessary to increase the temperature even more. In old times, blacksmiths hardened metal in the forge today. This technology is considered outdated. He finished heating the metal, smiled, and said, so that the material becomes pliable and soft, now he needs to create. He molded a clay form with earth magic and poured molten metal into it. Then the mold is cooled with water magic, and a steel ingot is pulled out of it. It is soft and a bit biting. It is heated and then given the desired shape. He began to strike the ingot with a hammer, and it even melted with joy upon hearing this sound, and said that nothing could compare to this, and that he would never get tired of it. He thought it was worth listening to the sound a few more times, cooling and reheating the steel. This will improve quality. The better the metal, the purer it is, and the stronger its magical potential. Today he has little time for the knife. Next time he will definitely prepare the materials in advance. He shaped the knife and thought that it was almost as he had planned. Now it was time to get to the clay. This will cool the blade area, make it much stronger, and even enhance the magical potential of the material. But before starting to grind, it is important to evenly distribute the magic over the surface. Some cold needs to be prepared. Water. After some time, the main character almost finished making the knife and carefully examined it. And immediately they said that the pattern appeared on the cutting edge. Wonderful. Now you need to use wind magic and sharpen the blade. He polished the blade and said that the surface was now smooth and shiny. Only the spell remained to be cast. Having finished this, he happily said that now he wants to try it. He made a brick from. He grabbed the clay and with one motion of the knife easily cut it through. He said with a satisfied expression that the sharpness and weight are perfect. He hadn't done this for a long time. He spent a whole 3 hours, wrapped the handle with a rag, and said that it seemed it was already time for breakfast, but because of a pile of work he completely forgot about it earlierly managed to. For rare snacks right in the forge, he turned around and noticed Alicia, who, he was standing behind him and looking with admiration. Suddenly he stepped back and loudly asked how long she had been standing there, and she replied with a joyful smile that she had been there for about an hour. Lefty told her that he was working in the workshop today, so she came. He was so focused that suddenly he felt embarrassed. But he still looked at her. Her cheeks flushed, and she said that he shouldn't look at her like that. Because of this, she blushed with shame. He felt ashamed. He covered his face with his hands and apologized. He, with a slightly upset look, thought that she was right. Why was he looking at her like that? He messed everything up again. He apologized and said that she was just so sweet. She was surprised when she heard it and said herself that it was okay, but she was still his fiancée, so if the moment was right, there was nothing wrong with looking. Really, what he heard and his own thoughts shocked him, and he wondered in surprise, when will that right moment come? Wait, he shouldn't invent anything. He is not her real fiancée. She was just pretending not to notice who was looking where. He said, by the way, that she came all the way here to see how he works, but he didn't even notice her and apologizes for that. Alicia said he did not need to think about it. He had worked so hard on that knife that it was pleasant for her to watch. He looked at her and thought that her smile was simply incredible. She shone brighter than the sun. She asked with a joyful look, "Can I look at the knife?" Fake agreed, immediately took it and with surprise on his face, asked, "What beauty, just imagine, and it's only an ratting agreed." She said the blade was so sharp and seemingly enchanted that she could hardly believe it was only an E. He thanked her and said he tried very hard to make something good. He thought that if he had a little more time, he would have done even better. If only he had known that she was watching, he would have put in more effort. She made a few movements with the knife and if she knew how to handle a blade, she turned with a smile and said that she had only been taught the basics of fencing a little. Only for self-defense did she continue to test the knife. And he thought that she was doing wonderfully. Everything was incredible. She noticed that he was looking. He looked at her and asked with a worried look, did she do something wrong? It was all just because of how he looked at her. He was a little embarrassed and thought that he was looking at her too intently again. He said he was a little distracted. She looked very beautiful. She asked, a little embarrassed, "Is that all?" She was a little upset, and he, with a flushed face, looked away and quietly said that it was incredibly beautiful. She gently grabbed his shirt and, looking into his eyes, said that she wanted him to repeat it. Amazingly beautiful, she thanked him. He was sure that this engagement was fake, but she so convincingly maintained the appearance of a relationship with him that everything seemed extremely sincere. At such moments he cannot help but wonder if he really cares, but if you think about it, almost any girl could pretend so convincingly. At least, that's what he heard. He stopped thinking about it when she laughed and said that he should go with her. Breakfast was already ready. He agreed and said that first he needed to take a shower after some time. They entered the hall and Alicia asked if he had always been so skilled in spells. The hero looked at her and replied that, of course, that was not true. But the work always had to be done quickly and flawlessly, and because of the great responsibility, he hardened and trained over time. He believed that those hellish days taught him to now cast spells quickly and without mistakes. That is why the time spent next to her warms his heart so much. Lefty brought them breakfast, for which they sincerely thanked him. Suddenly he remembered, when he was going to the forge, he saw, "It smells like bread. Do they always bake it here in the morning?" He took a bite and thought, the bread is warm and soft, aromatic and incredibly tasty, Elysian. She noticed that he was crying and asked with a worried look what was wrong. He was crying, and she handed him a handkerchief, again asking what had happened. He apologized and said that he didn't even remember the last time he saw such delicacies. She wiped his face and whispered that she understood. If he didn't mind, she would like to learn more about his past. He said that he usually works until late at night, so during the day he often doesn't even have time for a crumb of food. If he manages to find time for lunch, he eats while working and doesn't have time to savor it. Previously, food was for him only something to swallow while he still could, but now, when he shared this meal with her, it was the best breakfast of his life. She smiled kindly, looked at him, and said that he shouldn't rush, just enjoy. He agreed and thanked her. After she was to show him the place, he was to check if her face was well covered. He looked and said that it seemed so, but why such secrecy? Alicia stood and said that in the city she almost never met anyone, but at festivals many people met her father, so someone could recognize her. He thought that this was exactly what the left-handed one was talking about. In the city, everyone went crazy over her beauty. It was enough to recognize her, and a peaceful walk would be impossible. She asked a little shyly, as if they were on a date, right? He thoughtfully nodded and said that it really looked like a date, but why all this fuss he didn't quite understand. She was very surprised by what she heard. Tears flowed, and he awkwardly asked, "What's wrong with you? Is he really her fiancé, and he still doesn't understand why she tries so hard courting him?" He also thought that if he managed to become a blacksmith and earn her father's approval, then that would be enough. She didn't want to marry some stranger, so she only formally got engaged to him, right? He was just a cover. She didn't need to pretend that they were on a date. Lead approached them and said that Mr. Goral wants to marry her off to a talented blacksmith and is trying in his own way to make her happy. He also wants her to marry for love. So that's why he didn't rush her into the wedding, right? They were both very surprised she approached them so suddenly. Alicia agreed. It was also extremely important to her, so she asked him not to worry about anything. She approached him, and with a confused expression, he agreed and said he would not worry. She bowed to them, quietly asked for their forgiveness, and wished everyone a wonderful time. He looked at her and thought, had she been nearby all this time and knew the truth about their relationship, it somewhat eased his heart that someone else knew about her. She called him by name and, returning to the conversation, spoke. She was racking her brains about how to influence her father's opinion. Could she take his hand? He took her hand. His hand was slightly injured. They asked embarrassedly, would we have to walk holding hands, and would that affect the master's opinion, right? She agreed and said that it was true after all. You never know when one of his knights might notice you. They were walking through the city, and he felt like he had held her hand before, but now they were on a date, so he was a bit more nervous than usual. Her hand was warmer than last time. What if now she looked at him as a man? They were walking down the city street, and he said that he could no longer remember the last time he had walked through the city so calmly. She looked at him with a smile and said that from now on he had no need to hurry anywhere. He said that although he no longer needed to exhaust himself with work, he would still put all his effort into becoming better at his craft. If this continued, maybe Mr. Gurel would accept him. She agreed and asked if he could promise not to do anything rash. They were reading and at the same time moved on. Morgan sat in his office with a worried expression and said that it was very strange. He had left them more than a week ago, so why had he not returned yet? Does this bastard even have a shred of professional duty? Koval said that some patience was needed. The Barnasto residence was quite far from the capital. Probably if he were fired, he would have to return on foot. He said that it made little sense, a predictable outcome for a scoundrel like him. They were the only ones he could rely on. Mercy, this guy didn't even have a blacksmith's license. Without documents, he wouldn't be able to work. So he had no choice but to appear in court to get a new license. The conditions of his return were simple. Pay first for the first 2 months, and then only a few small coins, and at that very moment there was a knock on the door that immediately caught their attention. He looked at the door hopefully and asked, "Is it him?" He had finally come here. He did not manage to finish. The captain entered the office and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He got up from the chair with a worried expression on his face, said that it was indeed so, and asked how he could help. He approached the table and said that he had an order for enchantment, placed the sword on the table, and Morgan asked if he would be satisfied with his candidacy. He, with a self-satisfied smile on his face, felt like the bearer of the highest knight title in the country, never thought he would ever receive a direct order from such a person, and although he had his own blacksmith and indisputable genius, he still came to ask for this. The blacksmiths looked at him and asked in surprise why such a noble person had come here. What was he even talking about? Of course, his order would be accepted immediately, but the captain asked them to wait and see. At first, he wanted to clarify one thing. He took out another sword and said that he wanted to talk to the person who enchanted this blade. Morgan glanced at the sword and said that it was attributed to an ordinary knight. He thought that their apprentice hammer fake, who came to complain about his clumsy work and was already about to apologize, had worked on it. But the captain only said, "What a happiness it is for their current knights." The blacksmiths were confused and asked what he meant. He replied that when he was a simple knight, the swords they were given were barely enchanted and hardly different from ordinary ones. Morgan looked at him and believed that it was true. Then he really hardly ever cast spells. There was simply no opportunity. A hapless and by no means decent wizard, his spells are always so funny and ridiculous. Even with minimal effort, this would surpass his creations many times over. But the captain said something strange. The swords he remembered from those times were like trash, and the captain himself said that the blacksmith who so carefully enchanted the sword, even for an ordinary knight, deserved great praise, and that he would like to entrust him with his own sword. He was very surprised by what he heard, and he did not understand what he was saying at all. He asked with a calm face. If he expressed himself unclearly, he would like this blacksmith to cast a spell. Where to find such a one? He looked at him shocked and loudly asked why he needed him. He said he himself could not read magical inscriptions, but his blacksmith praised him. The work on this blade was excellent. He came here hoping to meet that master, but where is he? Morgan said that this guy is not very talented. He let him go for a while. He was surprised by what he heard and asked how it was even possible to understand such a thing. The other replied that maybe once he managed to cast a successful spell, but it was rather an exception, just luck. He thought that this idiot was creating dozens, even hundreds of spells a week. A few of them could have turned out well, but he had no potential at all. He would never become a master, no matter how much effort he put in. The captain handed him his sword and said that perhaps it was indeed so. However, he would like to entrust him with a task, but for now he would keep the sword with them. He took it and with a smile asked, why shouldn't he cast a spell? He was the head of this workshop, of course. He would handle it much better than this guy. The captain asked, since he is on leave, he will return soon, right? He has time, we can wait. We need to send him our greetings. He will look forward to work eagerly. He agreed and thought that it was only about this idiot. The captain left the office and said that he relied on them. When the work is finished, they must tell one of the knights. Morgan agreed and pondered what nonsense he was ultimately talking about. He himself said that if his own work pleases him so much, he will not even see the magical code, so what can be said about him when he stands against the work of that talentless man? His magic will go down in history. The blacksmith asked what he was going to do. He smiled and said he wanted to grab luck by the tail. Such an opportunity comes once in a lifetime. The blacksmith looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked what he was talking about. Morgan smiled broadly and said that he himself would cast the spell. He was surprised by what he heard. He asked if this was even permissible and heard in response, even if the magic of the inexperienced impressed him, mine will definitely exceed all expectations. The blacksmith pondered and asked if this was a bit overconfident. Specifically, isn't this aimed at the entire forge in particular? Anyone could do it better. The magic was so weak that he barely noticed it. Morgan, with a broad, confident smile, loudly declared that he would not miss the chance and the profit would be his. He took this job for himself and considered it his order, becoming the captain's personal blacksmith. He will inscribe his name in the history of blacksmithing, being the fifth son in a family of accountants. He had almost no prospects, and he never thought he would get such a chance. Now he leads intelligence at the court, and his next goal. Opportunities are in the air, and today he caught it at that very moment. Meanwhile, the main character, together with Alicia, was climbing the tower. She said there was a clock tower here from which the most beautiful view of the city opens. He followed her. He said he couldn't wait to see it. These stairs were very long. He was already out of breath. And she happily said she was fine. They were almost there. They climbed to the very top and, smiling, looked at the city. She asked what he thought about it. This was her favorite place. She said that it was like a night view of the city, where the dawn would be just as beautiful. He agreed and said that the night was extraordinarily beautiful. She wanted to stay until sunset, agreed and said that she would gladly watch, and he looked away. He admitted that climbing the stairs he was covered in sweat, and now the wind made him cold. Where could they find shelter from this wind? They turned their eyes away and saw a couple kissing. Because of this, they both blushed. She thought that it was such shamelessness that she should not. Something like that. He called her and asked if they could rest there a little. She remarked that the view was really beautiful. Isn't it? After that, they went down a little and sat next to each other, blushing with embarrassment. He was embarrassed and wondered what they should talk about at all. She awkwardly called him and, stammering a little, asked, purely theoretically, would it be unpleasant for him to do something like that with her? He looked at her embarrassed, and a thought passed. The matter was not at all that he was indifferent to it. But it was not necessary to go that far. They were only pretending to be in a relationship. Really, he was about to answer, but suddenly I heard the guys say embarrassedly that she misunderstood everything. The girl loudly called him a fraud and exclaimed, what is there to understand at all? This immediately caught the main character's attention, and he wondered what was going on there. Another girl appeared. The boy shouted loudly for her to wait and asked her to listen to him. Both girls got extremely angry and started to leave. While he shouted that it was not betrayal, he just made a mistake. They looked at each other, laughed, and Alicia asked, was that boy caught cheating? Cheating is unacceptable, right? A little embarrassed by this question, he agreed and won. I wondered, what did she mean? Was it just a joke? He would never have dared even to think about such a thing. After some time they returned, and Goral said that they needed to discuss future prospects. He was a master blacksmith, so he needed someone to demonstrate their skills. The fakes lined up before him and said that he understood him. He said that the new license would allow him to trade in the city, let him do whatever he wants and sell in the city shop. He agreed with them. He said that, however, he cannot say that he is malicious. He agreed and said that he would start working today, promised to provide him with any amount of ore of class F and E, and he would make the better material himself. He agreed and thought that he could make tools for ordinary people. E-class would be more than enough. He left the office and thought that it was time to run. With a determined expression on his face, he said that first they need to prepare materials to truly return to the craft. The next day he thought that the most common type of weapon that can be exchanged in the shop is a long sword. First, he needs to determine the quantity and take care of the quality. Even if the weapon is excellent and perfectly balanced, no one will buy it if the price is sky high. His clients are mostly adventurers, ranks from F to S. Although many have the highest rank, most are still at level D. An adventurer dreams of a sword that won't need to be replaced when ranking up. Maybe it's worth making something like those swords he forged for knights, but he hasn't made long swords for a long time. He'll have to try hard. The molds must withstand hellish heat and not deform. He needs to melt witch ore. If you pour molten ore into the mold and cool it with water, it seems the material will cool down quite quickly. Almost ready, but I will have to take a closer look. Or just look at this. He took off the uniform and saw what he had. He created this and said it turned out quite well. He started. He was hitting the metal and thought he needed to raise the temperature. Raise the temperature again, harden the metal, and polish it with the windman. He needed to make a couple of wooden nails to securely fasten the handle. Now he needed to join them and hammer them in. Nails into the drilled holes. At first he was going to. He could have attached them to the base of the handle, but he chose another way, cast a spell, and thought that this. Like this, he simply created a long sword. This, he had to take up the next sword at the court where they were given quite powerful spells, which were adjusted weekly, because knights could be thrown into battle with monsters at any moment, which an ordinary guard could not handle. An ordinary adventurer did not need such powerful magic. After some time, he forged 3 swords and pondered. Even he himself did not understand where he got so much strength. If his magic weakened, he would not be able to continue, but it seemed he had enough strength, so overtime service at the court constantly led to its shortage. After some time, he sighed and said that it took a lot of time, but Alicia would come soon. He finally forged 5 swords that would be enough for today. He was already leaving and suddenly a thought flashed. Are there towels in stock? At that moment he really wanted to wipe his face. She entered the smithy, called him, and began looking around, trying to find him. He was watching her from another room while she examined the dresser, and wondered if he could hide there. He smiled slyly. He approached her from behind and shouted to scare her. He laughed, smiling, and said that the mission was accomplished. She looked at him with a dissatisfied expression and asked where he had been. He said he went to the toilet. She asked with a displeased face, was he seriously going to scare her? The main character laughed contentedly and said he had won. She did not notice him at all, approached the table where the swords lay and asked, by the way, has he finished already? He agreed, and she asked with surprise, did he really do all this today? He agreed again and said that, surprisingly, he was almost not tired, so he could make a couple more. She said with surprise that his endurance was simply incredible. He replied that in the last 3 years he had worked under much tougher conditions. So now he was not tired at all. Maybe he really should craft another sword. Alicia loudly objected and said he needed to rest. After all, he had been working tirelessly since early morning. He agreed with a puzzled look, and when he served in the court, such an amount of work would have taken all his strength, but it seems now it was easier for him. Is this what personal growth is called, or is he already immune to fatigue? She called him with a confused look and asked, you are obsessed with work, right? He was a little embarrassed and thought he needed to be careful. Then she inquired, you will sell swords tomorrow, right? He agreed and asked if he should go to the city. She agreed and said that merchants would gather in the city over the next 2 days. He looked at the sword and with a quiet smile thought that for now, he just wanted to sell a couple of swords and see what would come of it. It received exactly the rating it deserved. It turned out quite well, considering that it was forged from the worst quality ore, and he remembered his past in his native village. Such work was highly valued. So much so that eventually he ended up in the court smithy, despite his low origin, but at the court he was considered completely talentless and his feelings were not spared at all. In any case, he needed to present himself a bit more decisively. Alicia asked if he had already decided on the price, and MC agreed, saying he planned to ask for 30 to 50,000 crowns for the sword. This was a quite fair price for the main weapon of a D-rank adventurer, and she added that it was cool that even E-ranks, if they tried a little, could afford it. He agreed and said that tomorrow he would try to sell this sword. She cheerfully said that his star time had just come. She was approaching, she was ready to help him. He refused and said that Mr. Gurel said. She strictly told him not to use her influence to increase sales. She had a pensive look that she later seemed to put on like a mask. This slightly embarrassed him, and asked if it would not look suspicious. She said everything would be fine, and one could say that he did all this for her sake. She wanted to help, she was here for him, maybe they could do it together. She looked at him intently and waited for an answer. And finally he said that he understood her. She was glad. He said that, however, first they needed to consult Mr. Gurel. She agreed and said she would tell him. Maybe he would not mind them working together. He agreed and said that in this matter. He relied on her. After some time, Fake was lying in his room reading a book when Alicia knocked on the door and called his name. He opened up to her and asked how everything went. She said with such a satisfied look that he agreed, and the condition was simple. Her identity would be kept secret, and he was glad, exclaiming that it was wonderful now he would eagerly await tomorrow. She agreed and said she would do everything possible to prove to people that his goods were the best. He thanked her and thought that she was trying very hard for his sake. He was worried that he would sell nothing, but now it seemed simply impossible. The next day he thought that this was his first step in business. Today he would try trading for the first time. Before coming to the yard, he lived by barter, giving daggers, armor, and swords in exchange for food. Clothes and a roof over his head. The village was small, so everyone learned from each other. In the courtroom, he did not even have time to grasp the intricacies of market relations, and it seems they only became more complicated. So he cannot confidently determine how much to ask for his work. Every trader should take this into account. Probably in time everything will be fine. They came to the market, and the man said that if they pay the fee at the end. As soon as he entered, he was given permission to buy and sell goods for the whole day. They moved on, and the main character asked whether he should call her by name in public. Alicia was a bit surprised by this. She agreed and said that if they find out he has connections with the Duke, he will break the promise he gave to her father. He agreed and said that they should be extremely careful. She asked. A nickname was needed, right? He agreed and asked how he should address her then. She thought and asked. With a smile, immediately he agreed and said he would support this game and call her that in public. They went further and he asked him to return. They asked if trading was only allowed on market days. She agreed and explained that to sell on other days, one must have their own shop and special documents. For now, he decided to start with a simple stall. Later, he would open a real store, and the very thought of real trading thrilled him immensely. After some time, he happily said that he had applied for a trading license and managed to get a spot. He placed his swords on the stall and said that for now he only had 2 swords for sale. It was time to start. He stood still for a while. For some time he pondered with a worried look that not just nobody bought from him, nobody even approached. I of course did not expect it to be easy, but not that much. There was a real crowd at the neighboring checkout. Maybe he displayed the goods incorrectly, others somehow looked better. Next, when he needed time to better think through the design, Alicia felt his anxiety. With a serious expression on his face, he notices the adventurer walking nearby. He loudly called out to him and asked if by any chance he was an adventurer. They sold weapons there. Today at this moment the guy was even surprised. He himself asked, is she telling him this? She looked at him and asked. If he was interested, the traveler left them. At our word, the host chuckled and said that the fish broke free. What a pity. She, with a barely noticeable sadness on her face, apologized and said that she would probably hinder more than help. He objected and said that he was glad she called her. Honestly, he was just glad they were together. They looked at each other smiling, and she said she would not let him down. After some time, he said that no one had approached them. She said with a sad look that the swords were of high quality. She was sure that they would be interesting. He remembered that even in the village, when he worked, people did not rush to him immediately. He knew all this would happen sooner or later. The hardest part was making the first deal, but he was confident in his business. Any adventurer of his target rank would simply adore these swords. Why approach them with such a surprised look and ask, do they sell long swords? Could he check how it feels in the hand? He agreed and said he could try. Outside, he picked up the sword. He drew it. He sharply pulled it out of the sheath and swung it several times. Then he looked at it and asked, doesn't he look like a traveler? He agreed and said that he currently has rank F but is going to rise to the next level. This sword. It was so convenient and easy. He said with a barely noticeable smile that he had cast a special enchantment on the sword. He thought that it was F rank, so maybe he was a bit short on money. Venturer said that, considering this, other swords are much harder to handle. He looked at him and asked with a satisfied look, would he agree to 10,000 crowns? He was very surprised by what he heard and thought, is he offering so little? Under other circumstances he would have started bargaining. It was not worth showing so openly how much money he had with him, but in this case it was out of the question. Fake said that the sword actually costs 50,000 ron. He was very surprised by what he heard, and with a little he smiled and thought that this was actually not true. 30,000 crowns, even if he made concessions. He did not agree to lower the price below $20,000, but today he came here to make a name for himself. Venture sadly said that the price seemed justified. The sword really was good. He did not finish speaking. He only said, however, This time he could make an exception and give the sword for 10,000. The adventurer jumped for joy for him. This, and he realized that he did not immediately think about it. The recommendation could attract buyers. He suggested, in exchange, if he finds out about any adventurers who need a sword, could he tell them about it weekly? On market day, he would stand behind the counter under the same flag. He immediately agreed and said he would tell his friends. Then he gave the money and left with a satisfied smile, the sword in hand, and the protagonist looked at the money he received from the sale. He smiled slightly. It was less than he hoped, but still some income. The Duke promised to provide him with materials in any quantity, so for now there was no need to worry about expenses. Alicia said joyfully that he had succeeded. Finally they sold the first sword and he agreed, saying that he had accomplished his goal for today. She glanced at the other swords and asked, "There are still 4 swords left, right?" He replied that he knew he was unlikely to sell them all. So he set himself a goal to sell at least 1 sword, and now, as this young adventurer shows his sword to friends, the circle of buyers is gradually growing. She looked at him with a smile and said that it would definitely succeed. Because he made the swords, MC agreed and said that next time everything would be even better than today. After some time they returned to the estate. He looked at the money he received and thought about his first earnings at the market. See you next time. 10,000 crowns, still it seemed like a good start. We bought a sword from him, and now he needed to inform the master about the results. He entered the office and Gurul asked how things were in the city. He said that overall today they sold 1 long sword as a token of gratitude. For the materials and access to the workshop, he really hoped that he would agree. He looked at him and calmly said, "Regarding the witch, he does not intend to reduce the supplies, so you should not worry." But those 10,000 crowns said one thing: he underpriced to make a deal, didn't he? He agreed and said he worked to make it happen. He thoughtfully said that under the current circumstances he could not entrust him with his daughter. Fake, with a serious expression, said that sales would only grow in the future without a doubt. Then he repeatedly said, "If I believed that, if I believed that, if I believed that," as if convincing himself. Thank you very much for your time. See you in the next video. He had to convince him not with words but with actions and results. With a serious expression he said that it would be so after all. He was the Alicia's groom. After that he returned to the room and thought that now he must study the market more carefully to understand how to increase sales. What class of weapons is considered the most popular? In the city, maybe he should find out tomorrow, and then. They came to Adventure Street, and he thought that here you can find many weapon shops with a huge selection. He decided to look more closely at everything, and first wants to see how the goods are displayed. In these shops, it seems that this forge has 2 stalls. He looked around and thought that this is. Travelers, it seems, long swords are still in demand. When there are 2 equally effective options, people tend to choose what seems more important. Impressive, maybe he should also decorate the handle with carving. Why not expand his assortment with daggers? After all, they can be used. They are thrown as weapons. There's also a high demand for versatile knives. It seems housewives often use them in everyday life. After that, Alicia called him and said they were already here. This is the Adventurers Guild. They went inside. Inside, the hero thought that here one could meet representatives of all ranks, which could come in handy, and asked, "Haven't they registered yet?" "Do you need to register somewhere? Maybe someday he would need it." If he needed money, it seemed that here he could earn it. She smiled and said that he should go and register. He looked around and it seemed to him that here were notes from guild members and admission rules. It was a tavern where an ordinary table was turned into a bar counter. They never change, especially that smell of beer. She laughed and said it was because adventurers live life to the fullest, and he said it with a smile. He promised that he would go and register. She should wait a minute. She agreed, and the travelers noticed her. He approached the wall and thought, "This is for orders. This is for sales. Here it is, the adventure registration department. There is no queue at all. It seems there won't be one. It won't take long to register. You need only 2 things, a name and a personal file." He doesn't have a personal file, so the application will have to be filled out from scratch. The employee handed him a document and said, "Great, she will make a guild card in this name." She gently asks him to enter information about his magical abilities here. He did everything, and she said that the registration was complete. In case of loss of documents, contact them immediately. The first card is given free, and for loss, a small fee must be paid. Now everything is settled. She sincerely wished him luck. After that, he turned back, called her, and said he was sorry for making her wait. She is an adventuress, right? Let her stop hiding her face already. Would she like to do a few errands? She, a bit confused, said she was waiting for someone. One of them said they were better than some guy. Supposedly, they were C-rank adventurers. So how about going with them? He did not go, and managed to finish because they were outraged about this, and he, with a calm expression on his face, took her by the hand and said it was time for They were told to go, everything here was already finished. They went further and he apologized and said they needed to leave here. They would have to make their way through the crowd. The travelers indignantly stated that they were actually just talking. They followed him but ran into another adventurer who called him a demon and said that he should step aside. The traveler with an angry expression looked at them and asked who they were. They left the building. He apologized once more and asked if she was okay. Alicia agreed and said that no one had ever approached her like that before. That is why she became a little scared, and he, with a worried look, noticed that her hand was trembling. He took the blame and said it was his fault. He should have taken her with him. He said with a slight smile that everything was fine. He arrived on time, and Leffy was also nearby in case of danger. He would have intervened. He didn't have to worry about it. They continued walking, and he said that, by the way, he had almost finished studying the market demand. Maybe now they could go somewhere to have fun. She agreed and said that since they were here, they could go grab a bite. After some time he returned to the forge and thought that there was still enough time before the next fair. Today he would try to make better daggers. He would see what this ore was capable of. He took up magic and decided that first he needed to melt it in the classic vapor it into a mold created. They summoned earth magic and made a steel plate. The next step was to improve the quality of the steel. There were many unwanted impurities in it. To extract them from the material, he would have to use magical technique which would heat the plate. And tirelessly struck with the hammer, maintaining the necessary heat. This task had to be repeated several times to bring the quality of the metal to perfection. Now he needs to check the magical code. The runes are still in disorder. If magical techniques. Thank you for your time. 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 If done correctly, it can destroy the magical code. He needs to learn to control the magical flow during work. With the hammer, he began to strike the metal with the hammer, blow after blow. The magical code finally began to become correct. He glanced. He looked closely and thought it was still a bit rough, but he managed to fix something. The final touches to the enchantments are made at the very end, when all other work is already done. At this moment, the last runes came to life, and the spell does not necessarily have to be applied from the very beginning. This process can be postponed until the end. It's time to shake the plate and turn it into a knife. Now it needs to be cooled with water magic. And then the wind seemed to polish it. He checked the knife blade, a brick in his hands, and he thought that its edge was perfectly formed, and there were. Everything was fine with the sharpness, and that meant it was ready. This knife is equally suitable for both combat and slicing meat. Many spent a lot of time on the magical component. However, thanks to this, the quality of the knife is higher than a common Class E weapon. He looked frantic, but if he didn't rest now, Alicia would start to worry. It seemed he could make another one later. But that's enough for today. It was so exciting that he couldn't stop, but then he made her worry about him again. She opened the door, warned that she was coming in, and said he was doing great. When asked how he was doing, Faith came over and replied that everything was going quite well. He was just finishing up. Did she want to look at it? She took the knife he made and said with surprise that the quality was even higher than last time. He always knows how to impress. He thanked her and said that after her words he wanted to impress again. She looked at him a little sadly and said she knew. Only a few days remained until the auction started. Maybe today he wouldn't rush. She liked watching him work so much, but he spent so much time in the forge that she felt lonely. She understands how important it is to him, but she so wished that stay with him at least 1 second longer, or is she bothering him? They both. And he wondered why she was so sweet, but he shouldn't imagine anything. In fact, she was not his fiancée. He turned around and noticed the maid who came to say that dinner was served. But in the end looked at them with tenderness. He thought that now, finally, he understood. She noticed the maid standing before him and immediately transformed into a fiancée. She is very convincing. He never knows the exact moment when all eyes will turn to them, so they must always behave as if always in love. He said that she does not bother him at all. He wants to be with her as long as possible, even for a second, so his work for today is done, and they can spend this day together. She blushed again and whispered in a confused voice that she was grateful. He agreed, and he was embarrassed by this. When someone asked what was wrong with her, her face immediately turned red. Is she okay? After some time, when the fair came, they arrived and immediately started preparing to sell. Elisha noticed that they were a bit farther from the place where they were last time. The main character agreed and said he would like to leave earlier. But he seemed to get a bit carried away. It would have been better to stay in one noticeable place so people would remember. But it was hard here. The first one who entered understood. They put it on the counter and he said that everything was ready. She asked, "Are the swords at the exhibition the same as last time?" She was already about to inquire about the daggers, and he agreed. The knives and daggers are of higher quality, but less material is used to make them. So he's going to sell it somewhere for 20-30,000 crowns. They are raising the flag. She began inviting people to look at their goods, but no one came, and she said confusedly that. But as expected, it will be difficult to lure clients, he agreed sadly, and thought that her voice sounded clear. People heard her words, but they still did not come to the shop. He did not know how to sell at all. He felt very sorry for her. She called. He said decisively that one should speak with pride. He has excellent goods, so he should. He decided to act properly, understood that he had to be more confident. Slightly smiling, he said that she was right. After that, they began calling people together. Later he said that a whole hour had already passed. Was she tired? She said that everything was fine. She will try. He noticed the traveler to whom he last sold a sword. Last time he waved his hand, greeted, and said that he had brought someone as he promised. That was Vezer. He was also an adventurer. They were on the same team. So now a team. By the way, last time he never introduced himself. His name is Avuse. MC thanked him for that and told him his own name. He approached the counter, extend your hand, and asked if he could take a look at it soon. He gave permission and began to examine the sword blade. He stood nearby, happy. He glanced and casually said that the sword he bought from him is very comfortable to hold. It is very sharp. Light, it feels incredibly pleasant in the hand. Compared to what he had before, it couldn't be better. He thanked for the compliment and said he was very glad he liked it. He smiled and happily said that thanks to such a sword he rose to rank E last week, and the guild added that his progress is very fast. Now he is a kind of celebrity there. They congratulated him on this and asked if it happened because of his abilities. He smiled and said that it was not like that at all. The one standing nearby said he wants that sword and asked, "How much does it cost?" Mike looked at the sword in his hand and nervously asked if 40,000 crowns would suit him. Maybe he would give it for 30,000. He pondered, agreed, and said that in return, however, if he likes the quality, he must recommend it to friends, and he gladly agreed. He handed over the money and said he was very grateful for it. "I looked at you." He smiled, looked at the counter, and said that today he also has knives. He agreed and added that they are useful in many matters, both in battle and for cutting prey, and that the knife for prey was a thought experiment. Usually for this he took a sword. "How much does it cost?" He said this one costs 30,000 each. With an embarrassed look, he apologized and asked if it was possible to bargain a little. He looked at him and felt that this time he had a chance to bargain. 30,000 is the maximum, so a little concession is possible. He suggested, "Since you came today with a friend, how about 20,000? He immediately agreed, but politely called him and said that, as he himself recalled, he uses a sword for cutting. Could he take a look at it? You looked at the system window with admiration and said that the spell had weakened a bit. Does he know how it works? He left with a thoughtful look. It seems the blacksmith sometimes uses this to make the sword better, right? He agreed and said that inside every sword there is a so-called magical code, and it was starting to fade. He had someone, surprised by this, asked if it could be repaired. The protagonist agreed and said that he is a blacksmith, so it would not be difficult. For the first time he renewed the spells for free. He started restoring them, finished, and with a smile said that now there should be no problems. Ivas thanked him and he replied. He smiled and said that next time the service would cost 5,000 crowns, asked to handle the weapon carefully, added that they also provide such services, and in case of need he could turn to them, and with a happy expression promised that he would definitely come if he earned well. Alicia bowed, smiling, and sincerely thanked him for it. Confused by this and already about to ask something, he pointed at her with his hand and said that she was his assistant Ali. Laughing, he asked, "Is she by any chance his lover?" The question embarrassed him and he, blushing, asked what he had said. She blushed a little and he even thought that she was actually his fiancée, but it was only for show, so he did not want to talk about it so openly. He was about to say something, but she simply said that she was just a shop assistant. I also, smiling broadly, said that it was indeed so, but it must be nice to work next to his beloved, and he himself dreams of someday setting off on a journey in search of some good adventure. He said with a puzzled look that in such a case he wished him good luck. The weather approached him, put a hand on his shoulder, and said that he felt gratitude again. After that they left, and the main character thought. He smiled. He never thought he could earn so much. The efforts invested last week are already beginning to bear fruit. He returned to her with a smile and asked happily, "Everything is fine, right?" Alicia said irritably that she was his fiancée. He could say that. It embarrassed him, and he asked, but what if because of this her true identity becomes known? She smiled and said that despite everything, they managed today. They had great sales. He smiled happily, hoping that these two with his weapons in their hands would do great things. He wanted to know how their fate would end. After some time it became noon, and he said that ultimately after Eva, they sold nothing more. He looked thoughtfully and thought that he was just unlucky. It is important not to rush and to do everything gradually. She called him and said that they had a client. A guy with a big backpack on his shoulders approached them and said, "With us." A slight smile appeared when he saw that swords and daggers were being sold. He agreed and asked if he wanted to look at it. The guy took a knife. He pulled it out and carefully examined the blade. He asked, "Is this knife made from Witcher or Class E?" Really, fate confirmed this and thought that he looked like a merchant. Apparently this guy is a real pro. How quickly he sold his goods. I smiled and said that he had been in this business for a long time. The weapon was so high quality that you couldn't tell right away made from or of Class E he has. And knives, so he has one of each. After that, they started bargaining. He expected to get 50,000 crowns, but this guy is a real master of bargaining. Eventually, he gave up and said that in that case, he would give 30,000 crowns for everything. Moreover, could he recommend his goods to people? He cheerfully pulled out a bag of money, agreed, and said that it would be especially hard to forget his assistant in the mask. He took the money with a slightly dissatisfied expression and thought that in the end he had underpriced it much more than he wanted. This upset him a lot, and Alicia thanked him and asked if her mask was too noticeable. The guy objected and said that it was even good there are so many stalls at the fair. In fact, he came to their stall precisely because of the mask, and he was also enchanted by her beautiful voice, and she, a little embarrassed, thanked him for that. He waved his hand and said that they would see more. The hero thanked him, and they said that it was all thanks to her. She smiled and said that it was all thanks to him. It seemed that it was thanks to his idea. They could attract quite a few new customers. He agreed and said that he would be glad if that happened. He thought that today they sold 2 swords and 2 knives. In total, the proceeds amounted to 85,000 crowns. It was a noticeable jump compared to last week. He came to Gurul's office and put down a bag of money, looked at him, and said that this time everything went better, but there were quite a few other blacksmiths in the district who could also bring such an amount. He agreed and thought that it was true. The amount was not that incredible, but he still felt not good enough. He thanked him and said that in that case maybe he would agree, but he did not finish because he was asked to wait and was told, "Tomorrow a blacksmith named Robert will come here, and in the future he will make a proposal." He was destined to inherit the family title and become Viscil. He was stunned by what he heard and said that he understood. He understood what she wanted to say. Such company oppresses her, so he appeared because he could no longer cope with his duty. We all said that this guy is very ambitious. Dude, and he also gets along great with women. What he heard stunned him. He asked what that man meant by that. He repeated it, smiled, and thought that he shouldn't repeat it with such a stone face. He was already barely holding back laughter. He said that his daughter is very beautiful. The main character agreed and thought with surprise, why did he suddenly say that? That is, he was right. Alicia really was extraordinarily beautiful. He said that Robert had told him before that he had plans for his daughter, but apparently, because of his persistence, she did not incline towards him. He thought that he always thought that she did not like such men. And it turned out that he was right. He insisted that under no circumstances should even a shadow of disrespect be shown to this young man, because he also claims her hand. He stood before him and felt that his talents were too small to impress that gentleman, so it was no wonder that other suitors would appear for her hand. Gurul admitted that he might seem a bit insincere, and he was tormented by the thought that she might be dissatisfied with him. In this he was better. He thanked him and thought, does this mean that in his eyes he does not look like a ladies' man? Although he is right, he has no experience with girls at all. He approached the window and muttered to himself that it was not worth inventing unnecessary things. He had not yet accepted him. He was looking for a golden mean between satisfying the demands and making his daughter happy. Fakes assured that he would not let him down, and he considered himself a wonderful father. His aristocratic origin made him think about a successful marriage, but his heart sincerely cared for his daughter. Happiness, he looked at him with a barely noticeable smile and said that he must try. Then he left the office and with a confused look thought that something was wrong with his heart. The master loves his daughter so much, and he deceives him. He places hopes on him and cares for him, and he behaves so contemptuously. In any case, to maintain his position, he would have to hone his skills. How hard it all is. Alicia. She left the room, noticed him, and said that he had returned. They entered together. She asked if the father had not yet accepted him, and he refused and said that the level of sales did not satisfy him yet. She, with a sad expression on her face, said that it was a pity they tried so hard. He smelled soap and thought that her hair was still wet. Did she really come to him after a bath? Was she dressed a little lighter than usual? She should be more careful in such matters. She must understand that she was one of the most beautiful. And there are noble girls in the world. Mr. Gorel is probably worried about the same thing. Let him stop thinking about it. He said that now he could trade only once a week, and to appear more often at the market, he needed to open his own shop as soon as possible. But even then buyers would not come immediately, so he first needed to make a name for himself in trading circles. She agreed and added that owning a store was quite expensive. At first it was necessary to gain regular customers. He felt there was still so much to do, but since it was all for her if he couldn't handle the role. A cover, and indeed another suitor for her hand, appeared only because of his clumsiness. By the way, it directly resembles some kind of aerosol. Tomorrow a crat named Robert will come here. She agreed sadly. It seemed she would not be able to avoid his company. He apologized and bitterly explained that by posing as her fiancé, he was supposed to prevent other suitors from appearing, but he failed. She just waved her hand and said there was no need to worry. She felt uncomfortable communicating with people like him, so when the meeting ended, she asked if she could see him again. He smiled and agreed, said he would be in the workshop so she could come anytime. He thoughtfully thought that he himself would like to stay with her, but even Mr. Gorel would consider it disrespectful to Robert. She laughed, thanked him, and said, by the way, he behaved a little differently than usual. Something had happened, he felt awkward about it, and he did not understand what she suddenly started talking about. When you think about it, she had been sitting here like this for a long time. Her dress was so revealing that even her forearms were bare. The protagonist asked, what did she mean? He wondered what she wanted to hear in such a situation. Was she dressed that way to test him? She said with an awkward smile that they say, if you dress like that, men will fall in love with you. Surprised by this, she asked again who told her that. Alicia replied that it was Lefty. He thought so he is the evil genius here. In other words, someone wanted to hear his opinion to use it against other suitors. He replied that he was not speaking for himself, but in general, honestly, if he were her husband, they would have been married long ago. She repeated his last words with an inspired sparkle in her eyes. He was so confused he didn't finish, and she asked, so is he in love? He, with a flushed face, said that it seemed so. That is, in general, men will inevitably fall in love with her. She asked with a joyful expression, so. When he complimented her dress, she asked irritably, nature was not generous to me. Is that a problem for you? He blushed even more and thought that it was time for her to stop. What kind of questions are these, and why is she like this with him? The journeymen discussed the situation. One of them recalled that Mr. Morgan is now the personal blacksmith of the Knight Commander Good, so the position of chief blacksmith will soon be vacant. The second journeyman remarked, exactly. Are they going to apply for this position? Meanwhile, Morgan dreamily thought that today the commander of the knights would appreciate the enchantment he had placed on his sword. He remembered their last conversation, and while he wondered what reward he would get for this, at least, he was supposed to be given the position of personal blacksmith to the commander of the knights. At that moment the door creaked and Mason spoke. It was him. Morgan jumped up from the chair and approached Mason, saying that it had been a long time since they saw each other. The knight commander addressed him by name, and Morgan held his breath. Come on, quickly offer him a promotion. But instead Mason turned to him. Is this a fake? The blacksmith did not expect such a question, nervously pondered that guy again. He answered aloud. His return was still awaited, and Mason, looking at his weapon, said that he still wanted to talk about the sword entrusted to him. He was eager to continue the conversation. But Morgan interrupted him, exclaiming that he was the one who enchanted that weapon, and the commander immediately asked him about it. Confusion, what did he say? The blacksmith continued. The fake is currently on vacation, so he took on some of his duties, Mason noted. So here it is, now everything becomes clear. Morgan humbly raised his gaze, smiled, and asked him what he would say. The commander, without looking, waved the weapon right in front of the blacksmith. Pulling out a few hairs from his eyebrow, the apprentice watched in amazement. But suddenly the commander's sword bria, and it shattered into small pieces, and Mason held a broken eye in his hand. He carried the weapon to the blacksmiths. They kept sharpening it and grumbled irritably that the work was lousy. Not understanding what was happening, he stammered in fear, addressing the commander. What is he talking about? Mason angrily asked his personal blacksmith to check the enchantment. He said he had never seen such shoddy work. If the sword was used to the fullest, it would crumble to pieces, and Mason no longer wanted to deal with someone as incompetent as Morgan. He gave a clear order that the fake must do this job. Where is he? Where did he spend his vacation? Morgan, unable to bear the tension, sank to the floor. He thought, my God, how scary this is. He had never been shouted at like this before. It was so frightening. Usually just the mention of his father's name, one of the most influential people in the country, made everyone bow down before him. The apprentices stumbled when they reported to the commander that the main character no longer worked there. Mason exclaimed in confusion. Why? So talented that even his master would want to meet him. Morgan thought in surprise. MC is talented, but this is impossible. His work cannot be worse. The blacksmith replied placatingly to the commander that he indeed left the position himself. The commander asked in surprise what exactly he left. Morgan answered, "Yes, exactly that. They apologized for the quality of the sword, but he really left," and Mason said, "Understood they know where he went." Morgan did not tell him. "I told him the truth," he responded negatively, and the commander said, "I see, now he understood. But since then they have not carried out a single order, so let them come to their senses and finally cast the spell properly. And provide the knights with weapons, otherwise they will have nothing to defend themselves with." The blacksmith wanted to tell him that the knights would soon have nothing left to fight with. They hoped to dump all the work on the main character. Why didn't he return? But he did not say this aloud. If Mason is dismissed, his anger will only increase. The commander simply roared, "Why were they standing here?" The blacksmith eagerly exclaimed that nothing was unclear. Everything was perfectly clear to them. They would start work immediately. They froze in silence, afraid even to make a sound. The commander noticed this and ordered, "Inform me immediately as soon as you find out where that fake is." Loudly slamming the door, the knight commander left the forge. The apprentices asked their master, why did everyone want the main character so much, and what to do with such a number of swords, and not only them. New weapons arrived every day. Morgan looked at them and barked to get to work. They had to somehow manage to finish this matter on time. He thought about a backup, all this because of that inept idiot, the fake. Leaving the forge, the commander thought that something was wrong with those court blacksmiths. He felt it when he returned home. Lucas turned to him and said that something required his attention, and Mason asked what was going on. The blacksmith warned him the batch of swords they had just received turned out to be defective. The commander said that he constantly sent these swords back to the forge, prioritizing the updates of their enchantments. He thought that no new weapons had been brought for a long time, so they managed with what they had, but the enchantments were slowly deteriorating. It seemed that the new shipment solved the problem, but Lucas only partially noticed that the quality of the enchantments was too low. The commander exclaimed in surprise, "What did he say? So we need to check the magical code." The blacksmith replied worriedly, "Of course. But will he be all right?" After the last check, he felt very bad. Mason agreed with him that was true, but this time he would be more careful. He figured it out. He lacked the ability to decipher the magical code of the enchantment cast by Fakehead. Attempts to read higher-level spells caused severe physical discomfort, and no matter how hard he tried, nothing worked. During work, the protagonist's attempt to read the spell several times made him feel ill. This meant that the protagonist's level was significantly higher than his. This time the enchantments were cast by other people, but they were also court blacksmiths, so, besides Morgan, they were the best blacksmiths in the country. Their work would probably leave him in the dust and activate his reading skill. The commander was unpleasantly surprised. He exclaimed and was puzzled. "What the hell is this? The enchantment looks like childish scribbles. An enchantment of such quality will corrode the sword from the inside." Mason glanced at Lucas and asked if he had ever given these swords to anyone before. The boy answered no. He also considered them terrible, which was why he asked him to take a look. The commander approvingly noted that it was the right choice. It was simply impossible to work with such swords. He thought angrily, this nonsense would only ruin the sword, and then he would have to rewrite the entire magical code from scratch. He could not imagine that those people would be so sloppy in their work. After all, they were supposed to be the best in the country. Mason asked Lucas if they had any quality swords left, and the blacksmith sighed in response. "There are a few, but not enough to carry out the plan to exterminate the monsters." The commander said that in that case priority would be given to the recruits who could not yet afford their own sword, and they should not be abused. Lucas responded in a military manner that he understood. Mason continued, saying that he needed to talk to another blacksmith who had worked on his sword. Lucas asked him who he was. The commander replied that his name was Mr. Figure. He once forged his own sword, a man of a complex character. I doubted that he would agree to a simple enchantment, but for now, I could only count on him in this matter. At least he had to try, he added irritably, all because of those incompetent blacksmiths, so he decided to take the initiative. The internal investigation could wait. First, it was necessary to find out where that fake was now, and Mason was thinking about the royal court. It was a huge private sector, a place where a lot of suspicious deals always took place, and many decisions were made. Behind the scenes, something was being done, and the newcomers were treated very harshly during training. He had no doubt much more was happening in the shadows than he could imagine. Supply of premium swords over the past couple of years. Could it be that they were all the work of the main hero himself? If so, even for him, a person who hardly understood anything, his rare talent became obvious. How many more blacksmiths in the country could provide such an incredible balance of quantity and quality? He did not notice that he said this out loud. The departure of forgeries would set the course of the night back by 50 years. Lucas looked embarrassedly at his teacher. What is he saying? Mason, leaving the forge, thought those court blacksmiths and this Morgan were hiding something, and he was sure of it. After some time, the main hero heard the creak of wheels and looked out the window. An attractive young man emerged from the carriage. MC spoke. Up, so it was Robert. He was quite attractive. He was a man, and he was jealous. He could do nothing about it. He also gets along well with women, said Mr. Gurrel. He hesitated, thinking whether to greet him. Probably not, because he was also a contender. So he could accidentally irritate him. It seemed best to spend the day in the workshop. The main hero grabbed his apron and shortly after entered the forge. Alicia and Robert entered the workshop, and the girl stood behind the main hero and, pretending to apologize, said. Robert insisted on meeting him at least once. Robert himself said so. So he is the Alicia's groom, MCRC. They answered, beaming with joy upon meeting. And having said his name to him, the boy replied. It turned out that the feelings were mutual, and he also told him his name. The young men shook hands, and Robert unexpectedly raised the main character's hand to his own. MC looked at him confused and thought, what the? That's all. Robert, reading the silent question on his face, quietly said, Don't worry, everything is fine. He was just thinking how beautiful his hands were. Fake was amazed and full of surprise. What? Robert continues. His hands are so charming and strong, and the skin is so dirty. Dense and firm. Alicia, puzzled by these actions, nervously giggled. The boy looked at her and asked if she always hides behind other people's shoulders. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. In that time, she stood behind the maid's shoulder while they talked about books in the garden. This even offended him a little. Alicia shyly apologized and timidly stepped out from behind my back. Heroine, she stood right in front of him. And Robert's reaction clearly revealed that he admired Herbert. Beauty, the main character, froze and thought, and what now, Mr. Selitsia, she has grown so much. Really? Robert suddenly asked, does he like it here? MC noticed this unexpected question and understood. Alicia Taggett in a shirt looks at her embarrassed face. He thought how awkward it looked. She was also not used to such conversations, but he could not allow Robert to find out about their fake relationship. But he had no right to lose to this man whether Alicia loved him or not. The antagonist looked at his opponent with an open, direct gaze and said, he loves Alicia, he is simply crazy. About her, Robert looked at him with interest and said, understand. Alicia also noticed Fagin's surprise, turned to her, and asked for permission to speak with the protagonist alone. When the girl left, the boy glanced around the workshop. He approached the counter with swords and asked the main character if he could look at them. He replied that he could and immediately felt that the opponent was scrutinizing his work. He himself was a talented blacksmith, so he was also a candidate, wasn't he? Robert took one sword and ran his finger along its steel, saying, is this magic or what a wonderful sword? The hero sincerely thanked him for the high praise and said, yes, it was forged specifically for magical ore. He understood everything and looked intently at the main character, saying that the fake was really good and the final spell was cast so skillfully. Returning the sword to its place, Robert sighed and said that sometimes he might blurt out some nonsense, but it was not worth paying attention to. The protagonist asked him in surprise. What was he babbling about? Robert muttered, running the blade of a knife over the table. Some nonsense. Honestly, he was a terrible blacksmith. He barely cared about twirling the blade between his fingers. He continued. He believes he is somewhere in the middle. That's why he is here as an aristocrat. Fake asked him confusedly, what does he mean by that? The aristocrat tossed the blade into the air, skillfully caught it, and examined it carefully. She said that Lady Alicia is a very attractive woman, and many men would like to see her as their bride. Beautiful like a delicate flower, but unfortunately she is growing. The hero noticed with surprise, she is only 18 years old. Did he know that? She replied to him that she was once so tiny, it seemed she would simply break from his embrace. Her, the main character, was puzzled. What was he talking about? The boy exclaimed, she. Become more mature. Alicia is really a beautiful young girl, but that's not enough, although he liked it. I prefer younger girls if only she were 20 centimeters shorter and not so curvy. Right now her appearance doesn't excite him at all. Pretending to be confused, he thought, her figure is barely tolerable, but still, what is he talking about? Don't her measurements reflect her elegance? He suddenly fell silent. What was he even thinking about? The main character directly asked Robert what he was hinting at. The boy answered him simply and painfully, I no longer feel that passion for you. MC whispered as if putting together a puzzle, I see, so he is no longer interested in her robberies. He honestly admitted that he sincerely believes in it above all. He did not passionately desire an aristocratic title. He hoped that he himself would be the one you. He aspired to more as an independent warrior and aimed higher. It seemed to him that the Barnasto family wanted a blacksmith as a son-in-law. But he preferred hunting monsters instead of forging, and Robert kept repeating, "Whatever happens, it's all due to family circumstances." He was required to maintain the appearance of all this. His parents were very persistent. He grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders and said, He wished him luck and hoped that he would keep their conversation secret from Alicia's family. The protagonist looked at him for a long time and said he understood, but thought that he seemed tired. It exclaimed, "Wonderful, by the way, one more thing." He glanced at this sword. "Can this be purchased?" The protagonist smiled and exclaimed, "Of course." Robert asked about the price. The protagonist wondered if this saber was better than the one he recently sold to Ivas. The hilt was much more decorated. Should he ask for more? He asked the man if 10,000 crowns would be enough, and Robert replied that he would take it. Sword, the protagonist pondered and was surprised. Robert named a rather high price, but after all, he was an aristocrat. Robert took out something that truly impressed the protagonist. He pondered and was surprised. It was an inventory chest. Each such chest holds a certain number of items and costs as much as an ordinary person earns in a year. Robert pulled a pouch of money from the box, handed it to the protagonist and said, "Here are 10,000 crowns, you can check," and the protagonist thanked him. The boy asked not to forget his request. The protagonist promised, and Robert added that maybe in the future he would bring him weapons and would be very grateful if he could work with him. Fake replied that he understood and would wait for him. Robert exclaimed, then he suggested dropping the familiarity. The main character wanted to become friends with him, looked at him in surprise, and hesitating a little, whispered, "Take care of me as a friend." The boy wanted to hug him, but Fake pulled back, thinking. Soon he found himself too close. They met Alicia, seeing a familiar sword in Robert's hands. She said it was a fake, which meant that was exactly what he wanted. The boy replied, "Yes, but I still need to talk to him." It seems Fake was a very talented blacksmith, so he decided to buy the sword as a sample. Robert looked at the main character and said he hoped to keep in touch with him in the future. The main character replied that he wanted that too. The boy turned to leave, waved his hand and said, "Well then, good luck to them." He would still visit Lady Alicia. MC sighed deeply with relief and said, "It seems they really did well." The girl laughed and replied, "Well done." She was grateful for today. MC shyly asked what happened. She said she also worked well. He asked if there would be others besides Robert. Alicia replied, "Yes, that's true," and Fake scratched his head and said, "Understood." So there will be many such cases. He surprisingly thought that Robert turned out to be a good person, but who knows what lies ahead. He still needs to work harder, and so does Alicia. Peace, how long will it last? The next morning the main character and Alicia came to the market. Unpacking the goods, the main character hoped that sales would go better today. The princess shyly asked him if she could also inspect the goods. Casey did not object. She said they would start with the highest quality items, 3 knives and swords of class 3D. Robert recently bought the same sword from him. After laying out these items, the main character continued, next 3 swords and knives of class D. Ivis bought them from him, then a knife and sword of class E, the same as those owned by Ivis and Weatherbot. He also had items of class F. He joyfully announced that he now had a great selection in all classes. He plans to offer class F weapons to travelers with limited budgets. It seems there are many new faces in the market today, and this time he prepared several times over. Budget options, there is plenty of goods this time. He plans to bargain with buyers today. Alicia told him that. Agreed, the most important thing is to convince people to buy their goods, noted the main character. Well then, watch. Today we have to go all in, and now the bidding begins. MC. Alicia sat near their goods and waited for buyers. The girls said there were more people today. Fake said, "Great." That's when the buyer showed interest. That's exactly when you need to start talking. In the end, the main character sold him a class F knife and a sword. He was offered 12,000 crowns for them, and he agreed, although, of course, he would have liked to get 15,000. This guy traded much better than him. In fact, he sincerely wanted to support and supply adventures, and thought that if he could establish contact with them, maybe everything will turn out exactly the same as with Ivis. You can consider it an investment in the future. At that moment, "Rig's voice right now," exclaimed the traveling merchant. "Long time no see." Raising his hat and smiling, he greeted the main character and Alicia, said he was glad to see them again, wished them good morning, and asked how they were doing. The main character happily thought about that traveling merchant. He hoped to see him again. Smiling, he told him that his sword was simply incredible and helped a lot on the travels. Much lighter and stronger than he had imagined, and it was extremely easy to handle. MC sincerely thanked him for such high praise of his work. Rigged continued, moreover, it conducts magic incredibly well. It's hard to believe that the sword is rank E or a fake, he said with a smile. Wow, he just adored it and was insanely happy because of it. Rig told him that magic even hardens the blade during use. Enchanted weapons are simply a wonder, so he wanted to buy even more weapons too. Today, he asked the surprised main character if he minded a bit of everything. Rig ran his hand over the weapon, and no. Just by glancing, he immediately realized the quality of this item was better than last time. He liked the swords and knives, so he asked if he would mind if he inspected them. The boy pointed to the demon. A plus-class sword, and the main character froze in amazement, thinking, "This boy has a sharp eye." After a minute of inspecting the weapons, Rig thanked MC and asked how much he owed him. Fake asked how much he needed. There were 12 knives and swords in total. The counter, the traveling merchant paused for a moment, then said he would take them all. The main character looked at him in surprise. He received the prize and shouted, of course, thanked him and asked Alice to pack everything. When the girl prepared all the things, they began to negotiate the price. They bargained a little. "Deal," said Riggs. Fake smiled and added, "Well, this time 500,000 crowns will be enough for them." He knew that bargaining with Rig would be harder than with Robert. Traveling merchants are skilled at this, yet he managed to negotiate more than he expected, so that's good. When everything was finally packed and put into storage, the merchant thanked the protagonist, and it seemed he still hadn't. He approached, introduced himself, and told the main character his name. Then he looked at the handle and saw the carved word, "Fake, we are here." He asked if he minded if he used it. MC replied that he did not mind at all. The merchant sincerely thanked him, and the protagonist thanked for the help with choosing the weapon, and they said goodbye. Rig left, and Alicia exclaimed, "As for the protagonist, he did it, and this guy bought so many things." And here their dream came true. She is glowing with happiness because she thinks he has an incredible weapon. He pretended to thank her and added that her words gave him confidence. They will continue to work well. After a minute looking at his empty shelves, the protagonist thought, unfortunately, nothing is in stock, probably a variety of classes in the assortment. This clearly had something to do with it. He had to keep it in mind for the future. On the way back, MC said that today they sold so much, it is thanks to that shopping cart and of course her Alicia. He thanked her for everything in a row, and the girl, embarrassed, objected, "What is he even saying?" They sold so much because he was the only one who really had quality traders. At that moment they met Eva's and Weather, who greeted them joyfully. Eva's asked the protagonist how he was doing. Were they heading home? By the way, they wanted to thank them for the work. Weather explained, turning to the protagonist. His sword is a real wonder. It is so easy to wield, it exceeded all expectations. The main character said with a smile, really, he was so happy to hear that, and I. He also said, thank him for such a wonderful sword, and added, by the way, he has. I have one request for him. Does he accept custom orders? The main character. They answered him surprised. Yes, of course. Is he interested in something specific? I remember the sword he bought from him was really convenient, but he needed a shorter weapon. Could that be possible? Make replied that he understood. He thought he probably needed not a sword, but a dagger. Weather, on the other hand, said he needed something longer and wider. He replied that it was possible, but he needed to learn more to understand exactly what they wanted. Custom orders would be more expensive. They could meet later and discuss all the details. The guys gladly agreed. The main character thought, finally he will take on custom orders. He wanted to start as soon as possible. I asked him when it would be convenient. The hero replied, anytime. The traveler suggests. Maybe they could meet tomorrow in front of the Adventurers Guild. The hero agreed. He said in that. So don't they want to go on an adventure and then stop by the weapon shop? The adventurers asked him, surprised. What adventure? The main character. Seeing that they were confused, say that he needs to see both of them in action to understand exactly what kind of sword they need. This was really necessary, and he will also have to go to the weapons shop, look for something similar, and take it as a sample. Guys. Having understood what he needed, he explained joyfully. Great, the deal was made. Saying goodbye, they shouted to him that they were looking forward to the meeting tomorrow, after they left. Alicia, happily excited, addressed the main character. So they are setting off on an adventure tomorrow. Fake asked in surprise, does she want to join? The girl replied, yes, I heard he can also fight, he said. Even before the court trip, he himself obtained all the materials. Alicia exclaimed joyfully that she also wanted to see it, and the main character added that it was too dangerous, there would be monsters there, so taking her along was risky, to which she replied that she had learned fencing at least for self-defense and would not be a burden. He whispered that he understood, adding, if something happens I will protect her, let her be next to him tomorrow. She clenched her hands, pressed them to her cheeks, and shyly asked him to say it again. Fake, puzzled, asked her why. The girl became even more embarrassed and said that it was so pleasant for her to hear this, please say it again, and MC also joined in. He said awkwardly, feeling embarrassed, why did she suddenly act like that, and yet he repeated, so be it. Next to her, he would protect her. Alicia, overwhelmed with emotions, thanked him with tears in her eyes. The main character, confused, did not know if she was mocking him. He asked her. Out loud, wasn't it awkward? Wouldn't she say something? Just as if he addressed her, the girl, confused, asked him again, what does he want? What did he want to hear? He thought she loved him or something like that. Although no, that sounded too direct. She said that. She wanted to be next to him. He asked her, confused. What was she talking about? Alicia said those were the words he wanted to hear from her. Fake panicked and thought, isn't it too early? Did he put her in an awkward position? You waved your hands and... No, that's not it. He said it without thinking. Alicia withered before his eyes and the pain became even stronger. Icy fear seized him. In response to that phrase, he cursed that thought. But how could it happen that the girl just silently turned around and left? The main character, surprised, shouted at her to wait and not leave. Why was she doing this? Alicia said that if he wanted her to say it, she would say it. Do it? MC looked at her outwardly embarrassed, but inside at least a little relieved. She did not make him repeat that phrase, that's something, isn't it? Afterwards. After some time, the main character reported to Girl that, and it turned out that today we earned 512,000 crowns. Alicia's father explained in surprise, what? The hero continued today, he showed a selection of weapons of different classes. It seemed the merchant rig was so fascinated with his goods that he bought them all at once wholesale. We were all completely satisfied, he understood. If that traveling merchant liked them, he decided that in the future he would buy even more. MC smiled and said, all this thanks to the excellent working conditions created by Mr. Gurel, the man muttered irritably. Let him listen to him, he is still on probation and has not yet given him any permission. The main hero. I can assure him, of course, he will continue to work diligently. He thought that maybe for aristocrats this amount is not that big. Mr. Gurel is looking for a first-class blacksmith, Alicia. His father said he also heard something from his daughter. Isn't it true they are setting off on an adventure tomorrow? Fake answer. That was exactly the case. More precisely, they will join the adventurers who made individual orders to see them in action. He intends to create the perfect weapon. For them, every adventurer needs a sword that suits his fighting style. He would like to see it with his own eyes to be able to fulfill the order in question. With extraordinary precision, Gurel said how carefully he approaches his work. The protagonist noted that he does. I put all my effort into making the work of high quality. Gurel, without turning around, said, thank you. He looked at the protagonist and, just in case, promised to assign them an escort. He added that they will observe from afar. If anything happens to Alicia, The hero quietly replied that he understood. The man asked him if he had combat experience. Fake explained that even before coming to the court he had brought his own materials, so he was quite skilled at dealing with lower-level monsters. Coral rejoiced upon hearing this, added that maybe someday he would test his strength. The main hero willingly replied that, of course, if needed he would show anything they wished, and Coral smiled and said, fine, let him rest today and tomorrow. Let him protect Alicia at the cost of his life. MC replied and promised this. Shortly after, he was lying on the bed. Fake looked at his hand and thought that he hadn't fought for a long time. He raised 2 fingers and a barely noticeable. An inscription appeared on his hand. The protagonist paused for a moment, but clearly remembered this feeling well. He was confident that everything would be fine. The next day and hour, as we agreed near the guild, and I have some kind of weather that again stretches out its hands. Well then, time to move, on the way. He addressed the main hero and said that from now on he proposes to drop formalities and communicate more simply. What do they think about this? The main hero awkwardly replied that he agreed. If they don't mind, then they can address him more simply. Iva, smiling, said that he can't stand it anymore for him, it's too much. MC chuckled and asked what they planned for today. The guy replied that they took a quest from the Hunters Guild for monsters in this forest. There should be wolves and goblins here, even an alpha wolf. He added that if they go deeper, they will encounter orcs. There will be no stronger monsters in this area, and the main character, smiling, said that he understood everything. They weren't going to go deeper into the forest, right? I was told that their goal today is just to show their fighting style. So let him watch them carefully. In a moment he placed his hand on his heart and closed his eyes, and Alicia, noticing this, asked anxiously if he was in pain. He smiled and said that he was casting a spell on himself. It's like enhancement magic. This way you can strengthen the body and monitor its condition, like tempering a blade carefully and without harm, and the main character thought that this way he could protect her. He called her and said that if something is wrong she must tell him immediately. The girl shyly smiled and agreed. Vis, seeing this, mockingly remarked that it was clear he was not wasting time. MC nervously replied, don't tease me, and the guy smiled and said that he hadn't thought about it either. Together they just looked cute. I asked Alicia if she knew how to fight. She answered that it was for self-defense. Really? Why do you ask? We exclaimed, because it seemed that in that case he thought he might need to protect Mr. Fakes. She blushed deeply and admitted that it was possible, that guy. I continued that she would press her shoulder to his, and this touch would turn into a hot, passionate embrace. She angrily hit him on the head and told the main character not to pay attention to this idiot, and Fake shyly replied that there was no need to worry, everything was fine. After some time, Alicia grabbed his clothes. She asked if she could walk beside him. He smiled and agreed, and they noticed that it was really dangerous here. She clung to him, and they set off together. They felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He would definitely protect her. In the forest, he had to be especially vigilant. After some time, Weather stopped everyone and said that the wolves were approaching. They were supposed to stand behind them, and suddenly a pack of fierce wolves appeared on their path. Ivaz and Weather rushed forward and began to fight them. That day I was definitely ignored. Attacked and suddenly found himself behind. A scream. The first one is already coming, he does not fail. With a powerful blow and killed him. At that moment Weather find and shouted the second. One is coming to his senses and the others no. With all the enemies in the blink of an eye. And I shout joyfully. Here it is, that's all. They work together perfectly, they protect. The antagonist smiled and thought he understood everything. While I distracted the enemy, did I manage to finish him off. This is their tactic, they combine speed and strength. Ivis moves incredibly agilely and dodges enemies, and the beastmen are much stronger than ordinary people, which gives them an advantage. Ivis called out to him and asked what he thought about it, and the main hero replied that they worked well. He wondered what weapon could be made for them. They are both strong, a duo of speed and strength, and he did not believe that in this forest there would be a monster that could defeat them. Fake grabbed a dagger and asked if he could try too. Soon the allies pressed against the bushes and noticed two goblins. Evas joyfully noted that they did not even notice it. There are more of them. MC smiled, took a stone. Enchanted spun incredibly strongly and threw. It hit the goblin, he staggered. The ground after that the fake grabber. He struck with a dagger and dodged the monster's attack. He struck lightning fast in the back. The goblin was dead. The main hero approached the second and finished him off. Turn it off, Eva shouted. But he was just incredibly strong. The antagonist replied that it was just an exaggeration. He had collected these materials himself before, so such a battle was nothing new to him. They exclaimed with delight that with him they would instantly become the strongest group of adventurers in the kingdom. Come on, take him. The main hero replied that he was more interested in blacksmithing, so let him be forgiven. Alicia said admiringly that he was simply incredible. MC blushed and thanked her. I saw that remark. She was also enjoying watching Sir Fake, the main hero pointed out. They decided to show him a few more of their tactics and then returned to the workshop. After that, the main hero pondered, recalling how much time he had devoted to studying their combat techniques. Considering the speed and agility of Ivasi, a light short sword is just right for him. A long sword is suitable if he is more accustomed to heavier weapons. Before starting work, he needed to learn more about their preferences. After some time, they returned the main character to the workshop. Iva held a short sword and curiously asked him what he thought about it. The boy replied that the sword itself was too long and too heavy. He asked what she thought about daggers. Iva answered that the dagger blades were too short. But the weight was perfect. MC smiled and said he understood. He needed a shorter, lighter sword, and what about the weather? Holding the sword in his hands, he confidently said that its weight would definitely mow down any enemy in its path. After some time, the heroes thanked them for their time and noted that now he roughly imagined what their ideal weapon should be like. Ivas gladly thanked him and asked how much they charged for that weapon. He wondered if it was really that much after all. The order was custom and the materials were not cheap. He did not want to undervalue his work, but they were his first clients. He promised if they were satisfied with the final weapon design, he would offer it. Eva's weapon would cost 40,000. 1,000 crowns, and Vezir's weapon would come out to 60,000. Ivas said that was even cheaper. It turned out to be more than he expected. He explained that this amount was determined because they would give him their old weapons for melting down, otherwise they would have to pay an additional 40,000. Crowns would be added to the price. I rejoiced and exclaimed that he understood. It was worth refusing his. For such a profitable discount, the main character said that then they agreed until the next auction. When it begins, their weapons will be ready. He wanted to thank them once more for today. They cheerfully said goodbye to him and left. The main character, smiling, said that he will start working on the task from tomorrow. Alicia. With a smile, they wished him luck. The next day he put on the blacksmith's robe. And he said that he would start with weapons for Ivas. MC thought that Ivas's sword should be like half a dagger, half a short sword. It is necessary to balance the weight of the dagger. With the length of the sword, he will have to reduce the amount of magic invested in forging, but this will undermine the weapon's durability. Ivis and Vezir were partners. Many battles still awaited them ahead, so their weapons had to be extremely reliable. He will have to work hard to achieve this. He smelted the magical ore. He made an iron plate and thought that the casting would just finish. It's time to cast a spell. He should not overdo the spell. It was rather necessary to tweak the magical code. The code could be broken with a single hammer strike, but with that enchantment. Restoring this would be quite easy. Repeating the process several times, the magical code would become even more firmly established. The sword is like human muscles. They get stronger when pulled. Press them to the limit. Okay, now it's time to raise the temperature. Look, put the blade in the fire, he said. Is that all that's needed? He began to sharpen. He looked at the blade and thought that he usually sharpened things according to his own pattern. His own feelings had to step aside in this situation. He had to be a specialist. Pedantic after some time, the protagonist again finished forging the sword and went out. He went outside to check it. With one move, he instantly split the log, and thought that it was sharper than he expected. He had not even applied additional spells yet. With them, the sword would become even sharper. He gripped the sword, hoping it would help. They paved my way to the top, and preserve its cheerful spirit, then forward. Adding a few more spells, happily announced that it was ready. The antagonist thought that the sword turned out to be one-sided, somewhat resembling a falchion. He decided that one sharp edge was quite enough for the blade. It turned out shorter than a sword, a bit heavier than a dagger, but still lighter than a sword, exactly what we wanted. He fell to the floor and, sighing heavily, said he was completely exhausted. Only the sheath remained to be made and the work was half done. They say he didn't even imagine that one order could be so exhausting. This was the first sword made to order. He hoped Ivis would like it. The main character gladly agreed and greeted her. She smiled and remarked that it was clear he was working diligently. Had he already managed to complete part of the order? He showed her the sword and said he decided to start with the weapon for Ivis. Did she want to see it? Alicia, interested, agreed, and the main character drew the sword. They drew it from the sheath and showed the blade. The girl enthusiastically said that this sword combines the power and elegance of magic. Like a true work of art, the main character thanked her and noted that his efforts were not in vain. Only this sword exhausted him. The girl smiled and said she was worried because he hadn't appeared even during the day, so she decided to check if he was all right. How long all this lasted, he thought. He started working in the morning, and the forging of the sword seemed to him to be a whole 5 hours. Alicia asked if he wanted something to eat. He replied no, he really wanted to sleep. The girl sat down on the floor. The main heroine gently suggested, since he was tired, he should lie on her lap. Pregnus refused confusedly. She confidently asked. He was tired. Is that so? Then let him lie down. He lay on. On her lap he struggled so gently, how could he? Rest here? He was nervous and could not at all. Calm down, Alicia asked. What is his plan? The plans for the day were simple. MC replied that he was going to do a couple of things for sale and finish them today. And tomorrow he was supposed to start taking weather orders, and she gently advised him to lie down a little longer. Lying on the lap of his beloved, he thought about how to do something that would protect those who were important to him. He was the happiest man in the world. The next morning the hero realized that, unlike forging a sword, the weather would require a large amount of magical ore. So the weapon would be more expensive. First, using earth magic, he created a mold. To create a wide plate, he poured molten magic into it, and waited for it to solidify. Then the plate had to be reheated again. Just like with Ivis's sword, he repeated the same movements. Taking the hammer, he struck. They gave it the desired shape, then raised the temperature again and repeated this process several times. Should he enchant the sword after some time? Meanwhile, the main hero enchanted the blade, and the time had come. It was necessary to think about its final form. Unlike EVA, Weather skillfully wields all types of blades, so he aims to create a double-edged blade for this. Just as the Weather imagined, the sword was meant not only to strike but also to defeat enemies. During their duel, Avis attracts all the attention, and Weather ends it with a single instant strike. So, the sword must be so heavy and sharp that it takes life with a single strike, and soaked with magical knowledge. Then they forged it, repeating this process of steel hardening again and again. The sword can be brought to perfection. It is. The magical iron of this land, but in this way it can be made even better, and yet. Forging such a colossus is no easy task. If he had not cast this spell on himself, everything would have. It was a real struggle, but finally he managed to give the sword the right shape and weight. The hero looked out the window and thoughtfully wondered if it was already noon, as he thought working on this sword would take much more time than on the Iva's sword he needed. He rested a little, then set off again, and later sank into quiet reflections. He worked late and finally finished. MC drew the blade, and noticed that the sword was incredibly heavy, hardening. It was really not easy. He thought that since the sword was long, sharpening it with wind magic required much more effort than usual. The work turned out to be much more complicated than he expected, and yet he should have asked for more money. After some time standing outside, the main character whispered that now. The last broadcast before the finale. He cut through the mannequin. He instantly grabbed the sword and pondered. This weapon could kill monsters with one strike. Thanks to the double-edged blade, he could cut through anything. Relying on its colossal weight and the final touch, the necessary enchantments that reveal the potential of weather in battle. After some time, the MC finally finished the sword. After a whole day in the workshop, the sword was ready. He sat on the floor and looked tired. And with excitement, he wondered if they would like this new weapon. He couldn't wait to hand them the swords. Alicia tried to lift the sword and, straining, said that it was heavy. He smiled and replied that the sword was made following the pattern. The shape and whims of the weather let it reach out its hand. The girl submitted. He touched her hand and said that he had temporarily strengthened. Her physical strength grew now she could lift the sword. Alicia looked at the blade with admiration and said, "It was truly incredibly heavy. Only 2 people in the world could create something like this with magic, or..." The main character replied, "No, I don't think so." The girl explained that she had seen many blacksmiths, but only a few of them could forge something like this. After all, he was an incredible blacksmith. He thanked her and said that he still had room to grow. Alicia noticed that he had been working tirelessly in the workshop for 2 days and asked if he wanted to go to dinner. The main character agreed and admitted that he was terribly hungry. The girl laughed and replied that he could eat as much as he wanted. Soon Mason asked what his assembler had been doing at all. Morgan asked excitedly, "What?" He replied that he had called him because of the sword entrusted to him. So why was the job done so sloppily? The man thought with surprise and horror. Could something really be wrong with such a wonderful enchanted weapon? He exclaimed that every night an enchanted blade appeared in his guild. The forge worked almost around the clock. It cost incredible effort. They searched for food tirelessly. This art requires colossal investments. Strength, energy, and endurance. Perhaps he should tell his knights to take better care of the swords, Mason thought, but isn't it? Their smithy offered to regularly supply new weapons. Once a month. This agreement was made about 3 years ago, and Morgan nervously won the game. If that is really so, when Fake arrived at their palace and had already settled in, he entrusted all duties only to him. They discussed everything. They wanted him to suffer even more, so they had to. He established the supply chain and brought it to its current state, but Fake coped with these difficulties, and it made him terribly angry, so he arranged with the knights for regular weapon deliveries. Mason said that previously supplies came once every 6 months or once every 3 months. If they continued forging swords of such disgusting quality, they would stop using his forge. Morgan, confused, asked again, "What do you mean by disgusting quality?" The guy replied that the sword they were working on was nothing compared to the one in which they invested a fake head. So he wondered if all those quality swords they had supplied earlier were really counterfeit. Only one of their swords was still usable, but the enchantments on each would have to be repaired, exclaimed Morgan. They were boiling with anger that they worked even on holidays they had no time for. And was he even ready to raise their salary? He said that if they continued to supply weapons of such quality, he would have to think about lowering their pay. They were brought swords that still had forgeries and enchantments on them, so let them use them as a sample. Marvel, exclaimed Morgan, unable even to look at such shoddy work. Mason, in furious anger, said that even he, a man, unable to see the magical code, he still saw it. Morgan wondered how he dared to speak to him like that. Who did he think he was? He spread his arms wide and said that he seemed not to know. He, unlike him, he could not see the magical code right, so he could not distinguish a clumsily made code from a good one. In other words, the fake enchantment was so terrible that it was impossible to fix. There was no worse spell. No smith even dared to look at it. And if he tried, he would be instantly overwhelmed by incredible disgust, so strong that none of them could continue working. Morgan thought, indeed, about a year after Fake became a smith, a terrible event happened, and since then not a word. He no longer looked at it and no longer wanted to look. Mason asked, none of them, that is. Every smith ended up in their workshop only through connections, and turned out to be completely useless. Is that what he wanted to say? Morgan thought irritably, it's true, everyone, even himself. They became smiths at the court only through connections, yet even so, they had abilities. Don't put them on the same level as ordinary people, these guys. He insisted that swords at least needed to be enchanted to be usable, and added that he was already finished and could leave. Morgan left the room and thought about what a damn bastard he was. All he did was, he made one-sided demands. He had never met such a reckless person, although they worked tirelessly. With such knight captains, this country was doomed. If he became this man's personal smith, it would be over for him. Thank God that didn't happen. He was exhausted. He would leave today's work to others and go rest himself. After some time, Mason himself came to the workshop and said that they all useless. Morgan asked him irritably, what was he talking about, or were they really court smiths, he thought. He didn't even properly know how to distinguish magic, and yet he dared to say such a thing. Mason said that if they could show the results, he would not have reported it to another department. At first, he just wanted Fake to check his sword. However, he could not even imagine that they would return that miserable parody of a weapon. Those scoundrels even had the audacity. Everyone present froze at his fierce, menacing shout. Morgan Horath. He wondered if his voice was filled with mana. Mason continued to shout. As soon as he began investigating, more and more of their faults came to light. It seemed that, besides forgeries, many blacksmiths left, and none of them worked there for more than a year, all because of them. Specialists fled one after another. Morgan shouted in horror that yes, they have staff turnover, but it is because today's youth lack courage. The boy replied no. According to him, the workshop master bullied the new subordinates. Mason grabbed him by his clothes and said to him. He said it straight to his face what he said about him. The man was horrified. He replied that he mocked no one, it was training, he was just training them, Mason said. From the pile of work that Fake did, it seemed that he enchanted almost all the swords by himself every day from morning till night without any breaks and nothing else. He didn't even have days off, he had to sleep in the forge. Where was the training here? He managed to be a hangman better than a dark-skinned student. Smith, Morgan shouted in horror. No, this cannot be. Mason grabbed, and delivering a powerful blow to the face, shout loudly at him to shut up. Close-up of a man falling to the floor, and what will happen next? Asked directly if he considers violence acceptable. The boy placed his foot on his face and looked at him threateningly. Asked how many valuable blacksmiths they lost because of. All because of him. Compared to that, his pain is nothing. He had to return that Fake back, and not only it. He will call back all the blacksmiths they lost. Each of them would crawl on their knees and ask forgiveness from those who left because of them. He will have to tell them that he is no longer the same. Right in front of the guild, he was fired like all the others. All the others who bullied them under his command, so he begs them all to return. Did he understand him? Morgan asked, gripped by horror. The fired Mason shouted fiercely that it was obvious. He said he would not kneel before them. The young man replied that if he could not bring them back, everyone would be fired. He had already told his family everything in detail, and it seemed everyone managed. They will renounce him. Morgan thought in fear that he was no longer a court blacksmith, and if they took away his titles, life would be meaningless. He said that if they succeed and bring back all the blacksmiths, then he would probably allow them to join the Night Corps. Of course, they would face strict training. And for now, that would be it. Let him go call the blacksmith right now. Morgan wondered in horror, why is this happening to him? After some time, the main character handed the boy his new swords and said something like that. And what did they think about it? Avis grabbed the sword and said that the reference is in the description. It was perfect, light and compact, but even so he felt incredible power in this weapon. The protagonist explained that the sword was tailored to his fighting style, so it was not suitable for frontal attacks. Still, he wanted to make the blade as strong as possible, but in a direct clash with such a strong opponent as Weather, the blade might not hold, so he would have to be careful. Iva said happily that he understood everything and thanked very much. If he fights as always, there will be no problems. Weather, smiling, raised his sword and began to examine it. The protagonist was surprised and could not believe he was holding such a heavy thing with one hand. He asked that guy how he liked the sword. He replied that the weight was exactly what he wanted. The protagonist said he was glad to hear that, and how about the length? Weather replied that everything was fine with him too. The sword was so perfect that he could not believe it. Everything was exactly as he wanted. For the first time in his life, he held a sword that fit his hand so perfectly. The protagonist noticed that even if they relied on one decisive strike, their fighting styles complemented each other wonderfully. Ivis pulled the enemy outside and the storm dealt with him itself. He agreed and promised to take care of the sword, but MC smiling smiled and said not to worry, let him use it as much as he wants, and if it breaks, just bring it back to him. This is the greatest joy of the blacksmith. He, of course, did not want them to do anything beyond the strength of these swords. The protagonist said that the agreed price for the old sword was 40,000 crowns for Ivis's sword and 60,000 for Vaser's. They gave him the money and took the swords. He noted that the deal was completed. He was glad to do business with them. The protagonist took the weapon and thought that this was the sword he received as payment. It was in good condition, just a little adjustment to the magical code, and it could be used. Sell it, Uvis said joyfully. They were about to take a promotion exam soon. With such blades, they definitely wouldn't have any problems. The main character replied that it was worth testing them first to get used to them. Grid added that the exam would be in the evening. There was plenty of time for that, and in general, even without that, with such swords they would definitely pass the exam. Vezer said he thought so too. He felt like he had been using this sword for years already. The protagonist smiled and said he was glad to hear that. In any case, they should be careful and take care of themselves if they couldn't test his weapon. He would begin to doubt his blacksmith skills. Ivis said gladly that they would definitely manage. Vezer added that he would become a swordsman worthy of this sword. Then the guys left, and Alicia said joyfully that he did it. Everyone was delighted. The MC agreed and added that he was glad they liked the swords and hoped they would pass the test. The girl replied that they would definitely do it after all. They had his weapon. And then a little later, the main character enchants him. He took the sword and put it on the counter, when suddenly a girl approached them and enthusiastically remarked that all the swords looked simply incredible. He greeted her gladly and said that if she wanted, she could try any of the swords. She replied that in that case she would like to hold this one. The main character handed her the sword. The girl asked how much it cost. He answered 50,000 crowns, and she asked in surprise if it could be cheaper. The main character thought to himself that 40,000 crowns should be enough. The girl asked if she could do him a favor, and he glanced at her chest. And he sighed and said that he wouldn't lower the price much, but maybe he would agree to 40,000 crowns. Suddenly Alicia interrupted their conversation and sharply said, "The price is 50,000 crowns. First of all, this sword was of quite high quality, and even at the initial price it was a great purchase." The buyer exclaimed in surprise. She understood everything and agreed to buy for 50,000 crowns, and the main character took the money and thanked her for the purchase. He looked at Alicia, saw her dissatisfied expression, and asked what was the matter. She asked the main character if he liked voluptuous forms. The embarrassed hero replied that no, nothing like that. The girl noticed that he was looking at her. He thought that this did not mean he especially liked large ones. But what can you say, male nature, so he looked indifferently, and then they saw. Sold 2 F-rank swords and daggers to new adventurers. Morning. The king's profit cost 180,000 crowns, and they continued acting in the same spirit. After some time, Rig approached the main character and with a joyful smile exclaimed, "Long time no see." They greeted each other, and the main character noticed that he was right. Indeed, they had not seen each other for a long time. Behind the merchant stood his slave. Rig said, "Forge his sword." In the neighboring town, daggers flew off like hotcakes. He advertised them well, so it was worth expecting new orders. The main character exclaimed, "Really? Well, that's what he thought." Advertisement. The trader smiled and added that his weapons were bought not only by adventurers, even knights took them and boasted about them to others. "This is strange, isn't it?" MC asked in surprise. "Don't knights receive weapons from the kingdom or their lords?" He assumed that was the case in his country. The empire of the uprising. It was because of it that they had to gather weekly for service and sing over the weapons. The merchant said he was right, but he did not claim that the weapons they gave were of good quality. Knights who reached a certain level usually bought their own armor. He added that this was exactly why he was here. He poked a weapon on the counter with his finger and asked the protagonist how many of these high-class barrels he had. The protagonist replied that he had 10 of these in stock swords and daggers. Rig grumbled in surprise and said he would take them all. He wondered how much he would have to pay for them. Fake thanked for the purchase and announced the amount 800,000 gold coins. The merchant chuckled in surprise and said, "Well, he's buying wholesale. Maybe the main character will give him a discount." "For example, 700,000 gold coins," MC interjected. However, the price would be low, which was bad for his business, so he offered the merchant a few units of lower quality weapons and brought the total to 760,000 gold coins. So would that suit him? The allies agreed to this. The main character and the Rig's Alicia packed. They stuffed the goods into a box and placed it on the backs of slaves. The traveling merchant mentioned in passing that he would soon set off on a journey for a long time, so he would not be able to visit him. "Is that so?" said the protagonist. "What a pity," Rig added, "but in a week before him, his student, a girl named Almi, will arrive, and because of this he had a request. Let her prepare several units of weapons of different quality. He will buy even what she does not want to take, because he wants to check if she can properly assess the quality of goods. The main character replied that he understood and would do it, and Rig thanked him and added that by that day he must have 10 swords and daggers of the highest quality and a couple more goods of lower quality for sale. Will he be able to prepare all this? The main character assured him that everything would be ready by the arrival of his student. Rig shouted, "Well, wonderful, this slave woman will come with her, so he will recognize her immediately." While the merchant was adjusting the burden on the slave's back, Alicia whispered, falsely surprised, asking, "Are you sure he will manage to do everything in a week?" He quietly whispered in response, "Yes, he is used to it, so he will definitely cope in a week." She said in surprise, "Really? Just let him not overwork himself, okay?" The main character assured her. He gasped, "So how much will all this luxury cost?" The main character said, "If you think about it, I would say about 1.5 million. All right, Rig laughed and out of habit to bargain again. Maybe they will agree on 1,300 gold. The main character explained with surprise what Alicia pointed out. This won't do, the price is too low. They agreed at least on 1,450,000 gold coins. Rig reluctantly accepted this price. The main character explained with surprise, "What? Let it be at least 1,400,000 gold coins," but Alicia resisted. This was not even discussed. Moreover, they had already agreed to help the merchant train his apprentice, so her price was final. Rig laughed and admitted that she was right, adding, "It will be as she said, he will pay that amount." The main character thanked him and said they would wait for his apprentice at the appointed time. The merchant told him that he was counting on him, after which he said goodbye to the allies and left with the slave. MCX loudly exclaimed, "Good that it's all over," and thanked the girl. She, as always, scolded him for giving discounts too easily. He apologized and added that he was just very glad that someone really needed his weapons. Alicia quietly said that she understood his feelings, but his blades were truly valuable to her, so the payment must correspond to the skill. He looked at her gratefully and said, "All right, he will do so. Try not to repeat the same mistake in the future." The girl replied, "Very well." For some time, watching other masters help, she asked him, "The apprentice, the one Rig mentioned?" And the main character said that it seemed so. He added, "After all, blacksmiths also teach apprentices and usually work together." He was lucky magic is in all the attributes, so he does all the work in the workshop himself. If the master is not so lucky, he also does it himself for his own convenience. He takes the apprentice with him. Together they share duties. This helps when dealing with a large wave of orders, and he himself also thinks of taking an apprentice someday. Alicia asked him in surprise if he really also wanted a girl to be his apprentice. The main character literally caught his breath in surprise. Why immediately a girl? Suddenly he grabbed her hand and exclaimed. He had a flash of an idea. Why not make her his apprentice, he thought. Forging together with her would be so much fun, and it would be a chance to see. The main character sees her in work clothes. The Meganist asked her what she thought about it. The girl shyly replied, he will forgive her, but her magic is not very good. The main character let go of her hand and precisely noticed that since she sees magical properties, she could learn blacksmithing, but in reality, everything turned out to be much more complicated. Alicia looked at him and thought that if she could, she would agree without hesitation. But if he took someone else's apprentice, they would work together in the workshop every day. Imagining this, she could not hold back a scream of horror. The main character, surprised, asked her what happened. The girl fervently begged him not to take girls as apprentices, and the main character, puzzled, replied that he understood. After some time, she finally asked him where he learned to forge. He explained that he was from a village and his parents were blacksmiths. They took him in and taught him everything they knew. But unfortunately, they were no longer around. Alicia, surprised, asked him again. He was taken in. The main character explained to her that when he was very young, his biological parents abandoned him and he became an orphan. She said sadly, I understand. He advised her not to worry about it. He was too young to even remember those people. Alicia paused thoughtfully for a moment. Then she said that today she was lucky she learned a little more about him. He looked at her warmly. When the time came, they closed the shop. The girl said how lucky they were, everything was sold out, and then pretended that it was good they had kept the shop open for so long. At that moment I had some kind of weather. Someone called him. He asked them in surprise. Have they already taken the exam? They asked, and the boys answered yes. The main character exclaimed, well done, and then asked, and what were their results? Eva exclaimed that they had passed. They were promoted to D rank. Should I add all thanks to his weapon defense? Paganist and Alicia exchanged a smile, a fake one. He told them that he was glad to help and congratulated them on their promotion. The adventure caused excited exclamations. He could not imagine how grateful they were. His weapon was so light and easy to use that they would soon rise to C rank. He seriously told them that it was not just a weapon, they had received it only recently, but learned to handle it so quickly. Their abilities allowed them to pass the exam. Eva, however, objected that this was not true at all. It was all thanks to. Thanks to him, the main character told them that if they needed a weapon again, they should come to him. By that time, he would try to get better magical steel, because the one he had was, in his opinion, a bit weak for their skills. The guys said they would recommend it to friends, and the main character thanked them and wished them luck. On the promotion, they said goodbye and the adventurers left. He watched them go and thought about the people who received the weapon he made with his own hands. They were rising to the top right before his eyes, and it was so pleasant to watch. Fake said, "Well, he is not far from them in stature either," and Belisha laughed and cheered him up. He turned it on, let him try, and after a few minutes Goral said to MC with surprise, "Total profit 1,200,000 gold, and another big order from the merchant." The hero replied yes, and added that adventurers were gradually visiting his shop too, finding out where he was. They began to become recognizable. The man noticed that it seemed his affairs were getting better. Big said, and that was more than enough. Goral spoke, and it was clear. There was no doubt about his skill. He fell silent thoughtfully. The main character asked him if something had happened. No, he had just received a letter and immediately distributed it. I see the envelope and stare at the address. The main character exclaimed in surprise, "Is this from Robert?" Goral looked at his envelope and was also surprised. He had also received a letter from him, and that letter spoke to him. About a large order for the blacksmith. The main character read the same, asked Alicia's father. "Well then, will he take it?" exclaimed MC. "Of course, if it's a forging order, he will gladly take it." Goral spoke in a satisfied tone. If so, he will immediately write him a reply, and the main character thanked Goral and assured that he would not let him down. Stepping into the corridor, the hero anxiously pondered the order from Robert himself. Over time, pleasing him became increasingly difficult. Robert called him and, smiling, rushed to meet him, exclaiming how long it had been since they last saw each other. Robert was so glad to see him that he put his hand on the main character's shoulder and added that he was very happy that he took on his order. The main character sighed gloomily and said that he had violated his privacy again. He asked the boy which weapon he wanted. Robert opened the box and showed its contents to the main character. The main character explained and was surprised. "Isn't this the magical iron of Viria, and that guy inside?" "Yes, that's exactly why he asked for it. Fake, but..." "And what a surprise, this substance can be extracted from the bodies of monsters, but..." "The valuable item does not necessarily drop from a powerful monster. It all depends on luck. Even from the corpse of an ordinary goblin, iron can drop. That's why adventurers go hunting day after day, hoping for luck." Robert aptly emphasized this. "Wonderful, isn't it?" MC confirmed that it was so. He asked him, looking at the second item. When asked if it was a magical metal of Viria, Robert answered yes, although, of course, it is inferior to Viria itself. For him, as a craftsman, it was a rare opportunity to show his skill in forging such a metal. "Really?" agreed the main character and thought. In fact, Viria is almost never sold. Swords made from it are passed down in families and guarded like the apple of one's eye. Robert conspiratorially winked at him and added that this was not all he had prepared for him when the guys showed him the most important thing. The main character's surprise knew no bounds. Right in front of him lay the claw and fang of the dragon itself. Robert noticed, didn't he? He invaded their territory and they crushed him. They captured that area of fang and claws from his body, so he entrusted this to him. The protagonist, examining the items, noticed that this was not. Every time the man could defeat the dragon, he did it alone, killing it single-handedly. "Isn't that so?" Robert objected. "No, it's impossible to overcome it alone. The knights helped him, and only through joint efforts did they succeed to destroy it, and finally he had the honor to benefit from this victory." The main character said admiringly, "Simply incredible. For a blacksmith, there is no greater reward than forging a weapon from such rare materials." Robert laughed and said he was glad that Fake was so enthusiastic. "Then they will take the area as a basis, and the lack of volume will be compensated by Vera." MC. "So they brought Varia, not just like that area alone is not enough to make a weapon." He turned to Robert and he even tossed materials directly from the dragon itself. The boy briefly replied, "Exactly so. According to his plan, the fang and claw should compensate for the lack of material and make the product better." "All right," they said, "but even so the result will be worse than from pure alloy, and he still wants to make a sword from what he has." He said a little sadly, yes, he understands that they will have to compromise. It is inevitable. He placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and added, "That is why he places great hopes on him." Having carefully reviewed the materials once again, C replied that he would not let him down. "I mistakenly thought that perhaps that was the nature of all blacksmiths. But the sight of so many rare materials filled him with a pleasant anticipation. He could not wait to finally start working with them. He asked the boy what kind of weapon he would like to have forged for him. Robert suddenly pulled the weapon out of his jacket and said the same. A sword of such shape, the main character drew it from the sheath, carefully examined it, and proclaimed, "A sword in which the metals of Viria and Aryan have merged. This is a genuine, carefully forged blade, and its enchantment is at its peak." Robert remarked, "Exactly so. Everything was said correctly." This time he wanted the main character to use. They fused dragon materials with Aryan metal to create an even more perfect blade. The main character carefully examined the blade again and asked if it was possible to simply apply other enchantments. The boy replied that if the blade improved from this, he was not against it. He relied on instincts to wait, feel the length and shape, and let everything be as it was while falling. Pretending to understand, he threw all his strength into forging the sword that was supposed to meet his expectations. The main character got to work. Robert sat on a chair and did not take his eyes off the confident movements of the master. At first, the main character melted and mixed two types of metals. Here he acted according to the usual order. There was nothing complicated about this. When he finished this step, he joyfully exclaimed, "Wonderful, perfectly done." He thought, but difficulties awaited ahead. It was still necessary to properly melt and mix the fan and claw of the dragon, the main character. Magnus took the materials in his hands and felt a barely perceptible warmth, as if a heart was beating in them. It was a strange sensation. Robert watched him with interest, the main character. "You understand, I tried to melt them the old way, but the materials simply would not yield. It turns out dragons. They really withstand intense heat," and he thought to precisely adjust the magical flow and raise the heat to the required level. When he managed to carry out the plan, he succeeded. He finally spoke, and the form began to change. He, surprised, remarked, "Wow, I didn't expect Fake to figure this out so quickly," and added that he expected no less from him. Ordinary blacksmiths don't even touch conic materials. Only specialists handle that. But he adapted instantly. Only a true master can do that. After some time, he pretended to stir the alloy. He said, "Now they have completely merged." Next, he melts the metal and prepares the dragon raw material. And he fired a blank shot, after which the main character immediately moved on and took up the next steps. Finally, he said, "So, the synthesis of the magical properties of all materials is successfully completed." Robert, not believing his own eyes, he exclaimed in surprise, "Incredible. This is simply excellent work." The main character smiled and thanked him. Fake added that he would now shape the sword, but it is still far from ready. He asked the boy if he would watch. The boy exclaimed, "Of course, such skill is not acquired every day." He asks, "Let me be by your side until the very end." It was such an invaluable experience. The hero smiled at him, silently agreeing, outsmarted the metal, and began. Forging, he thought it was a routine matter, just monitoring the magical parameter. Even after the magical metal was fused with dragon components, their essences had not yet become one. Externally, everything looked solid, but it was a deceptive impression inside. They had not yet merged when he appeared. Forging the sword, he wove magical streams into it. As soon as the alloy became one, he consciously disappeared. Deliberately destroyed his own structure to then rebuild it anew. Only this way does steel become stronger, mesmeral. Robert closely watched the main heroes. The movements were confident and focused. The work was done. He was beside him all day, so the continuation had to be postponed until morning. The next morning, Robert, who had spent the night here, was already standing by the anvil to be work. After some time, when the blade finally took its final shape, Fake checked the length and width. Everything was perfect. But before sharpening the blade, a test awaited the double. Symmetry and balance of the sword decide everything. Carefully examining everything and evaluating the blade, he declared it perfect. The next step to carve the handle from Aryan metal and attach it to the sword. Having finished this work, the main character asked Robert if he wanted to test the weapon before the final touches. The allies set off into the forest. The young man tremulously raised his new sword and made several sharp lunges and maneuvers. He asked him how he liked it. Robert explained, "Simply excellent. Why, this is an exact copy of the original sword. To reproduce such in one forging means truly flawless work." The main character responded with a smile, glad that there were no problems. Then, "He will move on to the final touches," Robert agreed joyfully. When they returned to the forge, the protagonist set about proving it. Robert was glad when he saw that Fake so masterfully controlled the magic of the wind, and added that, obviously, it was his skill in all the elements that allowed him to reach such a level in blacksmithing. The protagonist replied that years of training had not been in vain. Finally, he announced that the sharpening was complete, and now only the last enchantments remained to be applied. He had already decided, The enchantments would mostly repeat those on Robert's sword, but he would still correct some things. They corrected the flaws and adapted it for the magical metals zone. Robert did not take his eyes off, watching as enchantments were laid on his weapon. When Fake finished, the boy took the sword in his hand, and with admiration felt that it not only fit perfectly in his palm, but the magic was transmitted amazingly effectively. The quality of the enchantments the protagonist applied was beyond all praise, he himself said a little shyly. Glad you like it. Robert noted that he would not be able to repair a masterpiece of such a level if it broke, but the hero laughed and reassured him. Don't worry, thanks to the iron metal in the alloy would definitely last a month or two. Suddenly Robert rushed to the protagonist, fell to his knees and grabbed his hands. The protagonist almost screamed from stunned surprise. He, pressing his palms to his cheeks, said that his hands worked wonders. He was terribly envious of his blacksmith talent. Fake pulled his hands away and asked the boy to stop. Robert calmly got up as if nothing had happened and thanked the protagonist only nodded, and then he suggested moving on to payment. The boy asked him if he wanted a fee of 5 million crowns. The hero, confused, replied that it was too much. After all, he had already provided. He gave him all the materials and, looking at the shape of the sword, instantly oriented him. For his services, he could ask for 300,000 crowns. Robert spoke cautiously, considering every detail. There are few who can forge this metal, so he included a fee for his unique skills and added weapons made from Irian metal cost 10 times more, right? So he asks for this box with items that contains the full amount. The main character, not believing, exclaimed. Aren't these the rare artifacts that appear in dungeons only occasionally? He couldn't just accept it like that. What value? Robert firmly said that this blade was worth it. Let him believe. An iron sword could even compete with the steel blade of Slayan. He added that he wants to surrender. Let him continue working with him as a blacksmith. It will come in handy. Let it serve his future. The antagonist addressed him by name, said he would accept this gift from him, and thanked him. Robert smiled and said, "Thank you for that." He created it. He swore to him that he would become a warrior worthy of him. If he ever needs help, he will always be at his service. After some time, Alicia joyfully called Fake and exclaimed that his skill was truly incredible. The sword he made for Robert exceeded all expectations. The production of Aryan metal and dragon components was already a real feat in itself, and even her father was impressed. She was confident that he would soon recognize his mastery. He took a cup of tea with a slight smile and said he hoped that someday it would be so, then lowered his gaze with the same slight smile and wondered if he really recognized him. What will this change in their relationship? After all, he is just a fake suitor, a shield against others. Will it really last forever? Of course, if he can continue to be useful, he will only be glad about it. How long will they manage to fool Lord Gorel? After all, when she finds someone who truly loves her, his role will end. It all started with her compassion. She was kind and pitied the one everyone mocked. But he forgot about it and began to try so desperately in blacksmithing to earn recognition. How childish that was. She noticed his depressed look, called him by name, and asked if he was feeling unwell or tired from fortifying. While forging the sword, he raised his head, smiled, and said, "That's not the case." Everything was fine. Riggs' apprentice, Almi, would come to them next week. There were still a few orders from other clients, and he hadn't even started working to sell something. She said in surprise that he had already spent so much time and effort on that sword, and now he would also have to prepare for the new work week. He smiled and said it was like a hobby that brought him money, so all he did was complain. She called him and said she asked him to rest more. He said he still wasn't tired. Alice, however, continued to worry and said she was still concerned about him. Maybe he should rest this week. He froze for a moment, lost in thought, and finally suggested to him to take a break. Maybe they could go somewhere together. "Do you have something tasty to eat?" She happily agreed, and the main character thought he didn't know what to expect. Him with her, but he couldn't suppress his desire to forge truly worthy blades. He wanted it, so that his swords would find many owners. That was the meaning of his life, and he was unbreakable. He was simply doing his blacksmith work his heart commanded. Meanwhile, Gorel was looking out the window and remembered how Robert called him and said he was grateful for the permission to order fake weapons from him. From magical iron, very magical metal, dragon's claw and fang, he managed to combine all this into a single blade. The result exceeded all his expectations. He looked at the sword with a surprised expression and asked if it was possible to forge such a blade. But could he inquire? Robert agreed, and he asked him to explain why he initially ordered a fake from him. They were both competing for his daughter's hand, and he himself was a blacksmith. This question troubled him, and therefore Alicia valued his talent so highly that he, as a fellow blacksmith, decided to test what he was really capable of. He admitted that even for him, processing and shaping such materials turned out to be a real challenge. As a blacksmith, he was impressed by his skill, No wonder she noticed him among the others. Suddenly Gurul noticed a chest in his office. This approached and opened, and looked closely at the sword inside. He looked at it with serious experience, and said that maybe this is it. Some time passed and she came to the fair, thinking to herself that today, after a 2-week break, they reopened the tent, took their usual places, and prepared everything for work. They worked, as always. They sorted the goods by quality and set aside a batch for Alma, Rig's apprentice. He forged even more swords and daggers to attract buyers. He smiled, looked at the box, and said there was another box with things. The one Robert gave him was very useful. Alicia, smiling, said that thanks to this he can now carry much more things. People began to approach them and speak. That was this shop, right? He was not mistaken. This is a fake forge, isn't it? He agreed, and the adventurer said that last time he bought his sword from a traveling merchant. The quality is excellent. It fits in the hand like a glove. He even allowed his guys to try it out, and now everyone wanted to get one for themselves. They came in person. Could they look at the goods? He said with a smile, grateful for their praise. He thought that the traveling merchant probably meant Rig. Although he said he was advertising his goods, he didn't even hope. He called the customers to come to him immediately. The adventurers chose weapons and said that he wanted to buy this dagger, and instead of the sword he had, she chose this dagger. He would have taken a dagger too. He thanked them for the purchase, and then he named the price. He looked at the money received and thought he had sold them too cheaply, but either. Still, their order brought in 200,000 gold coins. From the morning, immediately 3 buyers. What luck. Then others came, some bringing friends, and he was excellent. Loyal to those who praised his blades and taverns. Some came because of rumors about Ives's power, however. Merchants spread rumors about him, and soon others learned about him. By noon, the shop was already bursting with people. Alicia smiled. Incredible, today there is no end to customers. He held the food in his hand, smiled, and agreed, saying he was grateful to Rig for such advertising and fame. She was. Sorting through the boxes, he agreed and told his apprentice to hurry, because they would run out of blades. He said that if it continued like this, so be it. He thought that there were clearly more people than last time, even if not everyone was buying, just watching. This was a great sign. A man approached them and said he wanted to buy these 2 daggers and 2 swords. She looked at him and thanked him for the purchase. He said he hoped not to sell them all, but noticeably fewer people were looking inside. People's attention. On the street, attention was drawn to a slave and a girl walking beside him. She left. He smiled, looked in the direction he was pointing, and asked, "That's the shop, right?" They were very surprised when they saw her, and she came closer. She smiled, greeted with good afternoon, and said her name was Almi. "He is a fake, right?" He agreed and asked, "She must be Rin's apprentice, right?" She laughed. He agreed and said that probably her teacher had already told him. Today she came instead of him. He enthusiastically praised his products and assured that he made incredible weapons. Embarrassed by this, he asked, "Is that true?" Alicia looked at him suspiciously, and he said that he had already prepared the weapons for inspection. He brought several goods and said that he had prepared a few things for her. She could choose what she needed. She thanked him, and he approached to inspect the weapons and thought that he had mixed quality items with less quality ones. Would she notice the difference? She carefully examined the swords and daggers and finally chose one, and said that she would take these swords and daggers, 10 of each, nothing more needed. He was surprised and thought that although the difference was almost imperceptible to the eye, she definitely chose the better option. He smiled and said that for all this she would have to pay 1,450,000 crowns. She approached me. Closer, smiling, took his hand and asked, "What if he gives her a discount?" "Alice, we are very surprised that." "What happened?" And she said that at least a small discount for her as a regular client. He tried to refuse but did not. He wondered if she decided to resort to seduction. She chose the wrong man. He already had Alicia, and he truly loved her. Honestly, such things do not repel him. He saw that she was dissatisfied and thought. He thought that if she were disappointed in him now, it would be like death to him. He suddenly pulled his hand back, immediately refused, and said directly that this was the final amount, and May was disappointed by this and declared that the seduction trick did not work. He was really persistent. She paid the full amount for the weapon and, by the way, said that he was a true master of his craft. Where did he work before? The main character began pouring money into the drink. He opened the drawer and said that he worked in the Revenant Empire. "But I was lucky to move here," she said with a smile. "Maybe our paths will cross." She will still walk these paths, so this was not a farewell. She left with the slave, turned around, blew him a kiss, and said, "See you soon," while he stood there with a smug smile, thinking that she would not fool him so easily. He turned around and said that they were lucky to sell so many weapons at a good price. Alicia approached him and, a little embarrassed, asked if he still loved that big one. Really? He asked confusedly what she was even talking about, and she, not hiding her surprise, said that he was looking at her. She sharply said that it was not like that at all. She insisted that it was true, she saw it. The way he looked at her, he thought a little and asked the man. He is essentially a man, right? Wild males usually react to movement, to prey, and to threats. It's instinct, nothing can be done about it. She asked if she had such a body. Does that mean she doesn't deserve him? Attention, he objected and said that he meant something completely different. Suddenly she grabbed his thank you and asked, what about a body like hers? Doesn't he like girls like that? He denied it and thought that more than anything he liked her and that his preferences were based on her. She let him go, apologized, and said that this put him in such an awkward position. He refused and said that everything was. He already thought that work was finished for today. The last client turned out to be Alma. Today they earned 3,120,000 crowns. It was the most profitable day at the market. Then they. Returning to the estate, Girl noticed that things were going very well today, and MC agreed and added that some orders came from a traveling merchant. He bowed and quietly said that was all, asking to be released. He asked him to wait and thought for a few seconds, and said honestly he was impressed. He never thought he could establish such sales. A foreign country where no one knew him. He was a little surprised by such praise and modestly said that he was just lucky. So far almost all his earnings depend on that merchant. If he loses interest in him, the profits will collapse. He thought about how many people supported him, about everyone who bought his works: Avis, Vesar, Rig, Almi, Robert, and Alicia. It was thanks to them that he was able to grow to such heights. He looked at him and asked, maybe it's true, but was all his income really dependent only on that merchant? The latter agreed with a slight smile and said that, fortunately, a few adventurers who bought his goods recommended him to their comrades, so little by little more and more people began to learn about him. He smiled and said that this means his weapons really help people. It turned out that people returned to him precisely because of his skill. Fake was quite confused by what he heard, bowed slightly and thanked him. Gorel got up from the table and said that he had a request for him. He followed him and asked, what do you want? You approached the chest, showed the sword that lay in it, and he asked if he could restore it. Seeing this, he grabbed the sword and began to examine it. He felt it that way. When he saw those spells, he felt sick, and he thought that this was an incredible density of data, as if someone had simultaneously squeezed an entire library into his brain. If the blade caused such sensations, it meant that it contained more magical information than he could understand. He called him and asked if everything was all right, and he turned, nodded, and said that he needed to concentrate now. He thought the enchantment itself is simple, but the amount and power of the magic. The amount invested in it was truly colossal. Damage was visible everywhere. If you use this sword in such a condition, it will break sooner or later. He finished inspecting the enchantment and said that he found the problem. Guro looked at him and asked if he could fix it. He agreed and said that due to the huge amount of magical information, he would not be able to fix everything at once. It would take about a day. He understood him and said that he should not rush. That would be better. To do everything thoroughly and reliably. The main character agreed and said that he would do so. He lingered his gaze on the sword blade and thought that it seemed to mean a lot to the master. This needs to be repaired thoroughly, but as quickly as possible. To return it to its owner as soon as possible. The next day, he came to the smithy and said that he was full of strength and ready to get to work. He again began to carefully examine the swords and armor, and thought that the volume of data was still as incomprehensible as before. Everywhere there were many damaged symbols. Entire sections did not work at all. Everything would have to be restored down to the smallest detail, so as not to disrupt the original magical structure itself. Starting work, he realized that this sword was forged from an alloy of Aryan and Elios iron. From the materials, it was immediately clear that in his hands was the work of a true master. The master's mark was incredibly powerful, and there was so much magic in it that ordinary weapons did not even compare. Well, the repair will take much more time than he thought. The one who cast these spells probably worked on them for several days without rest. Doing everything from scratch was hellish work, but it had to be fixed. He would definitely handle it. However, the most amazing thing. Can you imagine these enchantments have not lost their power for over 10 years? Is an alloy of 2 steels capable of that? No. No, it's rather a matter of skill. Without the craftsmanship of a first-class blacksmith, this would not have happened. So there is still room to grow in his art. If such a weapon is ever created, it will outlive centuries. Not for the sake of glory and not to leave a mark in history. So that even after death, his blades continue to protect people. He must stop thinking about this until noon. The main work is already done, only a few touches remain. The final touches remained. He heard a knock on the door and let in. Believe it or not, I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I'm not sure whether I am right or wrong. I am very grateful. Shia entered the forge, saw that he was up to his ears in work, and said, "How is the repair going?" MC said that he had done most of the work, only the final touches remained. She was surprised, and when he was asked if he managed to do so much in half a day, he said it was just an ordinary sword repair. She approached the sword lying on the table, touched it, and said that it was truly incredible. This blade was forged by her father's father, that is, her grandfather. He was surprised and was about to ask something, but she said that he died 10 years ago. He looked at the sword with surprise and asked, "Does this mean that this blade is very precious to Lord Gurul?" She agreed and said that he also asked to have something so valuable repaired for himself. He looked at the blade and thought that he would not trust this blade to him without a second thought. She said that her father constantly tried to repair it but never succeeded and grieved over it for a long time. Blacksmithing never came easily to him, so he could not restore the blade he inherited after her grandfather's death. He understood her and decided that this order was probably a test for him. The master had not yet fully recognized his skills, but still entrusted him with this blade. At the very least, this already means one thing: he believes in him. This type probably holds dear memories for him. He said with a slight smile that now he had even less room for mistakes. He continued working on the sword and suddenly realized that several hours had passed since the last touches. And finally the last stroke was added. The repair was finished on time. He checked every detail again and again, as if afraid to miss something. He looked for unnoticed flaws, checked whether the original enchantment was reproduced accurately enough, made corrections dozens of times, and finally said, "Thank you very much." Alicia cheerfully asked if she could take a look. He agreed and warned that due to the pile of magical information it might be difficult for her to understand, so she must be careful. She tried to look closer, but she was overcome by nausea. He, with a worried look, asked if she was okay. She smiled and said it was a wonderful work. Although she could see it only out of the corner of her eye, however, she felt the emotions that her grandfather once put into this blade, as if the blade came to life and was filled with new power. She bowed her head and said she was grateful to him for restoring the Barnasto family's sword to its former strength. He smiled a little and said there was no need to thank him. Such words mean a lot to him. He will immediately take it to the master, she said with a joyful look. She was sure that her father would jump for joy like a child. He was quite surprised and asked if he could behave like that. She said that her father could be unexpectedly kind. He remembered their first meeting and said that if he looked back then, "I really saw it once." Although he was nervous, now he could not wait to see his reaction. She said he should run to him quickly. As soon as he entered the office, Gurul stood with a surprised expression on his face. He asked if he had already repaired the sword. Fake agreed and said he had restored it as best as he could. They asked him to take a look, and he was noticeably nervous. He took the sword and carefully drew it from the sheath. He looked at it with sadness in his eyes. Then he made a few swings and laid it on the table. He began to carefully study this spell. He felt sick and he said that it really was his father's sword. Tears. It started to bleed and he said that that was exactly how it was. On the day he first entrusted it to him, that was how it was. And indeed the very same sword. He would never have thought that. Will he ever see again the former grandeur and power of this sword? He is truly an incredible blacksmith. He froze in shock, bowed low, and thanked him. The world called him by name and said it recognized him. Him as Alicia's fiancé. He looked at him with a face that showed surprise. They asked what he said. He answered, smiling slightly. He thanked because he believed that only he was worthy to care for his daughter, and thought that it seemed so to him. It would be a long time before he heard these words. He became sad and he thought that yet he was simply her false fiancé. He put his hand on his head and said that he would not let her be sad. The main character agreed, then asked if his daughter was charming and agreed again. He agreed instantly and warned, if he dared to give in to base desires, his head would become a decoration of the palace. He turned away with a confused expression on his face and quietly said that he understood him. He said with a serious expression that although by mutual consent he could allow it, he still thanked him. They could not understand what kind of situation this was. They had just been talking about a sword, and now this. He said that he should not leave the smithy so that his hands would not lose skill. From now on he must be vigilant and keep his ears open. As soon as people find out that he became the sole suitor for his daughter's hand, a bunch of suspicious types will gather around him. He can go and tell Alicia this pleasant news. He left the office with a bewildered look and wondered, what should they do now? First, they urgently need to talk to her about their fake engagement. After some time, she was standing in the forge with a smile on her lips and wiping the tools when MC entered. She instantly noticed him. He asked if she had decided to tidy up a bit, and she agreed, and he did not hide his surprise. She was even sweeping the floor, and the smithy became so clean that he felt genuine gratitude. She laughed and asked where her father had said that. With a slight smile, the gentleman was pleased with the repair result and very happy with what he saw. She said with a radiant face that everything was fine, and she would come a little closer to him. Later, because she herself wanted to see how satisfied he was. He said, looking a little sadly, that he had everything. And she also recognized him as her fiancé. She was so taken aback by what she heard that she asked, "Did he really say that?" He agrees, and said that he had said exactly that. She beamed with happiness and said that they were succeeded. Now they are official. He interrupted her, calling her by name and saying that he increasingly thought about their fake attention. Was it right to keep dragging this lie? Out of surprise, she dropped the rag and asked what he meant. He said that Lord Gurl sincerely cared about her. He always put her feelings above noble rules, even when he checked if he was worthy of his daughter. With him, a simple commoner, he spoke as an equal. Despite the difference in status, they were considered equals and their relationship was approved. That's why he can no longer lie to him. He must confess everything. Especially because there was no love between them from the very beginning. He thought with a sad look that he never imagined that. The words he spoke caused such pain. She liked him even more than he himself thought. To his surprise, Alicia bailed and apologized. In fact, in that moment, what a shame she misled him. He did not understand these words and asked what she was talking about. They said it embarrassedly, but on the day she asked him to be her fake fiancé. All those words about cover-up and disguise, pure lies. She had to say the most important thing, what really matters, she loves. She always loved him from the very first time. They met. At first she was just, I am really curious what kind of person he is. But his smile is dazzling. Like the sun, he cannot even imagine how much she longed to see him again. She fell in love with how he worked obsessively in the foreground. She dreams of becoming the best, and he is so gentle. He laughs at her nonsense every moment they spend together. She madly adores everything about him down to the smallest detail. Fake was very surprised by what he heard and asked, "Is it true?" She agreed, and said that she apologizes for having lied to him all this time. She dragged him into all this because of her selfishness. He constantly puzzled over how to please her father. He was always so kind to her, but despite all this, it was so hard for him. And now she also threw away these unrequited feelings. She imposes healing on him and asks for forgiveness for it. Suddenly he pressed her to himself and asked what she was doing. She was talking about it. He loved her too. He had always loved only her, the only thing that held. What gave him the strength to work at the court was her presence. Her rare visits to the workshop, where his only light and salvation were, however. He always thought she was unattainable and that he, a court blacksmith, was just a commoner, and she, the Duke's daughter. He constantly told himself, don't dare fall in love. In love, he forbade his heart to beat faster. And yet he loves her. He wants to be near. She is not some fake for show. She is real. Over the shoulders and shoulders. Suddenly he said several times that he loved her. She stepped back a step and, very embarrassed, said for him to stop. She said this so often, she was now doing something like this. A frightening face, but happiness shone in the eyes, and he was also very happy. Because of this, and immediately hugged. He called her and asked if they could see her. Start everything over again right now, right? Damn. Agreed and said that now it was not a failure. Bright and well-groomed, but real. They settled on the floor by the wall, and she asked if he could explain why he fell in love with her. He asked, smiling, if she again recalled that she always came to the forge. She agreed and said that she simply liked watching him work. It meant so much to her. He took her hand and said that, besides her, almost no one was kind to him. She literally saved She made him keep going no matter what, she said with a sad expression. That's how it was. About bullying in Forge, if only she had noticed that attitude towards him earlier, he said. She smiled as if she couldn't be around all the time and it definitely wasn't her fault. You remembered the past and pondered. The blacksmiths behaved decently around her, but only then, when she noticed a bruise on his cheek. And the truth. Everything came out. He asked if she could now say when she fell in love with him. She blushed and got embarrassed, asking if he was really that interested. He agreed. She asked if he remembered how they met under that tree 3 years ago, right? He recalled and said that it was their first meeting. She said sadly. On her face was an expression as if her mother had passed away that year. He said with a sad look that he didn't even know about it. He thought he had never seen. He saw her mother and stopped guessing where she was. Now everything became clear to him. Alicia said that her last words were about having to find what would make her happy, however. She was just mechanically mastering etiquette, magic, and fencing, but she did it not because she liked it or it brought her joy, but because others expected this from her. When heavy thoughts hung over her, she decided to go out and breathe some fresh air near her mother's favorite tree. There she met. A young man was smiling, and the main character remembered it as if something in memory came alive. Then he was full of hope, but in a few hours he was in despair. She rested her head on his shoulder and said she remembered. I asked him such a silly question, and he answered with such enthusiasm and kindness. While his smiling image lived in her memory, she searched for him with her eyes at every ball. That is how she realized she had fallen in love with him, he asked, smiling shyly. When she finally found the work she wanted to do, she looked him in the eyes and smiled. She smiled and said she wanted to live with him, she wanted to laugh with him at silly things. Tell me about those hard and joyful moments. She wanted to be there at the moment when he would become the best blacksmith in the world, the first to see it. This is exactly what she desired now. It sounded strange, didn't it? He said with a slight smile that it didn't. Strangely, he was insanely happy and she would stay with him. Could there be anything better? Suddenly he realized that he had once forgotten the dream of becoming the best blacksmith in the world. Then only one thought remained in his head: how to escape this hell. That's all. There were days when he seriously wondered whether it was worth holding on to the title of Kovali, if it would give him a chance to break free. However, and now he had to become the best for her, for his beloved wife, and he did not realize this immediately. Shortly after, they finally let each other into their hearts. Then they went to Gurul's office, and he said that Alicia had received an invitation to the ball again. And he also received a letter. One of the two letters reached him. Of course, he read the letter. MC took it in his hand. He looked at the hand and said that it was from the palette. Everything the forge, and it was sent by Morgan. He was surprised to see this and pondered what he needed from him after so many years. Alicia stood next to him and asked in a worried voice what was written there. He began to read and said that now their shop is declining. They cannot provide knights with quality weapons. Every blacksmith works without rest, and they ask him to return as soon as possible. In the letter he received, they asked to pass on a message to him if he still works there. He was fired, then apologized for the inconvenience. He stood in front of him and pondered. They said if he were useless, he would have already been kicked out of here, and of course, they wrote so. He looked at him sitting at the table and said he heard that at the court he is mercilessly exhausted. Isn't he afraid that, returning, he will again become a workhorse? With regret in his voice, he said that most likely it would be so. He asked if he plans to return. If you think about the good of their house, the title of court blacksmith of the Revenant Empire is truly an honorable and worthy role. A great thought flashed in his mind. After all, he will become part of the ducal family. His reasoning about the benefits was quite sound. The title of imperial blacksmith would indeed glorify the duke's family, and sitting opposite, he said that for a nobleman such calculation makes sense. But he must know strength is not the only goal of their class. Power and the happiness of children, that is what requires balance when making a choice. They take both factors into account, and he cannot allow his son to go where he will be unhappy. She smiled, called him, and asked if he really already considered him his son. He, a bit confused, said not to misunderstand him, specifically. The antagonist looked at her and thought that since she was still unmarried, it was his merit. With her beauty and status, she could have been engaged long ago, so this really puts her happiness first. Bowing, he asked for forgiveness, but frankly said he did not want a return to the empire. Gurul, with a serious expression, said that then he would write the refusal himself. That would make more sense. He thanked him for that. He said that there they treated him as an expendable resource anyway. She called him and said, they said the letter would be delivered by themselves. She would go to the ball and hand it over personally. He looked at her and asked why she needed that extra trouble, especially since she did not like it there. So why did she need it? He agreed and said that she was invited to balls only because they considered her free. so she got ready to introduce her fiancé to the whole world. He understood her intentions, named him, and asked if he agreed to this. MC agreed and thought if she is ready. If he was going to go for it, he had to go with her. Finally, he wanted to tell everyone that their relationship was real. Gürel said he would prepare the letter. It was time for them to get ready to leave. Agreeing, they left the office. He thanked her. She turned around and said there was no need to thank him. She wanted it herself. They delivered the letter publicly and even sent such a brazen letter. How dare they look down on her husband? Let them work in their workshops and envy his genius will never become theirs. When they find out that he is now from the Barnasto house, they will be filled only with shame. He said with a slight smile that she really did so much for him. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be standing here now. She objected. That's not true. He helped her too, because her dream of happiness was to walk beside him like this. He looked at her and thought that Nellie was the only one who could see her. When the truth finally came out, she began to talk more often about her feelings. Often they hugged and she whispered that she still loved him so much. He was very embarrassed because of this, and thought that he was not used to such words and did not know how to react. Alicia looked at him and said that she was still nervous. But she was glowing with happiness. He asked, smiling, "Is it true?" He called him by name and asked if his heart was also beating wildly. He agreed and whispered that if he became even happier, he would simply burst into pieces. She laughed and asked what he was saying. Fake looked at her with a joyful smile, and suddenly realized, earlier he thought he could live alone. I looked at the lovers and did not understand how they could spend so much time together. Now every day with her is pure joy. He said that they needed to prepare simultaneously for the departure to the arbiter. Morgan sat in his office and boiled with anger because of what was happening. He got up from the table and loudly asked, "Why is no one answering?" It was some kind of mockery. He had reached such humiliation. Why didn't that worthless bastard have to answer? If he was with Lady Alicia, he should have sent a reply immediately. If not, at least the House of Varnasto should treat him politely. He thought he had already contacted other people. The blacksmiths from the guild crawled on their knees and begged. Some even turned back. He trampled on them. Pride for the sake of survival, but these bastards neither respond nor think of returning. And he was the one who commanded. The captain was mistaken about him. He was not a brilliant blacksmith at all. If he could prove it, his position would have eased at least a little. After that, he approached his father, asked for help, and whispered that without his support he was doomed. He would not abandon his son, would he? Standing with his back to him, he said that since the captain of the knights decided to get rid of him, he was no longer a member of this house. Thanks to his connections, they arranged for him at court, and it turned out that this was how he repaid them. He let the whole family down. Their situation was worse than that of stray dogs. He should have been glad that he was simply expelled and not dealt with harshly. He cried at what he heard and asked to be given another job. A chance. His father did not listen, waved his hand, and shouted loudly that he was expelling him from the family. After that, he returned to the office with a sad look and thought that he had lost home, family, and was now forced to hide within these walls. He also lost his post and his subjects scattered like rats. His attention was suddenly drawn when someone nearby said that she was with her fiancé. Morgan sharply turned around and wondered if he was really her fiancé. That simply could not be. At that moment they both stepped out of the carriage, and the main character said that he had not been to the palace for a long time. He thought it would happen in the royal castle. Many nobles from other countries arrived, and the servants were bustling in all directions. He sighed and said that this place awakens nostalgia. Alicia took his hand and said that the long journey had tired her. Maybe they should rest a little after all. A room had already been prepared for them right in the palace. He agreed and thought he had heard that most nobles rest there during the ball. They do this so that guests do not wander around taverns and do not get lost. Leffy assured him that during his stay in the Empire he would feel comfortable. At least she said so. He also came here as her fiancé, and they entered a huge hall. He looked around and thought, usually spouses live together. They were not officially married yet, but in essence they were already husband and wife. She said that now they live in one room. He agreed with an embarrassed voice and before leaving thought about it. Mr. Gürel warned him, "Don't do stupid things or you'll regret it," so he would just sleep somewhere on the couch. She with a joyful expression on her face asked, "Is he happy?" He was a little confused and asked in response, and she came closer to him and said that she was very happy. He supported her and thought, how can one not be happy when the love of his life is nearby? They hugged with joyful faces again and again, as if happiness lasted endlessly. Lefty knocked on the door, called them, and asked if she could come in. He opened the door for her and let her inside. She awkwardly apologized for disturbing their rest and pulled the door. He pointed aside and said that these gentlemen wanted to greet them. The main character quietly sneaks up to Delisha. He asked if he should go with her too. She quietly whispered he does not want that. He smiled, objected, and said that it was his personal duty after all. He was her husband. Then they started talking with the guys who approached her, and thought that then the endless greetings with the arriving aristocrats began, their faces twisted in shock for a moment, as if the message reached them, but some recognized him after all. He worked here as a blacksmith. Their cheeks twitched and they put on a friendly mask, but from their appearance, no one guessed that the chosen one was a policeman. Morgan ran into the room, loudly apologized, and called her. He jumped up in surprise seeing Fake in the room and called him. Someone shouted his name in a shocked voice. He was very worried about this meeting and looked at him and loudly asked, "What do you mean by that? What is he doing here, Alicia?" I noticed that he was very nervous and sincerely worried about him. He looked at them and loudly asked, "Why is she here with him?" She, with a serious expression on her face, said that it was because he was her fiancé. He was shocked by what he heard and said it. And they said that she would marry only a skilled blacksmith. She said that this was exactly why he became her fiancé. He did not believe it and said that with all. He was given respect, but he himself was mediocre. He was about to say something else, but she interrupted him and said, he was a brilliant blacksmith, a true master of his craft. Even her father recognized his skill. Leffy approached him, called him by name, handed him a letter, and said, "They said that this is Duke Barnasto's. A reply to his recent letter," he began. He read it, and as soon as he saw it, she became terribly angry. He held it in his hand and, with a very displeased look, loudly asked, "What does this mean?" When he returned to the palace, he dared to be rude to him. The main character was terribly nervous about this. He began to tremble. And he felt that everything went wrong. He no longer served him, and he had no power over him at all. Memories began to return, and the question arose, why these 3 years of pain? It pierced his whole body, and the voice got stuck somewhere in his throat. "Help, miserable one." Having come to his senses, he finally managed to calm down. When Alicia approached him and took his hand, he was happy and thought that everything she had ever done. He had to save him. He grabbed his resume, approached him and said that he was not going to return to power. Alice, he just wanted to live his life. He is her husband and blacksmith. He got very angry because of what he heard. She admitted that she did not understand why he wanted him back so much, but as his fiancé, she did not want to let him go to where injustice and abuse poured like rain. He clenched his fist tightly and shouted angrily. He did so much for him. And so he repaid him, simply left him standing in front of himself, and stopped his blow. She pushed him to the ground. He turned to her. He demanded that she let him go and asked what she was doing. How dare they treat him like that? She said with a serious expression that he tried to ruin her mask. He had no right to forget himself. Now he is a member of the Duke's family. She still let go of his hand and said decisively that anyone who tried to harm the Barnasto-Duckle family, they would get what they deserved. After that he left, crawled to him on all fours. He bowed his head and loudly said that he withdrew his words, admitted that he lied. If he does not return, he will lose his entire place at court. And the title of court blacksmith works in their favor, right? She smiled and said that they had already discussed it with their father. He supported their decision. The title court blacksmith is not needed by them, and she approached him with a serious expression and said that he will not return. He returned. He is sincerely grateful to him for all these years. Morgan grabbed him by the leg, loudly begged him to return and said he would do anything. He begged to be released. Peace radiated from his face. Lefty approached him, took his hand, and told him to put his hands away. If he dared to disobey her master again, she would have to report his behavior. She pulled him away, and he sobbed loudly from what had happened. He still left that room and sighed with relief. Alicia hugged him tightly and said that he endured and thanked her, and said that his body trembled with fear, recalling those terrible days in court. Forge, he could not get out of that place on his own. It all happened thanks to her. She denied it, and said that he himself had done a lot for this. He thought he was not going to return to the palace. He felt that ahead lay a lot of difficulties, but doubted whether with her they could. To overcome everything, later they were already trading at the fair. He asked if everything was sold out again today. She smiled and said that they even earned about 800,000 crowns. He said with a barely noticeable smile that sales had hardly grown lately. For now, this was their limit. He thought that with their skill and impeccable quality of magical iron, he would not be able to raise the price. If they wanted to increase sales, they would have to work with higher quality materials, so they had to think about where to get them. He would turn to Riga for advice. But was there any point in spending money on this now after all that? He went into the office and said that today's revenue was 130,000 crowns. Gürel looked at this amount, shook his head, and admitted that sales had not been growing lately. He bowed his head, agreed, and apologized. He began to take something out of the drawer. He said there was no need to apologize, just take a closer look. He examined the flyer given to him and asked what it meant. The other looked at him and said that this building was originally built as a forge. All the basic tools were already in place. Now it was put up for sale. What did he think about it? A fake announcement. He looked at him confused, as if asking what he meant. The other smiled and said it was very simple. Why hadn't he opened his own workshop yet? That would make him famous and sales would go by themselves. He literally beamed upon hearing this own workshop, he thought, but immediately said that he still needed to learn noble manners and that he had other duties. They did not listen to him and asked, isn't it his dream to become the greatest blacksmith in the world? Alicia told him about this, or had he already dropped out of school? He waved it off and said that right now there were simply more important things. He wanted to become a worthy man for her. Honestly, she was too good for him, noble, kind, and beautiful, and to stand beside her, he would have to learn. If he appeared in society now as a rude boor, it would embarrass her. He could not allow that. Gürel said that he absolutely had to master aristocratic etiquette. He had already arranged a tutor for himself. But he had to know that the most worthy man for her was the best blacksmith in the world. Manners were important, but above all he wanted that one to strive for the heights of mastery. That was the main thing. He hoped that he heard him. The main character gladly agreed and looked. He pointed to the box and insisted that he take it. Inside were money. He said confusedly that he could not accept it, but the other ignored it and only said, just open and look. He opened the chest and froze at what he saw. He stood beside him and said not to worry. He earned this money himself. Then he added something else. But he did not even have to think about it. He was Alicia's fiancé and was to become the best blacksmith. In the Barnasto house, he looked at him with a radiant smile, loudly agreed, and exclaimed that he would definitely become the best in the world. 3 years ago, Alicia was sitting on the sofa, replaying that conversation with the main character in her head again. He whispered his wish he had only one, to become the best blacksmith. She sighed deeply. At that moment, Lefty outside. She is fake, right? The girl didn't even hear her. She was still thinking about him. They are about the same age, aren't they? Maybe he was a little older. He dreamed of becoming the best blacksmith in the world. His eyes sparkled when he said those words. Alicia grabbed the bow in her dress and asked. It's a strange feeling. For some reason, she still couldn't get his smile out of her head. It had never happened before. Her heart tightened, but at the same time she felt warm and cozy. Lefty asked her louder, is she okay? Alicia flinched from surprise, jumped up, and called the maid by name indignantly. She exclaimed, when did she even manage to sneak up on me? Don't scare her like that. Levi replied that he had called her several times, but she was completely lost in thought. Did something happen? The girl quickly replied, no, I'm fine, honestly. The maid noticed that since she had been in Ravananda, she had always been a little distracted. Alicia exclaimed irritably that there was no need to talk nonsense. He smiled and asked her if maybe she liked someone there. Alicia said no, of course. No, she was gripped by a slight panic. How could she know when no one had seen them, and she should stop looking at her like that? He said this thoughtfully. Well, she really did become thoughtful after those lonely walks. The girl looked at him with fright, wondering why she was so perceptive, and he continued, how did her lady really fall in love? Alicia indignantly rejected this. He said with a gentle smile, her cheeks blushed at all read on her face. She added that she had cared for her since birth and noticed any change in her instantly. Alicia, embarrassed by her words, crumpled her dress and spoke hesitantly. Not that she had fallen in love. Levi asked her if she had thought about him all the time. Alicia frankly admitted that she herself did not know what she felt for him. The maid insisted, but he was constantly on her mind. Really? Alicia nodded but added, how to understand that this is love? She had never loved anyone before, so she does not understand. She could not stand it. She looked at Lefty and continued. They had met only once and talked a little. How could you fall in love? Love is so sudden. The maid was crawling. Oh, so this is love at first sight? Alicia asked, turning in surprise. Love at first sight. Lefty asked her what she feels when she thinks about him. The girl pondered. Well, probably I like him, but when she remembered their conversation, her heart became warm. His smile was so sincere, so inspiring. Her mother had died. The days became so empty and gray, and he seemed to have brought a piece of light with him. She added with a sad smile, but that does not mean she fell in love, right? He sat down next to her and sincerely said that in any case, these first feelings are very important. She was glad that she finally found such a person. If he is dear to her, she must give him her failings. Chance, maybe he will be the one who will support her, walk beside her, and love her with all his heart. Alicia listened carefully to every word. And then she asked her if she had ever fallen in love herself. The maid shyly lowered her head. And confessing that she had never had it, the girl exclaimed in surprise not even once, but she was much older then. Then her, Luffy exhaled loudly and replied that she just had not met the right partner. Alicia replied. So there were almost no men in their house. She completely devoted herself to taking care of her in the house and had no time for romance or a personal life. Leafy quietly, shyly laughed and told her that if she was happy, then it was her happiness too, so let it be. To continue watching her feelings, the maid quietly asked her if perhaps on the next visit to Revenant she would speak to him again, at that. At the same time, she could check if this feeling was real, so Alicia considered meeting with him once more and after a minute of thought, decisively answered the maid. Yes, she was right, she needed to talk to him. Again, the girl warmly thanked her faithful servant Leffy. Leffy smiled and said she would wait for good news from her. Some time passed and Alicia was invited back to her fake list. She usually hated balls and went to them reluctantly, but today her heart was so light after a long separation she would finally see him. She opened the door. Before her was Morgan. He called her by name with surprise and said that so much time had passed since their last meeting, and the girl thought it was the blacksmith from the workshop, because due to family matters they had only exchanged formal greetings a few times. He was the person she absolutely did not want to see. She shyly greeted him and whispered that yes, it was her, and the man asked why she had come to them today. Alicia replied that she had heard supposedly a blacksmith named Fake had started serving at their court, but Morgan did not let her finish and exclaimed indignantly, "Fake did it. Idiot, did he do something? He was very sorry if he accidentally caused her trouble." Alicia quickly began to assure him that it was not so, he was not to blame for anything. He was a newcomer in their workshop and she just wanted to say hello. Morgan laughed. So, Fake now worked in the shop and he would take her there like a real pro. Approaching the door, the girl heard a steady clear knock. Morgan knocked and shouted that he was coming in, and the surprised heroine told him to come in. How could he help him? Alicia appeared from behind Morgan, and the main character simply gasped in surprise. He called her by name and that surprised her. He remembered her name. Morgan said in surprise, she said. Instead, she wanted to greet the new face in their shop, but had they really met before? Alicia quickly told him that it was only. That time, she turned to the main character and asked him, "His name is Fake, right?" She felt embarrassed, even though she had just said it. She remembered his name in detail. The main character smiled and confirmed that it was his. He added that. He was pleased and a little flattered that she remembered his name. They looked at each other with a smile, while Morgan, glancing back and forth, was unable to comprehend it. The girl turned to him and said she thanked him for the escort, but he could return to his duties. She would talk a little with the Fake and then leave. Morgan wanted to shout, what was she even talking about? But he restrained himself and replied, looking at her with a burning gaze as if saying, "As she wishes." He patted the main character on the shoulder and told him to behave politely. The faker assured him of this, and Alicia felt constrained and uncomfortable. She thought she was trembling with nerves. When Morgan left, the main heroine turned to her and politely, inquisitively addressed her. She thought with disappointment that he addressed her too formally, but after all, it was their first meeting. She only gave her name, said that formalities could be skipped, and the hero, embarrassed, asked what she meant. Because of this, Alicia said that he could simply address her by her first name. He was completely shocked. Address her by her first name? What is she even saying? Is that even possible? He was not an aristocrat. She shyly apologized to him, but did not think that it might embarrass him. The main character says, "That's not the main thing. He is just an ordinary commoner. There are rules on how to treat noble people." Alicia replied sadly that there were almost no people her age in the palace, and that she would like to communicate with him from time to time. Maybe they could even become friends if he, of course, did not mind, but panic overwhelmed her, and she herself did not understand what she was saying. He looked at her sadly. Alicia said, "So that's all. Does he have anything against the main character?" Magnus looked at her upset face and said that he was simply glad for this opportunity. It was hard to believe. Did you really say that? The girl apologized if her request seemed selfish to him. The main character objected. She was fine. But is she sure that she really wants to be friends with him? She laughed and said, "Of course I do." Then she thanked him and asked him. Then she asked if he would mind if from now on she could come to him. He smiled and replied, "Of course, come whenever you want." Alicia shyly whispered, "Then they will see each other again." The girl wished him luck at work, said goodbye and left the workshop, thinking excitedly how much she wanted to be closer to him. Since then, every time she came to the ball, she immediately ran to his workshop. At first it was awkward between them, but gradually the tension melted away. Next to him, she always felt so good. Time always flew by. She wanted their meetings to last forever in her legs. With each conversation, the feelings grew stronger. His voice, his smile, his personality. His appearance, his thoughts, the topics of their conversations, his kindness, and his desire to become the best blacksmith. Everything in this world inspired her. Gradually, she began to love him for every detail in him. One day, when she came to him, she was struck by the weapons scattered on the floor. The hero himself was sitting on the floor with his back to her. His entire posture screamed that something was wrong with him. She entered and greeted him. He turned his head, forced a smile, and asked, did she come again to visit him? Adding that he was very sorry that he was so tired. Alicia felt that something was wrong here, and it had been going on for quite some time. She asked if everything was all right, if something had happened in the workshop. He hastily assured her that no, he was just overwhelmed with work, hadn't even had time to change, and now stood before her all dirty, so it was better to forgive him for that. The girl replied that everything was fine. She understood. She would visit him another time. She looked into his embarrassed expression. He always said the same thing, but even she felt that something was wrong. There was a foreign shoe mark on his uniform. When she returned home, she shared her worries with Leffy. In the workshop, she saw only fakes. At first she thought she was just lucky to catch him alone, but the more she thought, the clearer it became. In this workshop, she had never seen anyone else. She saw how he weakened day by day before her eyes. His clothes were always dirty and worn, as if he never left the forge. As if he worked day and night. What if one day he suddenly died? Today Levi spoke, without even conducting an investigation. He just looked at the available evidence, at his tired appearance, and at the work. He was alone, in long-worn clothes. Everything screamed that the other blacksmiths were mocking him. The girl agreed with her yes. This was the only possible option. What was she to do? After all, she was from a neighboring country. She didn't even have the right to influence the course of events. The maid advised, if he confesses, everything will be resolved. Alicia said she had thought about it too, but Fake simply dreamed of becoming the best blacksmith in the world. Even if he told the truth about how he was humiliated in court, she was sure he would be immediately fired, and he would step back a few steps from his dream, but that dream still pushed him forward. He was ready to endure even this horror, closed himself off, and did not tell her what tormented him. She feared that he could not live like this forever and might die. The last words the girl spoke with tears in her eyes. Luffy turned to her and offered to save him. Alicia looked at her embarrassed. What was she even talking about? The maid persistently continued to ask him to become her fiancé. Alicia seemed stunned. Become her fiancé. He continued, their country was also known for blacksmiths, and their home had all the conditions to practice blacksmithing. And if Lord Gurel found out about her wish, he would definitely agree, the girl thought. But if Fake becomes her fiancé, his situation will change. Becoming part of the Duke's family, a bunch of responsibilities will fall on his shoulders, and he will have to know etiquette. And she was afraid that all this would distract him from his goal, and people would see in him not a skilled blacksmith, but the fiancé of the Duke's third daughter. Lethe agreed with her. Yes, becoming her fiancé, many more responsibilities would fall on him. Now it is much harder for him to concentrate on his favorite craft. But let her not forget that Mr. Fake is a talented blacksmith with a strong and unbreakable will, if his desire was not broken by the court environment. So life as the fiancé of the Duke's daughter will definitely not affect him. Levi looked at her mistress and asked if she loved him, and the girl exclaimed that she did and wanted to help him. She did everything she could. The maid smiled and said that, in her opinion, he would be much happier with her, and she herself believed that he was interested in her. That is why he always found time for her. Lefty took her hands and said, then why doesn't she just propose? If he doesn't want Tona, one is forcing him. Alicia asked her hopefully, does she really think so? The servant replied with a smile, I doubt that anyone in the world. He would refuse to be her fiancé. Alicia for a moment imagined the image of the main character before her eyes. She thanked her devoted servant and promised to talk to him. She would definitely make him happy, and she wanted such a man to become her husband. She smiled encouragingly at her lady and wished her life to happiness. After some time, Alicia returned to the main character, entering. In the smithy, she saw him sleeping on the floor and approached closer. She saw traces of beating on his face and bitterly thought that the blacksmiths did not even hesitate to go. He had bruises. Alicia shouted his name, but he did not respond to her voice. She bent down and touched his forehead with her hands. MC opened his eyes and suddenly jumped up, hitting his head on his leg. Alicina, he screamed in panic. He did not have time to find out. Having finished working on the sword, he saw Alicia and, stunned, addressed her by name. After some time, the hero heard Alicia's voice. Through his sleep came a quiet whisper, good morning. He looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she was doing next to him. He muttered in, what a surprise, he is still in his room. The girl smiled and replied that of course she came to wake him up, so he should forgive her if she scared him. He sat up in bed, greeted her in the morning, and, stunned, asked if he really slept that long. He felt a little embarrassed. Although they were already officially considered bride and groom, they still did not sleep in the same bedroom. Alicia apologized to him for not waking him earlier. He was sleeping so peacefully. The MC exclaimed, "No." "All right, thank her for coming." He asked what time it was. The girl replied that it was only 7 in the morning and her father wanted to see him. Would he like to go with her? The protagonist jumped out of bed and muttered, "Lord Gurel," he needed to hurry. He valued their relationship, and finally from a fake engagement, they became a real bride and groom he could not live. Something incredibly dear to his heart, the marriage was decided by the parents without exception. Simply put, he needed to maintain good relations with Lord Gurel so that it would not even occur to him to break the engagement with Alicia. He hurriedly began to get ready and in a moment was already prepared. Alicia stopped him and said that his hair was tousled. Looking in the mirror, he was convinced that it was true. The protagonist cursed and muttered he needed to fix that. Quickly tidying up the mess on his head, adjusting his hair with his hands, he thought, surely the Lord will not ask why he could not marry off his beloved daughter to such a slacker. Alicia, watching him struggle, turned to him with a smile and said she would help him. "Sit down." The protagonist looked at her in surprise. She was already holding a comb in her hand, and there was water on the saucer when he sat on the chair, where she gently began to comb his unruly hair, wetting it with water. MC apologized for causing her so much trouble. She smiled and asked him not to say so. Nonsense, one of her duties as his future wife. Her role is to help him maintain a well-groomed appearance. He shyly whispered, "Really?" He was pleased to hear that. She giggled, touched his cheek, and asked why they were so red. In response, he touched her cheeks with his finger. "I noticed hers were bright red too," Alicia exclaimed shyly. "Not at all," he continued. He teased her and her ears blushed a little. Was she really that embarrassed? He couldn't help but notice how soft her cheeks were. "If he keeps teasing me, I won't comb his hair," Alicia said, offended. The main character theatrically exclaimed, "What is she saying? That's too cruel." Then he added, when someone helped him smooth his hair for the first time in the morning, Alicia was surprised he reacted so strangely to it. "Isn't it so? The servants always helped her with her hair and makeup," the protagonist noticed. "Probably that's exactly how it is. This often happens among the nobility," the girl replied to him. "Exactly." He added that perhaps in the morning the first thing to do is to ask the servants for help. Alicia looked at him indignantly and objected, "No one." The protagonist stopped in surprise. She wants to do his hairstyle herself, is she sure? "After all this helping him every day, isn't it tiring?" The girl said. "What a simpleton he is, doesn't he understand?" She looked him in the eyes and said that she loves him. She loved him very much and was ready to do anything to help him, and seeing him sleepy in the morning with slightly tousled hair was the best reward for her. Is he against this? She's only talking about herself, maybe he doesn't like it. The main character was very embarrassed by her words and replied that he really likes her care. Alicia put her hands on his knees, laughed happily and said, "Then it's decided," and the hero thought in euphoria that if she came to him like that every morning his whole life, his heart could not withstand such care. Until recently, he could not even imagine that they would become husband and wife. All these moments were like a happy dream, but he could not relax. For now, they just shone and were well groomed. He has to work tirelessly to become the best blacksmith in the world and a man worthy. Finally, Alicia said that everything was ready. He looked in the mirror, ran his hand through his hair, and with a slight smile whispered that she did a simply wonderful job. He admitted that his hair was still a bit damp, so he needed to remember to dry it with wind magic, and the protagonist did just that. She placed his things on the chair and said that these were his clean clothes. He sincerely thanked her for her care. He turned back to her, apologized, and politely asked if she could go outside while he changed. Alicia blushed to the roots of her hair and also apologized. Breaking out of the room, he awkwardly wondered if every morning would now be like this for him. After some time, they finally reached the Gurels. They greeted him and apologized for making him wait. The Lord noticed that they were late. Something had happened. The main character apologized and explained that he was just tidying up before their meeting. At that moment, the door creaked, and Levy blurted out that they had actually been flirting all morning. He slammed the door. Everyone present froze. Surprised, Gurel, blushing slightly on the cheeks from embarrassment, said, "I understand." "Let them forgive him for making them come so early in the morning," he exclaimed, though surprised. "Let them tell him that they are not to blame." "Right," the host exclaimed embarrassedly. He misunderstood. Alicia only helped him comb his hair after waking up. That's all, the Lord noted. "Well, if that's the case, then all right," he added. In any case, he apologized for disturbing them so early. Unfortunately, he had business during the day, so he wanted to talk to them before leaving. The man suggested going straight to the point of the conversation. He turned to Fake and asked him if he still wanted to receive an aristocratic education, right? The protagonist explained that, of course, he thought he had finally settled matters with the court at that ball. That day he completely embarrassed himself. Greetings, basic manners, even dancing, everything turned out simply disgusting. What could he do if until then he had lived like a commoner, far from noble customs? But it could not go on like this any longer. To avoid disgracing the name of Alicia's house, he would have to master at least the basics. The girl noted that personally he saw no point in rushing. He rarely appeared in public, and the workload would only increase. The hero objected. No, it can't be like that. He has no right to disgrace either Alicia or himself. The Lord said, all right, here is what he proposes. The training can be entrusted to the leader. In the left eye, they were skilled, and it would be easier for him to study in his free time alongside those he loved. Alicia simply shone with happiness upon hearing her father's words. She thought, wonderful, so they will spend time together, learning. MC replied that he had no objections. On the contrary, he was very grateful. He made a remark, but should not overdo it. His main duty was the forge. Fake answered, of course, says the Lord. Announced now they will talk about something else, about more important matters. The man handed the main character a catalog and said that they would talk about a purchase for his shop. It was time to choose where he would live. The Lord added that he had prepared several options. Any could be chosen. The protagonist thanked him and pondered. They haven't even decided yet when and where to open the workshop. He and Alicia started discussing options after seeing one of the buildings. The protagonist explained in surprise, this store is incredibly cheap. Surprised, Alicia pointed out that it was true. The price was 3 times lower than others, and it is located. Venture Street. Girl, I will listen to their arguments with a calm expression. The girl continued, This is not just a shop, noted the main character. There's also a real forge here, and even with housing right next door, other places also had forges, but they were either cramped or poorly equipped or in an unfortunate location. It was awkward. All other options paled in comparison to this offer. The main character decisively pointed it out to Lord and said that this was the most ideal of. Wow, Grell exclaimed in surprise, so he wants to buy it. The hero decisively replied that he did, and the girl shyly said that he, of course, added it to the list, but he would not recommend it. And they both exclaimed in surprise, why? And the man said, it's logical for such a price, such good conditions. But there is one catch, a ghost has settled there. The protagonist asked him confusedly, what did he say, Alicia? He was supposed to turn pale and exclaim. The fake ghost did not understand what he was talking about then. At the moment, if he had been talking about monsters, everything would have been fine. But ghosts do not exist, said Gurul, probably the previous owner and the one before him. The ghost and they immediately left the manor. The protagonist thought confusedly, really, the Lord told him that once a blacksmith died there during work. And now his spirit wanders the workshop. That's exactly why he is against this option. Alicia was angry and scared. Filled with indignation, she turned to her father and reproachfully asked how he could offer them such a creepy place. Gorel shyly muttered that there really was very good equipment there. So he decided that for completeness, it was worth showing them this option too. Fake smiled and said honestly, I don't believe in ghosts and all that mysticism. It doesn't bother me. Alicia panicked and was completely confused. The protagonist objected, but this is the best of all options, and rumors may just be rumors, the girl insisted. But then why did all the previous owners abandon this shop? The MC assumed it was just a coincidence. He thought that not choosing this option just because of silly rumors about ghosts would be a real loss, especially considering the place. Yes, it is on the outskirts of Adventure Street, but it is simply the perfect place for business. If he opens a workshop there, potential clients are already gathering around him. He needs to become the best blacksmith. A worthy man for Alicia. He may not yet know exactly what will make him the greatest, but he definitely does not want to be the one who earns nothing. To open a shop, he needs the best location, and this spot is just perfect. The main character glanced at Gorel and Alicia and saw that they were still scared. Pressing them now made no sense, so the main character suggested at least looking at the shop itself before making a decision. Gorel looked at him embarrassed. Isn't he afraid? Is he sure everything is okay? The main character replied. If it were a monster ghost, that would be a completely different matter, but if it's just a ghost, he thought there would be no problems. Phantom monsters and ordinary ghosts are completely different things to him. Roughly speaking, demons can be defeated, but ghosts cannot be handled. Rumors about ghosts sometimes appeared, but were always doubtful, and he actually knew little about them. The Lord said to him in a tired voice, fine, let him choose what he likes. He handed him a ring of keys and said he had already made arrangements with the owners, and took the keys in advance. He added that this was all he had left to do, but especially. Protagonist told him to take care of himself after Goro left. The main character exclaimed, great, the plan for the day is ready. He called Alicia to look at the options, but this time in person. He noticed her hesitation and asked what had happened. She didn't want to, but the girl still asked him if they would go to see that creepy shop after all. The heroine said she would also take a look at it, but was she really that afraid? She shyly admitted that she was. He thought she was so sweet. but aloud he asked if it wouldn't be better for him to go alone. Alicia protested. Despite the fear, she would go anyway. The main character asked her if she was sure. She replied that they would run the shop together, even though they were not married. She had to be strong and resilient, like his future wife. The main character looked at her warmly and said they needed to go and that she shouldn't worry, he would be by her side. Alicia asked him to protect her. He promised her that he would, and in his company they each went their own way. As they walked through the city, they heard people whispering, "That's Lady Alicia and her fiancé up front. That's the young blacksmith everyone talks about, he's so young." Women greeted the girl and noted that she looked especially beautiful today. Alicia shyly thanked them for the kind words, and the main character felt awkward. He was not used to such looks. That's what it means to be an aristocrat. He told Alicia that first they would look at their best option, the very same ominous place. She asked him again if he was still most interested in it, and the main character exclaimed, "Of course." Because the conditions there are unmatched, and he never thought he could afford such a workshop within his budget. He added that she herself was delighted until she heard about that ghost, right? The girl hesitated. The MC continued that if they were sure about the safety, it would be easier for her. Isn't that so? She had to turn to Leffy and ask what she thought about it. Was there really a ghost there? The maid replied that she also didn't believe in ghosts, but there were bad rumors about that place. Rumors about ghosts are half the trouble, but they say the residents of that place have completely lost their minds. At night the clatter of metal is heard, the prepared food disappeared, and a bunch of other strange things. Some of these stories may be fabrications, but since it has not been definitively established that these are just rumors, she would not advise risking their lives by buying this place. The main character listened carefully, then doubted, is it really that scary? Finally he announced that they had arrived. Leffy exclaimed, "Wow, the building is much more impressive than in the drawings." Alicia, pale with fear, whispered so ominously that it scared more than impressed. The main character asked her in surprise, actually a bit awkwardly. But a rather ordinary building. The worn look even added charm to the old workshop. Alicia shuddered with fear and said she was scared. Even looking at it was creepy. He told her that if she was scared she could wait outside. She rushed to him, clung to him, and assured that she would survive if he protected her. They were touched by this image. The guard said to wait outside and added, "If something happens, call an ally." Carefully entered the shop, cautiously stepping on. Suddenly the floorboards creaked. All three screamed in fear and surprise. Who was it at that moment? A horn appeared before them and, surprised, shouted their names. He asked the main character with surprise if it was really him who wanted to buy this house. Fake replied that yes. The merchant answered him. Now everything became clear to him. It seemed to him that the name was familiar, but the address pointed to the house of Lord Gurrel. He never expected it to be him, Mr. Fake. The main character, stunned, thought, "Mr. Fake, I didn't think anyone would change how they address me, but it turns out, due to the difference in their positions, it had to be that way. It seems this is part of what makes you an aristocrat." He asked the traveling merchant and learned he was the merchant and owner of this shop. Rig replied that yes, he owed much to his goods. It became clear the girl in the mask was Lady Alicia. She laughed and said, "Yes, indeed a fake. My fiancé arranged everything," and I was stunned, remembering. He, bowing deeply, apologized for all the details of their deals, trades, and everything in general. He didn't even know about their relationship and behaved extremely rudely with them. The main character exclaimed in embarrassment. What was wrong with him? He needs to lift his head, Alicia added. After all, they were the ones hiding their statuses. If he still didn't understand this, then for her. "This is a complete success," said MC. "Alicia is right. Please, let him feel free and treat them as before." Rig Object knew well that he valued their kindness, but his status did not allow him to behave that way. So the guy pushed the partition aside for them and nodded that now they could get down to business. They came today to inspect the premises, and the main character asked if he would show it personally. He himself seemed not to have planned this. The seller said he had just cleaned up before their arrival and did not expect them to appear so early. The main character apologized and explained that they were eager to see the shop live and came immediately, and Rig replied no to them because they were already here and if they did it. If he had company, he showed them everything around. The main character said that, of course, they didn't mind, they relied on him. He waved his hand in the air and said, "Here where they stand, the trading area, shelves, stands, all equipment for goods still in their places." Looking around, the main character thought it was very convenient. He decided to stock up on goods and immediately open the shop. The rig continued, and behind the counter was hidden the entrance to the storeroom, and those doors led to a corridor with several empty rooms. In here were the doors to the smithy, which was connected to the main building, the protagonist. The artist was delighted. Although everything was generally old, the equipment and tools were still in place, and Alicia couldn't help but notice what incredible equipment was there. The main character agreed and added that it seemed the previous owner was also seriously passionate about blacksmithing. Vig had something. They say, if said correctly, the first owner of this building was a legendary blacksmith. Fake and Alicia looked at the merchant in surprise. Legendary, said that man. And it was true. They say his skills were on par with the founder of Lord Gorilla's house, and they constantly challenged each other, and thereby bringing their creations to perfection. Surprised, the main character asked Alicia if she had heard anything about. The girl confirmed to him it's true, but she did not go into details. Rumors circulated that he mass-produced incredible weapons. Riggs smiled and said that the legendary blacksmith, his creations are incredibly valuable. Some of them have survived to this day. Some earned themselves a notorious reputation. It seemed that in his later years he worked as if possessed. On the verge of madness, Alicia whispered in amazement, "Cursed weapons." Rig noted exactly so. People consider Bestel's swords to be cursed creatures. The main character explained that he had heard about them. The seller continued, They say these blades are cursed, dangerous swords. They have absorbed the malice of their creator or owner and can twist the mind of whoever wields them." He pointed to a glass frame on the wall and said, "The sword hanging on this empty wall is one of Bestel's works." The hero was about to say something, but at that moment he was pierced by a sharp headache and grabbed his forehead. Alicia anxiously asked him if he was all right. Was he really okay? Fake answered yes, but only for a moment. A sharp pain pierced his head, or maybe it just seemed so to him. Rigg said despairingly that perhaps the smithy really shouldn't be bought. The hero asked why he thought so. "You heard the rumors about this building, right?" The seller replied. Yes, he had indeed heard about that ghost. It happened before he bought this place. The smith who bought it earlier went insane. They say he could no longer forge his craft. MC thought in surprise whether it was all true. That guy continued, but why unknown? The church was named. Even a saint examined both the sword and the building, but no one found anything suspicious. The hero knew that the effect could be weakened by magic, and the saint could remove it completely, but many cursed blades remain as they are. Their power grows, and only a wielder with a steel will contain them. He asked the merchant if the sword was still cursed. Rigg shrugged and said he didn't know, but Pastel left it as an inheritance, and the then king, being indebted to him, allowed the sword to remain here. "I understand," said the main character. He mulled over the rumors about the curse. Were they true? So far he had no idea. Rigg said, "Now let them show them the living quarters at second floor." The protagonist thought that if he opened a workshop here, he would have to stay overnight. It was spacious, had all amenities. The rooms were well equipped and even suitable for security. This was the best option among those they considered. Finally, Rigg spoke, and they inspected everything. So what did they think about it? The main character. The pagan smiled and replied that, apart from a bad reputation, the conditions were excellent and he liked everything very much, but they were going to look at other options as well, so could he have a moment to think? He of course explained that he would wait for their decision. Then he turned left towards the lady and the main character. Having received their permission to accompany them to the next place, they moved on and inspected a few more places. Somewhere the forge was spacious and the workshop cramped, in others the opposite. Sometimes there was housing, sometimes not, and even with. The equipment was good, but the appearance was too unremarkable. After the best workshop, Stella, all other options seemed the same. It seemed to him that these were compromises for the main character that did not inspire enthusiasm, and prices were high everywhere. Only there did they offer such conditions for such a price, and precisely because of its strange peculiarity, this place was especially oppressive. All other places were far from Adventure Street and attractive. Working with clients who pretended would not be easy, of course. If you were a famous craftsman, it would not be a problem, but for a nameless blacksmith like him, it could become a real stumbling block. A little later, when the owl. In the cafe, Levi asked him if Best Stella's workshop was still his favorite. He replied thoughtfully, "You could say that." "And what do they think about it?" said Lefty, setting aside prejudices. There were the best possible conditions, Alicia confirmed, and although it was really good, thoughts about the consequences or the ghost of Bestel filled her with anxiety. The maid added that she herself was worried about possible danger for both. The main character smiled and said that, if it came to that, he would gladly ask the ghost what it was like to work at the anvil, since he was a legendary blacksmith. His name was still remembered. "Indeed," said Alicia Lofton, "but what if he gets injured or harmed or, God forbid, can no longer work here?" Her name in surprise, what was she even talking about? Lefty suggested that they investigate the history of the forge in more detail. Alicia exclaimed that it was a great idea. If they confirm that it is safe, she will also agree to buy that very shop. She wants it to have better conditions for the workshop. The main character said, "Well then, thank her for considering this option. She is afraid." He replied that there was no need to thank her, it was all for his sake. Then he asked the girls if they could then return to the Best Elf Forge, and they gladly supported his idea. Luffy cautiously sneaked up to the shop and said that someone was there and it was not a trap. When the allies approached closer, they were surprised to see Almay there, the very same girl. Finally seeing them, the main heroine exclaimed, "Long time no see." She also greeted Lady Alicia. She said that she had heard their story from the mentor, and still could not believe it, the girl in the mask was actually her. Alicia, clearly embarrassed, added that she probably behaved inappropriately and should be forgiven for it. The protagonist asks. She was told not to worry. Alicia irritably considered this inappropriate, and that is putting it mildly, after which student Riggs continued. By the way, she had already heard that this room had been inspected before. The main character replied, "Yes, this is." So they considered several options, but this one seemed the best, so they returned. The girl said with a satisfied smile, "Really, then? Let them come in and ask her anything. And let them buy it already." Alicia felt like she was about to explode with irritation. Rig angrily told her to stop flirting with the fake. The one who already had a fiancé, that's what everyone answered. She's not capable of that, how could he, her? Father thinks such things, what impression did he have of her? He lightly patted her on the crown of her head. And again he sternly scolded her, ordering her not to behave like that. The girl grimaced offendedly. The main character, stunned, asked the merchant, "Is this his daughter?" That man laughed and replied, "Or rather, adopted daughter. He picked her up on the road when she was abandoned." Alicia said shyly, "Really, that's very noble of him." Rig waved her off. What is she even talking about? It's a trifle. He just couldn't leave a child in trouble after all. He once went through that himself. Alicia insisted, "That's what can truly be called a noble deed." Everyone could laugh and say that he simply could not resist her sweet face. He sternly ordered her to be quiet, and Rig turned around. The main character asked, and the MC replied, "So have they already decided?" They looked around several places, but this shop seemed the best of all. He almost decided to buy it, but there was one. "Just one small reservation," exclaimed the merchant. Indeed, he was, of course. He was insanely happy, but was he completely sure that he wanted to buy this place? The main character confirmed it, but for his own peace of mind. He really wanted to thoroughly search this place. "Give him some time, please," exclaimed Rig, of course. Caution in such a situation was quite reasonable, and thank him for considering this option. Fake asked him if he could look around here once more. The boy replied, "Of course, of course." The main character, having walked around the workshop again, thought it was really beautiful. Alicia turned back to. The girl asked the maid to gather information about this place. The maid replied that it was no problem if she was given a few days, and the girl smiled. Wonderful then. She entrusted her with this task, and when he stepped away, assured the lady that she could be relied upon. Soon, flipping through books in the Lord's library, the protagonist realized choosing a workshop was not everything. He needed to learn to be a nobleman. He knew nothing about this, but had to at least learn to say, "Thank you very much." Basics. After some time, Alicia told him that now it was time to put knowledge into practice, and the protagonist anxiously agreed. He thought he had to behave properly, knocked on the door, and politely let her in. The maid entered the room, bowed, and said, "This is the first time." She felt honored to meet him, Lord Fake, and was glad to see him again on this pleasant day. The protagonist replied in surprise. Yes, he thought, he just needed to pretend to be Lord Goro. Alicia watched him intently and silently while he practiced the moves. Levi pretended to be a noble guest in front of the guests. After marrying Alicia, his status as a husband will significantly improve. So he himself must take the initiative in communicating with the aristocrats. To avoid tarnishing the honor of Alicia's father's house, he needed to behave confidently and with dignity. After a while, the maid smiled and remarked that he had already figured things out a bit. He should have noticed it, but his nerves betrayed him and he looked awkward. After a while, the one on the left said that there was still a hint of uncertainty in his speech, saying it would be much easier to imitate the manners of Lord Gola. The main character replied that he had already done so, the side of the maid. Surprisingly, he exhaled loudly and said that all his life he had done nothing but bow to others. This habit became. Those years of humiliation in the forge had deeply ingrained in him. Now it terribly hindered him. Alicia noticed that the main thing was not to stop training. Protagonist. He simply thanked them for the help, said that was all for today before leaving, and the main character joyfully exclaimed, "Wonderful." Then he would go to the smithy. He hadn't lifted the hammer for a long time. It's time to start preparing goods for the future store, and when Alicia, a bit surprised, asked if he shouldn't rest a little first, he answered her cheerfully, To get to work, Alicia began flipping through the book. After a minute, she said in surprise, "Coats of arms and mottos are really hard to remember." The main character noted that it was true. Continuation: every noble family in the kingdom has its own history, and the coats of arms with mottos grew out of it. If he learned them by heart, he would immediately determine to which house a person belongs. Before that, it would help him choose the right path more easily, and if he remembered their motto, it could be a great reason for conversation and please the interlocutor. The main character replied thoughtfully, "That makes sense." "This is really the foundation of foundations." He asked if she had already memorized everything. The girl answered actually, yes. His surprise knew no bounds. Alicia said that she was taught this from childhood by the way coats of arms and mother. Mottos are easier to remember when you feel the history of their family. For example, the history of her family. Their motto is "Sharpen the blade and become the blade," and the founder of the house was a blacksmith who supplied weapons to the army and fought alongside the warriors. The hero is convinced that in nobility the main thing is pride and dignity, and now, being here, he must honor it. He understood this like never before. He exclaimed with surprise, "Wow," and then looked at the clock. Alicia understood his look and told him that they had been studying for 2 hours without a break. Maybe it's time to take a pause. She invited him. T, the main character, looks enchanted at the beautifully set table. "Looks appetizing," he said in surprise. "When did she manage?" The girl answered him, but he was so focused that he didn't even notice. When MC sat down to drink tea, Alicia sat next to him and laid her head on his shoulder. He asked her in surprise, "Is something wrong?" She answered him with a counter question, "Can't she just lean on him?" The heroine shyly said, "No, it's okay." She said it, and it was wonderful. She was already enjoying just sitting next to him, unhurried, so let him not strain himself. As for his studies, her father also said there was no need to rush. He promised her he would do everything possible. Alicia was upset. With his answer, later during another training session, he suddenly exclaimed that about half of the answers were correct. Alicia. He said to him enthusiastically, he had already remembered so much. "This is a wonderful result. He has a very good memory." She praised him for his intelligence and gently stroked his head, and the main character was indignant. "Who is he?" "A child," the girl laughed and said, "a very good child." The main character noted that she would make a very good mother. Alicia shyly explained, "Mom." He was surprised. Surprised? What's the problem here, Ben? That. Suddenly it dawned on him, this phrase had a double meaning. He also awkwardly fell silent. At that moment Luffy approached them and politely apologized. "Sorry to disturb you at such a time," the maid replied when the girl asked if something had happened. Although it took time, she finally brought a report on the results of her investigation of the very same forge. Having arranged with Lord Rigg, she left a few soldiers there for several days to observe. She laid out the results in a report she brought to them. After carefully reading the report, the main character. He asked with surprise, "Did you find any particular problems?" And as he was leaving, the other confirmed, "No, practically none." They also hired a blacksmith, and he was already working in the workshop. Nothing happened to him. She was restless. About that bad reputation, the report clearly states that no signs of a ghost were found there. And as for the men, regarding mental health and loss of skills, they studied all previous owners. It turned out that most of them initially stubborn, overly principled, or just nervous people, and the story about loss of skills also raised doubts. Most likely these are psychological problems. The main character reviewed the report once again and thought that it was only a few days of observation, but it turns out there really were no problems. He asked, "So, can we assume that everything is fine?" Lefty agreed. She believed that there were no problems. But it was only a few days of observation, and maybe unknown facts were still hidden. It was too early to relax, said MC. And who knows, maybe the ghost was just sick and did not show up at work those days. Alicia exclaimed fearfully, "Please, stop already." He said, judging by the report, the purchase looked completely safe. And what did she think about it? He thought there were no problems. The girl said that if her father did not object after the conversation, she also wanted to choose this place his workshop would suit. "They will definitely thrive here." The main character sincerely thanked both girls. Levi was delighted with his heartfelt gratitude. It seemed to him that this house, the home of the legendary blacksmith who challenged the Barnasto family, carried such a story within itself. An old estate, perhaps. That would be a truly promising start. After dinner with Gurl, the Lord returns. He approached the main character and said that he had heard about his decision and read Lefty's report. "Is he really sure about this purchase?" exclaimed the MC. "Yes, he wants to buy exactly this shop." The Lord exclaimed in surprise, "Really? So he's going to live next to a ghost?" Alicia called her father's name with obvious displeasure. Gurl asked her if she really agreed with this decision. She was mostly against his purchase, and the girl said that yes, really, but if he goes and checks and finds no problems, then everything will be fine, and this workshop was perfect for fish. She was also in favor of his purchase. He was about to object, but the girl interrupted him and suggested, if he is so worried, let him spend the night there himself. To check, Gürel looked embarrassed at his daughter and after a moment said, as if thinking aloud, if he really meets a ghost there, what then to do? The main character looked at him and said. He said, try to start a dialogue. Laura, stunned, asked if ghosts can even talk. The MC replied. Okay, he will try to establish contact with it. Gürel asked him, what if it attacks? Fake said that then he would use magic to protect himself. Grab Alicia and leave the house immediately. The Lord asked anxiously. Does magic really work on ghosts? Alicia was also waiting for an answer to this question. The main character blurted out the first thing that came to mind, and then would send another ghost at it. His Gürel stunned said, of course, against a ghost logical. Alicia grimaced at their conversation. The Lord paused for a moment and said, all right, he gives permission to buy this shop. The main character happily thanked him. He thought about it and it worked. The Lord, sipping wine, continued. If he is so confident, then it seems he can handle any problem. The main character noticed that he trusted him more than expected. Gürel frankly said if the rumors were true, he would have offered him this place himself. But if something goes wrong, they will have to leave that house immediately. The main character assured him that they would do exactly that. He would definitely protect Alicia. Gürel replied that he did not care about that, but he did not want anything to happen to him. Alicia wisely remarked to her father that he could care more about him. The Lord said, all right, enough, I will take care of the purchase myself. The main character replied that he relied on him. Alicia asked Fake if he was satisfied. He answered that it was true. It seemed they had finally decided on the place. The girl quietly added, yes, indeed. Now he would have to try even harder. The hero closed his eyes and thought that he had been given such an opportunity. He could not afford to fail. He would do everything possible to make both the shop and his training in noble manners impeccable. Alicia suddenly remembered. As soon as the place was finally confirmed, they would have to ask for permission to trade in the Craftsman's Guild. This was exactly what the main character noticed. He did not understand all these nuances at all. Noted the Lord, the Craftsman's Guild manages blacksmiths and other craftsmen in every city. There are others, for example, the Merchant Guild. Registration is your permission to open your own shop. Trading at the market does not require a repeated application. By paying the daily market entrance fee, you get the right to trade that day, but if you plan to open a permanent shop, it is better to immediately arrange all the necessary paperwork. By registering with the Craftsman's Guild, they could advertise their workshop among adventurers and craftsmen's guilds. Alicia added that on the Adventurers Guild bulletin board, one can briefly post an announcement about the opening of a shop. The main character, listening attentively, said, now everything made sense to him. Then he needed to register immediately after processing the documents. He was still delighted. I can't believe it. Very soon he will have his own store. Gürel smiled and said that he was also eagerly awaiting the opening. The main character replied to him that it was all thanks to his help. He promised to try his best. Alicia exclaimed that they would try together. Soon the guards announced that they had arrived at the Craftsman's Guild. The main character, noticing the surprised looks of passers-by, as always thought that everyone was looking at him, and he felt a little embarrassed. He asked Alicia why they always walked. They were already an official couple. Wouldn't it be better to ride in a carriage? The girl replied with surprise that it was nearby. Walking was quite normal, and it was kind of like a date. She wanted to walk beside him like this, simply and casually, not like Mr. Alicia. The main character replied that he understood everything. Liffey approached him and said that Alicia wanted to take a walk and show off her fiancé. The girl indignantly addressed the maid by name. The main character asked Liffey in surprise what she said. The lady's daughter irritably told her to stop talking nonsense. The maid giggled and the main heroine thought. A charming reason, he decided. All right, they had guards just in case, but they also attracted unnecessary attention. The main character turned to the guards and apologized for making them accompany him through. The guards lifted the visors of their helmets and, stunned, exclaimed, what did he just say? Arya calmed him down. Don't worry, it's their business. Capri said they would gladly do anything for Mr. Alicia. Mr. Fake MC asked them about everything in surprise, and all three instantly replied that it was true. They had long been taking care of Alicia's safety, and Arya added that, being those who had the honor of guarding her since childhood, they were incredibly happy to see her so happy. And today they were seen together, such happy newlyweds. The sister noticed that they are not yet married. Alicia indignantly ordered them to stop babbling. And why are they in full armor for the city patrol? They were just attracting attention. Attention, if they only wanted, they could take off the armor. She already considered them quite scary. He decisively replied, no, if the guards smile, it will arouse suspicion. Arya asked for permission to hide their faces. Until they get used to it, sis apologized to them for this. The main character explained and said, surprise is that the whole point, only left to apologize for those three fools. The The main character burst out laughing and said that they are funny comrades. He turned to Alicia and said, "Look how many love her." She replied she wouldn't say so and he should not forget his manners. Suddenly the main character caught himself thinking, his attitude towards the soldiers is unworthy of a nobleman. At that moment he should have behaved more dignifiedly. We wondered if someone called him and wished the main character good morning. Surprised, addressing them by name, he also said good morning and asked if they were on a mission. Eva replied, "Yes, but aren't they on a date?" As always, passions were raging. He even envied them. He looked at Alicia in surprise and asked, "Isn't that Lord Girl's daughter? Does he have a new girlfriend?" Alicia smiled at them. The protagonist replied, "We are not on a date, we are going to the Guild of Craftsmen." They froze in surprise, then suddenly headed to the guild. When he hit his comrade on the back of the head, I exclaimed in surprise, "What's wrong with him?" The friend asked him, "Don't you know who she is?" And he replied, "The new girl of fakes, so what?" Even though they said he was a fool, but this was Lady Alicia. He was from this city, he should have seen her at least once, and we all exclaimed in surprise. "Is it true? Is it really her?" The girl smiled in response. Yes, indeed, earlier she introduced herself to them as Ali. She added that although they were not close, she would be glad to see them again. Eva was completely confused, so she was the girl in the mask, and he was just babbling, understanding nothing. Let her generously forgive him, Alicia objected. She had absolutely nothing to apologize for. She concealed her identity for obvious reasons, so let him not worry so much. Eva immediately smiled. All this essentially remained unexplained. The hero thought about how quickly he switched. That guy returned to the hero and said, "So he is the very groom about whom rumors circulate," replied Alicia, the main heroine. "Yes, exactly. They had heard about it too. I said that he is in pain, yes, from time to time." He gladly exclaimed that they congratulate them and will definitely come to the wedding. Someone irritably told him that it was a noble wedding, simple people like them cannot go there, but Alicia objected. "That's not true. She really wants both of them to come to the celebration," the main hero added. "It's true, if it weren't for them, he wouldn't have managed to become a blacksmith in this city." And Eva turned to his comrade and asked, "Can he see?" "Do you hear that? It's so wonderful," he said shyly, "but is it worth being surrounded by nobles? Just the thought of it makes him so nervous that he feels sick." He forced a smile and thought that he would feel exactly the same in his place. Eva suddenly realized they need to set off on the mission. Whether others agree with him or not, it is time to go. The main hero then told them that they are going to the guild. They will see each other again. I have. So he will somehow drop by the market. MC thanked them and informed that he will open a shop soon. This caused exclamations and surprise. Indeed, it is so wonderful. The main character said that he would tell them all the details as soon as everything is decided. Ives replied that he is really looking forward to it. They will definitely come. Fakest Alicia, so they can already go. The girl agreed and they left. People watched them with admiration. When they went inside, the main character asked, somewhat surprised, "Here it is, the Guild of Craftsmen. There are significantly fewer people here than in the Adventurers Guild." The girl replied that usually those who have specific business come here. The guild secretary Myra warmly greeted them and asked how she could help. The main character directly told her his name and said that he plans to open a forge in this city. He was told that if they say he is a blacksmith from the Barnasto house, everyone will understand. This turned out to be true. Lord Gurel had already informed them. Let them fill out these documents as the main character. The pagan signed the necessary papers, thinking he would need a document, but Alicia was nearby, the best proof. Myra asked, "He bought that building?" He replied that it is true, and rumors about that shop were already circulating. Here the secretary replied yes, in a certain sense. The main character was surprised. Really? He handed her the form and asked if there were any mistakes in the documents. She replied yes. He filled everything out correctly. She will now invite the guildmaster for a private meeting. We need to wait here. She left, Alicia told him. Great job. He detached himself from the details and thought that only the guildmaster's approval remained right. The girl nodded that it was so. They noted that refusals almost never happen, so everything will be fine. At that moment, Eglif entered the hall, apologized for the delay, and asked the main character if he was a blacksmith from Lord Gorel's house. The hero replied that he was, and that he was glad to meet the master, and the man inquired if he had brought any works to show. MC handed Eglif a sword and asked if it would do while Eglif examined the work. MC thought that it was a sword made of mithril. He had heard that when applying, they might ask to show works, so he prepared his best one. Finally, the master spoke. "I understand, as befits a blacksmith from the Barnasto lineage, impressive skill." The protagonist surprised. He thanked him for such a response. The man, noticing he forgot to introduce himself, gave a made-up name and added that he was a master of this guild of craftsmen. He said that his application was approved. Fake thought, looking at Eglif apparently, he was a few years older than him. How cool that he already headed the Guild. The master looked at the main character and summarized, so he chose exactly that forge. He bought it knowing about the rumors. The main character replied, right, something wrong. The man said no. The main character, of course, replied that he hoped to dispel the rumors about the ghost blacksmith. He thought there were no problems in his research and hoped everything would be fine, so it occurred to him to ask Igle. If the blacksmith ghost was the same one, all the better. The master said, ghost stories aside, the fact remains, the legendary blacksmith died at work. The man asked the main character to be. Fake gratefully thanked for the warning and promised to be vigilant. The master handed him a document and said, here is your license, hang it in a visible place in the workshop. Outside the guild, Alicia told him that there really was something wrong with that workshop, and he agreed. The investigation yielded nothing, but it was still disturbing that so many people were warned. If it were only about him, he would have taken the risk. It was his responsibility, but if something happened to her or someone else, that would be a completely different matter. She told him she understood, but the place was still too good to pass up. She thought any merchant in the city would dream of it. The protagonist said that was true. It had been empty so long because of those rumors. The girl added, at least they have guards and all strong ones. Everything will be fine. The main character agreed with his beloved. About a week passed. He stood at the market all day, passionately telling visitors about his future workshop. One of the adventurers said that when he finally opened the workshop, he planned to drop by and renew the enchantments on his sword. Fake replied that he would be glad to see him. It seemed to him that it would be great if they all came. A little later, when they returned home, Gurl told him that today he bought a building, and now he could turn it into a workshop. The protagonist thanked him for the help. Lord remarked that he should try, but now. Don't overexert yourself, he added. My daughter said that I tend to take on too much. The protagonist waved it off. It's not much, I can handle everything, and Gorel reminded him that a true master. A master has mastered the art of taking care of himself. There's no need to rush just because the shop is open. If he needs something, let him not hesitate to ask the soldiers or Lefty for help. The ability to manage people is no less important for doing business. The protagonist assured him that he understood everything. He remembered the guards with them. It's definitely not worth being shy about asking for help. He addressed Lord and said that he would like to ask him for something. Lord asked what exactly. Fake said that he wants to improve the swords of the soldiers who guard him. Could he handle it himself? Gorel asked in surprise. The soldiers' swords, the protagonist confirmed yes. He heard that everyone carries standard swords of similar quality. Since Alicia would help him in the shop, he wanted to provide the soldiers with more reliable weapons. He thought their current swords were still quite decent, but thoughts about the future troubled him, and of course, it was a gesture of gratitude he wanted to gift these 3 new blades. The Lord thoughtfully said that if they don't mind for him, it's no problem, but giving them 2 powerful weapons makes no sense. It's better to give better swords as needed. The protagonist exclaimed that he understood everything and thanked Alicia's father for the advice. As he was leaving the office, the girl asked him, so everything is ready? He told her that it was so. He could only hope that nothing would happen in that building. She said that Lefty and the soldiers checked him several times. Everything was fine. By the way, what swords was he going to give them? The protagonist remembered that there is training in the garden tomorrow, right? He decided to talk to them then and let them choose suitable blades from the workshop. And about the swords issued at the estate, mostly made of Ilian mithril steel, he wanted something better. He would have to make them himself. He said aloud that their current swords are universal, made of alien mithril steel. The ones he wants to give are also made of the same metal, but with reinforcements and shampoos. Blacksmithing, they must surpass even the steel of Darien mithril. This is just a quality improvement, but they are strong warriors, and he is confident they will manage. Alice said she thinks they will be very happy. Recently, some of them were thinking about the chain of swords. Fake shouted, and it came to him at a very opportune moment. Seeing the guards training, he said. So here they are, he thought, Capri, Arya, and Sis, probably all a little older than him in there. He was a little over 20. The guys, seeing him, greeted their master. They noticed that he rarely came to training. The heroes looked at them again and thought, almost peers, but so different in each with an impressive physique. I wonder if they really were soldiers. Fake said he needed to tell them something and asked if they had a minute. The guys gladly responded and asked what it was about. The main character said that yesterday he spoke with the Lord saying they will continue to protect them, and he wants to do something for them. They exclaimed in surprise, is that really true? How happy they are, said Arya. To protect their lives is a real pleasure, and the main character awkwardly asked him, what kind of pleasure is that? They say that in reality you can see the happy life of newlyweds with your own eyes. Happiness radiates from them. The main character, puzzled, pondered. Who are these newlyweds? He explained. They are not married yet. But Lord Gurl has already given his consent. Everything is fine. They will definitely get married, from the main character's side. He fiercely begged not to be teased. He did everything he could himself. Out loud he said, All right, they will drop this topic. He wanted to give them swords that he forged himself, and when the guards, not believing, exclaimed, "Are these his swords?" he confirmed it and added that they would also guard the shop, so just in case he decided to improve their equipment, will they take them? They asked, puzzled. "Swords for them," Arya exclaimed. "So they will be able to use their amazing swords. What luck for them." MC tried to calm them down, asking not to get so excited, and Caprice, surprised, said, "They are only slightly better quality." No, that is more than enough. Fake thought he was simply offering them a choice of swords in the workshop. Will he let them down? Approaching them, he asked Ben if they would follow him to the forge. The guards exclaimed that they would go not only to the forge but to the edge of the world, and he, embarrassed, muttered, "Well, they are exaggerating a bit." When they entered the workshop, the main character led them to the sword rack and said that he planned to display these swords in the shop. All of them were well made, so let them choose any they liked. The guys could not believe their eyes and ears. Was it really so? What luck it was for them. Each began to carefully examine the weapons offered. MC blushed with shame. Their reaction was weaker than he expected. He felt very uncomfortable. He wondered if everything was okay and thought they should forgive him. But these swords were made of Ilyanu mithril steel, probably the same material as their current weapons. Arya asked in surprise, "Are these swords made of the same material?" Sis enthusiastically noted, No, they are on another level. No, several levels better in quality," Arya declared, "and there will be many such in the shop." Capri asked the protagonist in surprise, "Can they really take them?" 3. It was simply incredible. Fake asked them if there really was such a big difference. Arya exclaimed, "Yes." He pulled out his old weapon and told him that even he, who knows little about this, sees the difference. The main character himself examined the weapon and thought that the difference really existed. He looked at the boy's old sword and thought that these swords were made with simplified processes for mass production, and they had enchantments on them. "Weaker," he said aloud. "Yes, correct. If they carefully take up enchantment and magical forging, the quality of the material may approach that which he gives them. General, if no one objects, let them choose themselves." The boys, filled with gratitude, told him in turn that he was simply an angel. "And they will serve him all their lives." He was a little embarrassed and asked them if they had found swords that suited them. Each showed him the weapon they had chosen. And the heroes smiled and said, "Well, wonderful. If the spell weakens, let them just tell him and he will always fix everything." Cesar. With a smile, as if they understood everything. They were so grateful to him that he would use his sword, thinking it was him. Smiling, someone said, "Will they always wave it like that now?" The boys laughed and Arya added, "Let him forgive them and you remember him and take care of his weapon." The main hero said this again, and it seemed as if he had already said the same thing. He looked at the hatch. Happy guards, he thought. For a blacksmith, there is nothing more joyful than seeing the smiling faces of those who use his products. It brings him even more joy than the process of creation itself. He will do everything possible so that there are as many smiles as possible in his future workshop. After some time, Fake stood near the building, looked at it, and thought that from now on it would no longer be better. The best Delforge, but his shop is the first step toward his dream. He paid for the purchase with money earned in the service of Lord Girl. He himself covered the rest of the amount. His gratitude was boundless. He will give him the lion's share of the income from this. She cautiously peeked out the door and asked him if they had finished cleaning outside. He replied yes, and she noticed he was looking at her again. MC laughed and said he still couldn't believe he had such a respectable workshop. Someone quietly suggested, if everything is already ready outside, maybe it's worth looking inside. When they entered, everything was arranged, every item in its place. The main character mentally noted that, thanks to Alicia's help, left. And Capri and her friends, the arrangement of goods is almost complete, he muttered. Yes, maybe they could. At that moment the weapon rack fell to the floor. The main character, surprised and stunned, thought, could it be? One sword flew out of the rack by itself. Alicia shuddered and screamed in fear. Fake anxiously asked if she was okay, if she was hurt. She said everything was fine, but... The stand simply toppled over. They both looked at the fallen object and the girl asked, "Is this really it?" The protagonist looked puzzled. If so, it was quite. Did he offend her or did she think otherwise? He shook his head and said no. If it were that non-ghost from the rumors, he would have blown everything up. Throwing the goods right onto the street stand, announced himself much louder. There were not enough swords and they probably just accidentally shifted. He suddenly lost his balance and fell. Alicia looked at him puzzled. She laughed and said that she probably just imagined it. He put the stand back in place, propped it up with a weapon and said, "That's it now, they won't fall." Only the arrangement in the right order remained, and that was a matter of taste. After they finally arranged all the goods, the girl asked him if everything looked all right. The main character replied, "I think so." He believed that the swords on the wall were mostly decent. Daggers stood on other shelves, lower quality swords were piled in a barrel, and the prices remained unchanged of course. There was a difference in quality, but it was hardly noticeable. Alicia picked up a few items and exclaimed excitedly, He can make so many different swords incredible. The main character responds. No, he just reproduces in his own way what he once saw, as that girl asked. The preparation for the shot is almost complete, right? He exclaimed. Oh yes, opening day. Maybe they should open the shop after the fair at the end of this. He had already mentioned that shop at the last fair, but wants to talk about it once more for the last time. Alicia told him she thought it was a good idea. Beletis's advertisement will decide how many customers they will have. The future, from next week they will be busy. He noticed she was right. He asked her if she would really stand behind the counter. The girl exclaimed, of course. The main character admitted he was a bit nervous. Alicia objected. It's okay, the security said they would help if anything happens. MC said, I understand, and he was calm now. The workers were them and Liffey. If they could help, he would be delighted. They could hire a few salespeople, but for now, considering there may be no clients at all, but even this will be enough. They will open for now and then see how it goes. Alicia asks to see. Where did everyone go? The boys told her that the others are cleaning in the kitchen on the second floor. No way. She assured that everything would be ready soon and then she herself would cook dinner. The main character looked at her in surprise. The girl laughed and replied to him, yes, I also learned to cook, so you can trust me. Yes, I am looking forward to it, he thought. For the first time in his life, I will try what she cooked. He felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Having grown older, he usually went for food while she was cooking. Alicia said, all right, I will call him when I finish. When he entered the workshop, it seemed to him that the light was breaking directly into the forge, so there was no darkness here, but because of the stone walls it seemed a bit oppressive, and he liked this enclosed place. While working, he thought to replace a few old tools, although most were still usable, so what should he do? He did not know how much time Alicia would need to cook, so it was better to do something that would not take much time. Speaking of cooking, maybe he should take up kitchen knives and frying pans and make the shop more charming for housewives. His life in a small village before becoming a court blacksmith, although sometimes he forged swords for videos. Hosting traveling adventurers was more like working in a hardware store than in a weapons workshop. He made not only hoes, blades, and swords, but also pots, kettles, and cups, ordinary things from everyday life, but what nostalgia. It was precisely because of those times that he became who he is today. There are people who need his weapons, there is a fiancé who supports him, and he even fulfilled a dream, opened his own shop. True, he was very lucky. Becoming a nobleman was something he did not expect at all. After he made a couple of frying pans that seemed ready, for the first attempt after such a long break, one turned out really well. Suddenly the smell of the dinner being cooked hit his nose, and he joyfully exclaimed how pleasant this aroma is. The food for Alicia was already ready. He took off his gloves and apron, left the workshop, and looked back. He was struck by a sudden electric shock when he saw a silhouette where he had placed the kitchen utensils. You sharply opened the door and suddenly everything disappeared. He was surprised, he was confused. Had he just seen that silhouette next to the frying pan? Or maybe it was just his imagination. Probably yes. Exactly, probably he is just imagining things. He is too tired. The main character closed the workshop door and went up to the kitchen. Alistair, the one who was bustling near the stove, exclaimed joyfully. It was him. He asked him how the forge was and he pretended that he had just finished. The girl put it on. Praise him, he was really doing wonderfully. Dinner would be ready soon, so he just had to wait a little. The main character told her that he understood. He at least suggested setting the plates, and Alicia thanked him for the help and care. When the main character said everything he had to say, he sat down. He sat at the table and said, Lefty and the soldiers also need to rest. Don't you think so? Replied the girl that they were already allowed a lunch break, but the soldiers could not all go out at the same time, so she already instructions on the order in which they will rest. The main character smiled and, as expected, replied. Alicia parried that it was normal. Finally, after a moment, she told him that the food was ready, and placing the dish before him, the girl said that it was Stu, the protagonist. He explained, it looks very tasty. He thought it would be the first time he tried something cooked by Alicia. He did not know how good she was at cooking. But the taste caused him slight concern. She was a noble lady, and it seemed to him that such people entrust all household work from cooking to washing to others. He had no idea how well she cooked. If the taste turned out unexpected, he should remain calm and react immediately so as not to offend her, and Alicia watched his thoughts with a smile. The main character decided it was time to start. The girl wished him a good meal. When he tasted the dish, his surprise knew no bounds. Eagerly and anxiously he asked him, how was it? MC joyfully. He said with admiration that it was delicious. The ingredients were perfectly stewed, the tenderness was just right, and the taste of each component was fully revealed, incredibly tasty. He of course thought that the ingredients were also important, but this taste, born from her heartfelt cooking, was simply incredible. Alicia explained, is that true? She was so glad that he liked it. He, the main character, was dipping bread. Dipping the bread in the stew and greedily devouring his portion, he thought again, delicious, too delicious. He asked her to give him that. More bread, the girl explained that of course there was also stew. She giggled and noted that he ate so deliciously. MC answered because it was really tasty. She is a true genius. Alicia jokingly asked him, weren't you nervous at first? The main character did not object at all. He thought that she noticed he never. She thought that she cared about what he would say about her food. She frowned, looked at him carefully, and said, anyone could learn to cook such a dish. The main character was really surprised, so aristocrats also cook, Alicia. She should have told him that there were classes for noble young ladies at school, and cooking was one of them, so she believed that everyone could cook at least a little. Whether they actually cook is another matter, but some do it as a hobby. Or even open their own establishments. The girls scooped a portion of stew with a spoon, blew on it, and brought it to the main character's mouth, asking him to open his mouth. He, confused, asked her, why this one? Alicia shyly replied, I've always wanted to do this with everyone. Try it. The main character obediently opened his mouth and swallowed. She asked him, so how did you like it? The main character. Someone was about to answer that it was delicious. She was delighted to hear that. Fake said, now it's his. He returned and also fed her a little with a spoon. They entertained themselves like that for some time, and then, during the sword inspection, they said that all the weapons in this shop, they were too high quality, and Capri said that yes, this really increased the likelihood that someone would break in and steal. The protagonist, hearing their words, thought with surprise, is it really all that much? The best swords he put up for sale. They are made of magical iron sare, and there are about 10 of them. Lower rank swords are much worse. Arya, noticing his pensiveness, asked if something had happened, and he replied no, just a short break. He came to check the security situation. Is everything okay? He asked, and the guys reassured him. Everything is fine, we are just thinking about where to place the guards. He apologized for adding work, but the guards replied that it was his business, that's why he is here. Arya asked him if it was allowed to wear civilian clothes on guard. The protagonist did not understand his question. In what sense? Was it about protection? He decided that armor was better than civilian clothes. The guy explained to him that they thought, if they pretended to be customers, the atmosphere in the store would be less oppressive, and the one pretending understood that's exactly what he encountered. He thought he had a good idea. The presence of these guys could help him prevent crimes, but it could also scare. It could scare off some customers. If they were here, the chances of crime would clearly drop, but what troubled him most were many other concerns. Apparently, quite a few adventurers knew her, and good if they were those who grew up in the city itself. But among the visiting adventurers, there could be those who would start harassing her. He would not allow anyone even to touch her, although if you think about it, maybe it's better if the security looks truly impressive. He asked the guys if it was possible to have one man in armor in the back room. Arya exclaimed. Exactly, 2 others will watch, pretending to be customers, and if something happens, the soldier from the back room will rush to help. It was a great plan. So that's exactly what they would do, he thought. If problems arise, they'll deal with them later. Much was still unclear, so he would have to grow as he went, but now there was nothing to be done. Lisa promised him to increase the space for knives and frying pans. He thanked her and said he would also make more, and she asked him not to overwork because of the job. And to remind him to rest. The main character said he knew that and was actually already resting. She joked with him while resting, but thinking about the store. The girl looked at him, laughed, and said, don't be so flustered, everything was fine. She understood everything. MC laughed in response, thinking that if he really checked the store during every break, then it could no longer be called a break. But only a glance at Alicia's face filled him with strength more than anything and calmed his soul. The girl, noticing his intention, and just then Gase asked him. What happened? Fakes asked, thinking that the best thing was simply to look her in the face. She exclaimed awkwardly, what is he suddenly saying? Everyone will hear, the main character. Caught himself and oh yes, he teased her out of habit, although of course everything he said was true. The guards also became embarrassed by what he said aloud. When they laughed, Caprice said, it's okay, Arya noted. Let them become supports in the house, Sis laughed, and he is the wall, please let them continue. Lefty also said yes, and so did she. Please, allow them to ignore them and continue flirting, they are having a wonderful time here alone. The protagonist thought irritably, how can he not be ashamed? Idiots. Now if he starts teasing Delish, it will backfire on him. He turned around, told her they would see each other again, and rushed away. The girl called after him, would he really leave her like that? Time passed, the opening day was getting closer. Yesterday at the fair, while the protagonist was selling swords, he was telling about his adventures and telling everyone that he was opening a shop. And now, tomorrow. Finally, he was opening it. Today he conducted the final checks and made sure there were no serious problems. But considering possible complications during the opening tomorrow, he The protagonist decided to spend the night here, in formed area, and added that he wanted to start preparing early in the morning for the opening. The guard noted how meticulous he was. Of course, the protagonist could not entrust them with security. He was connected to the Barnasto family, so if he stayed here overnight, he would have to set up security, but there were goods in the shop, so the guards were already taking shifts at night to prevent theft. When the host informed Alicia of his decision, he added, "If something happens, she will feel bad, so she needs to return to the estate," but the girl objected. "Everything is fine." "All right, she will stay too," he told her, walking away. Her clothes supply had already been delivered here. "Please, allow her to spend the night with her fiancé." Alicia shyly asked her not to. There was no need to say more. She assured the protagonist that Capri and everyone else were here, so everything was fine. Moreover, Leffy was much stronger than ordinary people. The maid chimed in. "Yes, that's true. Let the hero trust them," and the guards shouted, "All is well, like adventures. Approximately at level A they will keep their precious time alone." Liffy laughed and said that she even prepared a bedroom well for them, so that they could do whatever they wanted with it. The lovers looked at her in shock and exclaimed indignantly, "What does she mean, Lefty?" She assured them that she was simply caring about their comfortable sleep. They were engaged, so she thought it would not be a problem if they shared one room. Her and the guards' faces shone with sincere joy for the newlyweds. The main character, blushing with shame, thought anxiously, "No, this is not a problem. But no, it is still a problem. It seems that nobles are not allowed to enter such relationships before marriage, but they are not going to do anything like that, so maybe it is not such a big deal after all." Finally calming down a bit, he looked at Alicia, and the girl shyly asked if he would be uncomfortable sleeping next to her. He told her that if she didn't mind, he also saw no problem with it, so they agreed to sleep in the same room. The guard said he could call at any time. He would be in the spare room nearby, so always ready. Levi met him near the bedroom and wished him a good evening. The main character asked her if Alicia was already inside. The maid replied that Alicia was getting ready to go to bed. He muttered, "All right." He thought he was not planning to do anything, but for some reason he began to get nervous. Of course, he believed that someday the day would come when they would sleep together. But he did not expect at all that everything would happen exactly like that. Lefty told him, "If they need anything, let them call me immediately." She was supposed to rest in the room right below them. If they stomped hard on the floor, she would appear immediately, and the main character was surprised. The room downstairs turned out to be some kind of storage. There were many things and it was cramped. Was she sure? The maid assured him that everything was fine. He continued, there were still free rooms, maybe she should choose another place. She insisted that she liked it there. MC asked her if she was doing it on purpose for them. He could not help but admire her professionalism. She should forgive him for constantly causing her trouble. He said not to worry about life. The main character objected. He was really worried about it. Her life had changed a lot. The maid denied it. It is not true. Preserving their smiles makes her happy. After all, she did not choose to work in the room right below them for no reason, because from there she could immediately find out if they were doing something. MC blushed, angrily thought about taking it back, and all his respect and gratitude vanished instantly. And anyway, what kind of face could he have when entering the bedroom now? The door to the room seemed so heavy to enter. In the bedroom, blushing, he glanced at Alicia. The girl had asked him. Lefty said something strange, right? He clarified, did she hear everything? Alicia confessed to him, and the door was slightly ajar, meaning she did it on purpose. She noticed that if he stood there he would get cold. Let him go to bed. He thought it was cute. She was feisty. Grasping the last crumbs of self-control, the protagonist felt how cunning she was and glanced at the double bed and wondered when they managed to bring it here. The girl told him that Leffy and Capri told her they brought it in parts. And while they rested today, they assembled it. He sighed heavily. What are they even doing? Fake and Alicia sat on the bed. The end. So he asked her if he should get into the sleeping bag. She looked puzzled. Why was he saying that? Fake said it wasn't that he was against it. She was just embarrassed. Did she understand? The girl shyly said that if she could, she would spend all her time on it. His and what about him? The main character replied that he felt the same. They decided to go to sleep, and the main character. He turned his back to the girl. Alicia, offended, said she wanted to see his face. He replied, didn't she always see this? Suddenly Alicia hugged him tightly and said that she wanted. She saw him so closely that he turned around and looked into her eyes. The main character carefully fulfilled her request.